chase for the 1990 World Championship on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge begins in the Charleston Civic Center, and you're going to enjoy all the action right here on Tuff Trax. Hi again, everyone. I'm Scott Douglas. Army Armstrong, brand new year, equalizer, who's going to be defending his World Championship, is not here this week in Charleston. He's racing at another TNT event. We'll see some highlights. But here in Charleston, we're going to be showing the fans a lot of guys that we have questions about for 1990.
Boy, this is the time a lot of guys roll out and lay those cards on the table. And what we're going to be looking at is a new Outlaw truck. Called him the Jersey Outlaw. He changed the name to Outlaw. That's Mike Wine with the Ford Camp, and he believes he can take Ford to the first national championship or world championship win in 1990. The Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson, is going to have nothing to do with it. He wants to put everybody away. Had a great start in '89, then it went away on him. Anderson said he's found the handle. He's going to be tough all year long. Then you got Marvin Smith and a Wild Hair. Brand new truck, brand new everything. He said, I've changed my name, I've changed my luck. I'm going to be a player this year. So, Scott, it's going to be kicking off big in 90. Starts right now.
Certainly one of the big stories we've got to watch, Army, is the 1988 World Champion. USA won. Late in the year, Steve Wilkie took over for Rod Litzow, but now Wilkie becoming a more experienced driver. Can he return that truck to the form of old?
That seems to be the big question. We get a lot of people all over the country want to know, when is Wilkie going to turn the USA one around? When is Wilkie going to be able to drive that truck like Rod Litzow drove it? Well, believe me, Wilkie believes in himself. Every Jasper believes in Wilkie. It's just a question of time. Made a whole lot of horsepower and drag strips all over the country. This young man's converted it over to make a monster vehicle with it, and he's a strong player going against the Star Monster out of New York.
Very, very close again and laying under qualifying runs. A lot of smoke. Star Monster looks like he's got some problems.
Meanwhile, Johnny K, this kid is from the 60s, in my opinion. Laid back, easy going, and he'll go for you in a heartbeat. Look at this. And we just learned something on that run. The hill, the bounce you take coming off that hill can pay dividends. Wilkie proves it. Look at this, a 475.
That should put him up in the elite in qualifying at the Charleston Civic Center.
Ken Waring, the sleeper, during all 1989. Can he do it again? Marvin Smith says no. He's going to run me, got to run me all the way to the end of the building. The pressure's building, Scott. Here we go. First run of 1990. Who's going to be the first winner? Wild Hair or Thunder Chicken?
The chicken wins it. The chicken.
Oh, we got problems, Scott. In the wall. He's in the wall down here.
Wild Hair has smacked the wall in the Charleston Civic Center. Marvin Smith on his first run beaten by Thunder Chicken, but his problems were at the shutdown. Look at this as he has come through the wall at the Charleston Civic Center. Oh, my.
Marvin's okay. The truck, he takes the killer box out. They've got concrete blocks up there in front. He just didn't get it shut out in time. That shows you the intensity of this racing, man. It's no game. These guys are here to win. They're pushing it to the limit. I told you a minute ago, he said, if you're going to beat me, you got to go to the wall. There's the wall.
Wow, well, I'll tell you, the Renegades Point Fund has been increased to $150,000 for this year. Marvin Smith shows you they're going all out every time to get their share of it. Looks like, as we're getting... It looks like,
not a lot of damage. Yeah, the word we're getting is not a lot of damage to the truck, Scott.
That's about it. A broken shock, they're telling us, and really not much else for Marvin Smith. And we understand he thinks he'll be back.
Watch the bounce. This is what's going to get you on these short indoor tracks. Now, see, all the wheels are off the ground right now. Now they shut down. They're off the ground, on the ground. He's in trouble right now. You can't stop him when you're bouncing in the air, Scott.
Boy, and there you can see him bang into the wall at the Charleston Civic Center as Wild Hair leaves his impression in Charleston. Headed back to the pit, and again, Marvin says he thinks that only the shock is broke. You can see the bumper hanging off, but that's superficial. I think the Wild Hair's going to be back.
The next round's coming up. Are you going to be a player for this thing? A lot of people say, I don't know if he can drive it or not. I know he can tune it. Can you drive this truck to a win? 3 words. It's on the floor. I guarantee you. All right, speaking of believing in yourself, the long wheelbase, Bennett Clark said that was the way to go. He comes up against one of the shortest wheelbase trucks on the tour. Hey, you call that one, I can't tell.
Wow, they cross side by side, Clydesdale and Nightlight. Man, they're really going to have to examine the videotape on this one. Let's see if we can tell on our replay.
Now, the truck furthest away right there has a long wheelbase, and he goes up against a short wheelbase. Right? I can't tell.
They're calling the victory for your winner, the Clydesdale.
You can feel it. You can watch him. Every time he sets in that truck, he gets better. He took 2 wins in 1989. He would sure love to start off 1990 with a win. The most part he does, I'm going to hand it to him. Dodge! The first upset of 1990 right there as Dodge puts Chevrolet away.
Gary Wiggins, Williamston, North Carolina, starts off with a big victory. Boy, USA 1 has struggled at times, has been great at times, and right now it looks like problems. They're trying to get transmission fluid into USA 1 as he tries to go against Thunder Chicken in the quarterfinal round. And Army, this is something that's been recurring since really late last year and early into this year. Transmission troubles for USA 1.
Yeah, and here's what's happening right here. I told you earlier about Wilkie. He's kind of high-strung. He is normally the man putting the transmission fluid in. He's very impatient. Well, look at it with his crew. He knows what it takes to get the job done. He knows how to do it. He just can't do it. He's trapped into the truck in the driver's compartment. The transmission problem is a result of starting these trucks right on a hill. You notice the heat coming out? Wilkie may have made a... Well, he's got a lot of problems right now. I don't think he's going to make the call.
He is basically in position to get to the starting line, but he's not on the starting line.
And something else, Wilkie had lane choice. He's 3600ths of a second quicker than Thunder Chicken and goes into a lane that he's not familiar with. I don't understand why he's doing this.
Wilkie has it running, however, and is pulling to the starting line to go up against the Thunder Chicken. Now,
the telltale sign, will the truck move? If the transmission's gone away, he's going to sit there.
There's nothing happening right now. Smoke coming from USA 1. Wilkie, he's taking off the helmet. He must be done. He slams it down. Hey, you know, we don't need to say another word. That look on Wilkie's face when he buried his head, that's it.
Well, that is a long road to hoe right there. I wonder what's going through his mind, Scott.
Utter disgust. I guarantee it, Wilkie. You just talk to him. I mean, he really put in his own words how competitive, how intense he is, how badly he wants to get everybody to quit talking about Ron Litzow and talk about Steve Wilkie.
Talk about me.
And now he's fired it back up here.
Yeah, what it is, if the engine cools down, the transmission cools down, it'll pull itself. He's feeling it. See, the truck has a tendency to want to move. Now, he will not be able to make the race. What they're doing, the TNT officials are going and picking the third quick loser. Oh, we've got a little bit of a problem. The torque converter, a little fire in the torque converter is what happened there. A little bit of liquid got out on the hot exhaust. Wilkie immediately, he comes out of the truck now.
USA 1 will not be able to go, and Thunder Chicken's going to have to race. Let's clarify what's happened here. USA 1 was there, but according to Tracy Smart, the starter, he was not actually at the starting line. He did not get to the starting line and get a thumbs up, so they're going to bring Buffalo Trimmer in here to race Thunder Chicken.
Okay, the reason they do that in TNT Motorsports, you see a replay with the torque converter fire. After the first round, there are no bye runs and eliminations. People see side-by-side racing after the first round. Thus, the kid out of New York gets a break. The kid out of northeast Minnesota goes out on a hook. That's it. That is the gospel in this sport. Thunder Chicken works up against the New York truck. Now, this is going to be a good race. I guarantee you, both of these guys know they got a break to be sitting on his starting line, Scott.
All right, now you see Thunder Chicken is tightened up, and he'll give a thumbs up. Then the green light goes. We have a race.
Look at Thunder Chicken. Check this out. All right.
USA 1, Buffalo Trimmer. I don't care who you put up there. The Chicken says, we're going to the hen house for this one, baby. He takes the win over the Buffalo Trimmer.
Steve, how do you feel? You get all the way to the line and then a torque converter blows and you're out.
This is TV, Kris. I can't.
Well, a lot of people feel that way. This young man has earned the trust of a lot of people. He'll be driving the new Outlaw Ford. Meanwhile, he sits next to the man that qualified 10th. Now, Dave Wysorek, with the unique driving style, normally does not push his truck to qualify, but he will run you strong in eliminations. You think it's going to happen? No way.
The Ford does it. The Outlaw out of Pennsauken, New Jersey. Mike Wine wins it for Nick Rossi and puts himself into the Final Four. So the Outlaw knows he'll be meeting Thunder Chicken in the next round. One more time. It's close, but there's no doubt that Mike Wine and the Outlaw come away with the victory.
Remember, Anderson with the grave digger on the left of your screen runs a rear engine setup. The weights to the rear. New driving style. He'll go with the jump. Look at this. Bang! Just drives over those cars.
Dennis Anderson, as the crowd roars for the grave digger, Anderson knows He's made it to the Final Four.
Monster truck racing certainly has been wild and woolly here at the Charleston Civic Center. Wild Hair's the culprit responsible for this haul.
He's on a roll. Let's see what can happen. But remember, luck is always on the side of raring and that Thunder Chicken.
The winner will make the first Monster Smash final of 1990. They're at the starting line. The Outlaw Ford, the Thunder Chicken from Pennsylvania. And they're off. Wow, it's too close to call again, Army. Outlaw and Thunder Chicken cross that finish line together. Whoa, my. Army's going to work his way over right now and see if he can get both Kid Rarig and Mike Wine to come over, because they don't know yet who has won the race either. Let's see if we can tell off the replay. Here you see him hit the card. Outlaw seems to have a bit of an edge right here, but see, Chicken keeps coming back. Wow, that's close.
Well, the first race of the year is going to take off where we left off. It's awfully close right now. We're waiting for the call. Kid Raring, what do you do in a case like that when it looks so close?
I don't know. You look at the camera that shows who won.
Do you feel like that you won that race?
Yeah, if you look at the play-by-play, you'll probably see my tire went across the finish line first.
Okay, we're waiting for... Okay, come in here, Mike. We're waiting for the time.
Fantastic run.
Boy, it's 1990. Looks like it's going to be great. Jersey Outlaw has gone into the final. Thank you very much.
Wild Hair and Gravedigger.
What's interesting is anybody that likes any kind of motorsports, you know what I'm talking about. There's electricity in the air right now. Which one of these guys is going to the final? It's like a sprint car backing into a corner, like a motorcycle on a power slide. Here we go.
Oh, Gravedigger.
Boy, the drama in this building in the first final of 90 is set up, Scott.
But they really came to see the Monsters in action. In the semifinals, Mad Dog squaring off against defending world champion Equalizer. And the Mad Dog put him away. It's time for the first Monster Smash of 1990. Puts down a run for his fans tonight, opening up 1990 with a victory in the Monster Smash Final. Qualifying has just been completed. I'm out here in the pits with a guy who is part of a big story already developing here in Charleston, the Wild Hair and Marvin Smith. You're going to see the incident in qualifying when Marvin actually, well, just tell us about the run when you and Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger got together at the end.
Well, we qualified together, and we both came over the hill, and we got to the cars, and he took a little bit of my lane, and I wanted to go to the same hole he was, so one of us had to give. Neither one gave, so we just had a little bit of a, not real bad, a little bit of a, smack, little kiss. Let's call it a kiss.
Little love tap, I guess.
Little love tap, yes, hey, if you're going to run, you got to run for it. You can't play with it.
You know, Marvin, the new paint job, you're in the Wild Hair now. You were fast qualifier last week. You ran and you smacked the wall. This week you come out and you're into a Gravedigger. It looks like a new Marvin Smith, is it?
Qualifying turns into a war round itself, Scott. Both drivers want to go quick. Dodge close to the camera, Chevrolet furthest away. Well, this Wiggins guy is for real, isn't he, Scott?
Gary Wiggins, the Mopar Magic Dodge. You know, really, the only Dodge thus far that looks like he's going to be a player for the World Championship.
Mean little Eddie you went to school with. Nobody want to mess with this kid when it goes to the qualifying round.
Again, 4:39 up to this point was the best time we've seen. That's from the Gravedigger.
Wow, look at the... Oh! Good lead by the Ford, but Johnny K came back on him. Outlaw's going to take the win, but Johnny K's going to be tough. Look at that, both of them sub 5-second runs, Scott. He's got a future in this sport. He goes up against the beautiful red, white, and blue True Value Hardway USA 1 of Wilkie. There's no smoke. Everything looks good. I think USA 1 is back and well for this race.
Boy, he laid down a shot.
Whoa, look at the time.
52. Outstanding time for Steve Wilkie and USA 1.
Boy, again, you can feel the drama in this building, can't you? The electricity. Both of them powered by supercharged Chevrolet. The red lights on the Gravedigger indicate everything is 100% go. Meanwhile, the Wild Hair trying to make a new name for himself with a new truck.
This ought to be a dandy. First round competition opens up with a sensational main event race. Wild Hair against the Grave Digger on Tuff Trax.
See how they take this hill. The good bounce is going to win it, I predict. Let's see. Oh, Anderson. Oh, look at here. Anderson stayed low and took the win. He stayed down on the deck, shot, and that proved to be the winning philosophy.
Dennis Anderson's Grave Digger almost tries to go out the end of the Charleston Civic Center. Well, that's what happened to Wild Hair a week ago. And get those points, but he wants to get the win over Johnny K.
I'll tell you what's going on right now. Johnny K is second-generation motorsports. His dad was a drag racer. There's no trick in drag racing. You make them burn down on a line. USA 1 had trouble with the transmission last week. Johnny K is going to let him think about it, load that transmission up this week, and hopefully do the same thing. That's exactly what's going on right now. This kid is playing like he's a professor in that red truck, and it's working for him.
It looks like USA 1 didn't see the green, and Buffalo Tremor gets him. And you're right, Army. He orchestrated that one as much with the mind and the psych job as he did with horsepower.
Well, that was a move of an old pro, and he's just a kid. Johnny K, an awfully good run for you, but it looked like you might have been playing mind games on that starting line. Is that exactly what it was?
Well, we were idling a little high there. I just backed up a little bit. I just started edging up a little forward. We were a little anxious to go, and he backed me up a little bit. I don't know.
I don't know whether to believe that or not. You're sitting there smiling awfully big. Going to the next round, you put USA 1 on the trailer. You're doing a good job. We'll see you next time around.
Thank you, Army.
Outlaw lines up to go up against Star Monster. The problems he's talked about, here they go.
Well, I tell you what, Scott, that didn't intimidate that young man one bit. He drove that truck awfully hard.
Tight run, but he got the win, and Army, as you well know, now he's safely into the quarterfinals.
Well, Mike Wine, it seems to be working for you. We talked to your owner, Nick Rossi, just a minute ago before the run. He said it's a steering problem. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, we worked on it last week when we ran, and the steering kept being a little slow, so we quickened it up. This time when we quickened it up, there's a worm gear that goes in between the orbital valve and the steering box. What we did, we just misaligned it, and I'm having to turn right to go left, left to go right. So compensating for that is just getting difficult. We try and change it in the pit, and we just doesn't have the pinions lined up yet. We're going to go back in the back and work on it right now.
So right now, when you made that run just a minute ago, you were turning backwards?
Turning backwards, turning the opposite way. Turning right to go left, turning left to go right.
Is obviously a youngster who I think has got a lot of potential, but he's going up against the superstars today, and boy, it's a lot to ask for him to come out against a veteran like Mopar Magic and Gary Wiggins and be able to beat him here in Charleston with the points, the money, the big time on the line right here in Charleston.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to worry this kid at all. We were talking to him earlier. He's got a good attitude. He's going to take it one race at a time. He believes he can win. He's not afraid of anybody.
Wow, side by side, another one virtually too close to call between Pony Express and Mopar Magic. I'm going to tell you, this kid, Anthony Fortier, out of Bluefield, New Jersey, really putting on a show. Here's Wiggins. Look how high. Look at all the air under Mopar Magic, the Dodge, giving it quite a run. Here we see Pony Express in the air again.
Scott, I believe that air cost him the victory. Now, from my viewpoint, when he skied it, that gave the Mustang a chance to go on and take that win. Yeah, there's the winner coming up.
You are so right. The air cost him. Pony Express wins it. He earlier had police-type red lights on top of the Pony Express, but they're not around anymore. He lost them somewhere on that run, but he'll take that and go on back to the pit. You see the lights. They're being carried back. Hey, if that's all it took to win, I guarantee you 48 is going to be happy with it.
It looks good, but you don't go as fast when you're flying.
Mopar Magic on the right-hand side of your screen. Buffalo Trimmer coming at you out of that left-hand lane.
There's your air. Mopar Magic takes the win, but got a lot of air. The time on that run has got to be slower than the Grave Digger.
Gary Wiggins, Mopar Magic will get a good look at him this time. And there you see what Army was talking about, how high he kicked, but he still got the victory.
This is what you're going to see. Competition at its best. Nobody's going to give you an inch. You've got to earn everything you can get in this sport. Look at this. I can't believe it. This guy is on a roll, Scott.
Thunder Chicken Kid Rare gets the win over Marvin Smith's Wild Hair. Marvin had run so strong earlier, but an obvious problem is he can't finish the run.
the Pony Express has developed a tremendous crowd following. People love this Candy Apple Mustang. They also love the Outlaw. Both of these guys out of the Northeast, if nothing else, they want to take home the women's bragging rights for the Ford. Oh, look at this. Look here, son, a big upset.
A stunning upset as the Pony Express wins the battle of the New Jersey Fords. Anthony Fortier and the Pony Express have stunned Mike Wine and the Jersey Outlaw.
Yes, there are rules in monster truck racing.
In Charleston, West Virginia, as part of the TNT Monster Truck Challenge, one of the radio stations involved put together a promotion that paid $1,000 to a West Virginia resident whose car was selected to become fodder for the Liquidator Monster Truck. Well, Buford is about to be laid to rest. Kris Chapman is over with Debbie Myers, who owned the car up to now.
We're going to get Debbie's immediate action when Buford is run over. We're standing here with her right now. The Liquidator is backing up. Are you ready? Getting lined up. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, oh no, poor Buford.
I'm telling you, Scott, that thing is still running. Buford won't die. Look at this.
You see, Mike Wine is actually in there. Is he gonna? What's he doing?
The lights are still on. He's going to try to drive that rascal out of here.
Mike Wine says, "Hey, if you could drive a monster truck, you could drive anything." He's behind the wheel of a completely fast. Look, he's trying to drive this thing.
Well, if you can drive a monster truck backwards like he's had to, this is no problem at all. Only people worried about it now are the film crew and the people standing in front of him.
Well, when we come back, I don't know if Buford will still be around, but the semifinals will definitely be up from Charleston, West Virginia, here on Tuff Trax.
Wonder how he's going to stop it.
Against that 1951 Chevrolet panel van of Dennis Anderson.
Something going on here I don't understand. Anderson quick in the show at a 419, got everybody covered out of the right lane. He's going out of the left lane in this round. I have no idea why he made that move. But it worked. Whatever it worked.
It definitely worked as Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger puts away Gary Wiggins and Mopar Magic. So the Digger is back in the finals once again this week.
We've been talking all night long, or I have, about how lucky Thunder Chicken's been. Luck will do something constantly. It will run out on you. Will it run out when he's going against the Pony Express? Be a dream final if this kid comes from out of nowhere to go against the Gravedigger in the final. Who's it going to be? Look at this. God, do you believe this? This kid out of New Jersey's going against the Gravedigger.
Anthony Fortier, put that name down.
In our last interview, you brought out the point that you're not a professional, you don't do this for a living. There's some trucks here you're kind of worried about. Is the Gravedigger one of the trucks you're worried about?
Yeah, he's one of the big ones. He's one of the ones that I've always feared, and now I'm going to see what I can do against him.
Does he have a psychological advantage over you, or can you put him away, or are you conceding that he's going to beat you?
I don't think anybody's going to beat me. I have a mind. I'll go out and race, and I'm going to go out full all out. I'm not going to let nothing come between me and first place. I'm going to do my best.
It's time for the Monster Smash. Because the kid has done it. Anthony Fortier out of Bluefield, New Jersey, has stunned the monster truck racing world.
The American dream. Anybody can be a winner if you put your heart in it. This is proof. Look at this.
And what a win for the Ford camp. Have you seen Nick Rossi? Hey, he didn't win it, but he's out to congratulate that Ford. Gravedigger with drive shaft problems. But Anthony Fortier has done it. He has stunned Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger. The kid gets the win. Pony Express, Steve Wilkie just says, hey, kid, you did it. Army, here it is again. I'm in shock.
Gravedigger made a good run, came over the first jump, but look whose front end stayed down this time. The Pony Express, and that's what wanted for him.
Dennis Anderson had lane choice. He earlier ran the fastest run of the night from the right lane. Let's review highlights from qualifying action. And in the side-by-side qualifications, no eliminations here, just laying down time. A surprise. Watch Mopar.
Gary Wiggins and that Mopar Magic Scott proved to us one thing. 1990 might be the year for the Mopar. A 4:39 gave him second quick of the evening.
And at the time, it was the fastest time. So the Williamston, North Carolina driver put down the shot to beat. But then Dennis Anderson came out in the Gravedigger, really kind of ticked off about what happened to him last week on Tuff Trax, and he served notice right now.
Anderson rolls the jump, plants the front end down, smooth run for the Gravedigger. Again, just like you said, he does not want to go down the tubes this week.
4.26 quick qualifying time laid down by Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger. We're going to watch the Gravediggers run again. And Army, how about the strategy for driving this course?
Anderson has a completely different strategy. He literally jumps the first hill and picks the front end up and walks it onto the cars. There's not a lot of bounce and not a lot of air with the Gravedigger because of the rear end. However, as you can tell, they still got problems trying to get stopped on the big end.
The highway barricade got the job done at the end of the Charleston Civic Center. Chris Tuffley and Star Monster side by side to qualify against Steve Wilkie driving Everett Jasmer's True Value sponsored USA 1 Chevrolet.
Star Monster out of New York with the youngest driver on the tour, 19 years old. Ran a real good run against Wilkie and almost got on his nose. Not to be the case. Again, that right lane may give us problems before the night's over.
The Outlaw, Nick Rossi's beautiful truck out of Pennsauken, New Jersey, meets USA 1. Steve Wilkie driving USA 1. Mike Wine driving Jersey Outlaw. A true Ford Chevy rivalry. And Army, looks like we got the rivalry starting already. So we can't get anybody up to the starting line here.
Both drivers are trying to burn the other guy down. They're trying to make the engines get hot. Now, USA 1 has a history of getting hot on the line. The Ford knows it. Oh, a little bit of a hole shot right there. The Ford goes on through. I don't know if the light turns green or not. We may have a complete race in the Chevrolet. Look at that.
Smoke and fire.
Torque converter in the transmission. The burn down works, Scott.
Once again, USA 1 with a problem, transmission related, fire related, and you can see pictures telling the story. Steve Wilkie about as dejected as a driver's going to get in this business.
I got more than a new dress on this old truck. We're going to show you it's going to be a winner. Watch me in 1990. He'll be working at left lane, White Zork to the right side.
Marvin Smith out of Arnold, Missouri in the Wild Hare against White Zork. Give it to Wild Hare. Marvin Smith by a wheel length out of Powder Springs, Georgia. Now, Clydesdale had some transmission problems last week. We'll see if there's a carryover or if Bennett has that Clydesdale back and running on all horses.
Well, he believes the Chevrolet's ready to go. However, the Dodge was second quick qualifying time. Oh, looky here. Bennett bounce over in trouble again. Another bounce. The right lane is really giving them problems.
But it also gave Clydesdale a win. An outstanding run for Bennett Clark.
Well, how appropriate. He used to be a bull rider. Did that bring back some fond memories to you there, Bennett?
That's a bunch of big memories right there. They got up on the front end there, and I knew I was coming up to the wall there pretty quick. I got on the brakes. I knew it had a hard bounce. The truck's so long, I knew it wasn't going over, so I just put on the brakes real hard and just make a little show out of it while we're there.
Ready for the rematch. This was the Monster Smash final a week ago, but today they're in the quarterfinals, and Gravedigger has said the kid will not beat him this time. Army Armstrong, he's made no bones about it. Dennis feels like he made a mistake last week, and he's going to make up for it right now.
Yeah, he will not make a mistake right now. Watch the truck. It's going to land perfect. Front wheels down. It was close, but Gravedigger's going to be in that next round.
No room for error, but the Digger pulls it off by a heartbeat. Wow, what a race. The kid gave him all he wanted, but Dennis Anderson comes out victorious. He gets his revenge.
Well, Dennis, by 300ths of a second, you reel this kid back in, but he's not going to roll over a bit for you, is he?
No, he's not. I knew he was going to gouge on it. We were talking back there in the back, and he's got it out for me. I got it out for him. You know, what can we say? It's racing.
Well, he's won one, you've won one. You'll get together later in the year. We're going to let you get back to the pit area. What a super job you've done this year. You've really, really impressed a whole lot of people.
Yeah, we've done some good work. Just a little frustrated right now, and I don't even know what to say.
Nothing to be frustrated about. You've made a lot of friends here. We're impressed with your truck. We look forward to seeing you later on the tour. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Army.
But don't let that deceive you. In qualifying, Mopar Magic was second fastest outright. Let's see what he's got for the Outlaw. By just a hair, the Outlaw gets the victory. Mike Wine able to hold off Gary Wiggins' Mopar Magic. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of Dodge fans really excited about the way Gary Wiggins has started off 1990. He looks like he'll be a player this year.
However, you're going to have to keep an eye on this kid out of New York. He's got a lot of confidence and a whole lot of horsepower in the near lane. Well, look at that. He's got this lane figured out, and nobody else does, as Clark once again almost gets into that wall, Scott.
Give the victory to John Kwasniewski and the Buffalo Tremor. Johnny K outguns Bennett Clark and the Clydesdale Chevrolet. Here it is, 1990. The Outlaw, the new paint job, and Mike Wine says it's the new year. He's ready to go up against the Digger now in the semifinals.
Well, they both leave that start line. Anderson muscles it out in the half track.
All Grave Digger. Both of them talk a lot. This time, it's the Digger and Dennis Anderson backing up the word. For the third straight week, the Grave Digger has made it into the Monster Smash Final. Here he is with Armin.
Mike Wine told us a minute ago that you were going to be easy to get by. I think you just proved him wrong.
Yeah, I know it. He's been talking a lot of trash back there in the pit, so I just had to prove it to him before his head got too big.
It's semifinal round action. That's Barbarian, the orange truck furthest away from your screen, and the defending world champion equalizer. David Morris puts him away. Give the Monster Smash in Birmingham to David Morris and the equalizer.
Keep an eye on the nightlife. I've told you before, if there's a guy that I would be afraid of in this sport, it's him. He's too quiet. He'll get you if you give him an in. That's all it took. Look at here. He's going to the final. The New Yorker is not.
A close one, but nonetheless a victory for Dave Wysorek and Nightlife. We're going to get another look at one of the closest races of the year. Watch them here. It's Buffalo Tremor on the right of the screen. Wysorek on the left.
Wysorek stayed low over the first jump. That put his wheels down over the cars. That's what won it for him.
We're going to be taking a look at qualifying highlights. Problems for Dennis Anderson.
One line on the left. Dennis. They started coming out in the second one, too. Pressure on the line. You got pressure pushing by both lines.
Yeah, I ran into a problem. We came in after introduction. I didn't even get to qualify tonight after driving 800 miles. It was kind of disappointing that a little piece like this could stop my truck, but nevertheless it did. You know, I came back into the pit here. We had a steering problem. We started ripping the cylinders apart. That wasn't it. We came back to the pump and found it. And it's so far along now that it's too late for us to even try to qualify, so we're going to be out tonight. We'll come back again next week and be stronger than ever.
In the King Crunch computerized state-of-the-art GMC from Woodland, Texas.
John Stevens picked up some good sponsors this year. He's looking to have a real good run. Nose is over, has to pull it in. He's going to definitely be tough in 90.
Real rough ride for the cowboy out of Texas. Let's look at it again, Army, see if you spot anything.
Watch how the front end noses in, right about here. Okay, and pulls it in. Now you got to throttle. You can't hit the brake. You hit the brake, you're going over. You got to drive out of trouble in this sport.
This time around on the crunch of the week, Bob Breen's Mad Dog. Watch this. A broken transfer case will knock him out. You can see the sparks flying. And boy, Mad Dog got crunched. One more time, Army. You can see Mad Dog is getting a little wild in Memphis.
What's happening there? Hitting the throttle when they're in the air. So when they come down and make contact with the ground, it just tightens everything up like a rubber band snapping. Bam, and let go. About a $2,000 pop right there. That shows you how tough qualifying is on this TNT circuit.
Bob Breen's Mad Dog, not happy about it, but this week he's the crunch of the week. Awesome Kong against Ken Depp and Whiskey Business.
Whiskey Business, new truck, taking on an old pro. Wow, look at this. Awesome Kong is back and well in Memphis, Tennessee.
It looked like Steve Kane was going to become an astronaut as he soars in Memphis.
Boy, the old attack syndrome from East Texas Monster Truck guys is definitely alive at this event. He's glad to be back. We're glad to have him.
Boy, Wilkie, Everjasper, the whole crew was absolutely thrilled. Almost a sigh of relief that they finally got back in victory lane.
Well, those guys have been under a whole lot of pressure. Speaking of pressure, finished number 2 in the world last year on the far side of the Yellow Carolina Crusher, Gary Porter.
The Clydesdale and Bennett Clark, but a good race. Great rivalry between these two in 1989. Clydesdale upset Crusher a few times, but this time Crusher gets the victory to start off 1990 on Tuff Trax.
You got to keep in mind that Clydesdale has that long wheelbase. He's still trying to figure it out. He's played with it for a year. I don't believe it's taking him the direction he wants to go.
USA won in the semifinals against Thunder Chicken, and Steve Wilkie comes away with the victory.
But you know, the old Thunder Chicken pushed him all the way again, didn't it?
The other semifinal, Outlaw and Nightlife, give it to Dave Wysorek. Another appearance in a Monster Smash for the Nightlife, but this one goes to USA 1 and Steve Wilkie's first event victory.
You know, it took place in front of his own home crowd. Yeah, it's amazing to listen to Scott. We get ready for the next run, how excited he gets. Boy, he's pumped up, isn't he? Speaking of pumped up, Ford, Chevrolet, Outlaw, Wild Hair, Memphis, Tennessee, green light, here we go.
All right, what a run, and you can write it down. The victory goes to Wild Hair by a hair. We're going to watch it again. You cannot get any closer. Marvin Smith and Wild Hair gets the victory. He knocked off the Ford by a hair. Let's make that a Wild Hair. Bigfoot is back and going after the World Championship. Who does he meet in the quarterfinals? Memphis, Steve Kane, and Awesome Kong.
Scott Douglas, grab your honey and hold on tight. The bad boys are in Memphis tonight. Who's it going to be? Watch the light go green. Oh, can you believe this?
Look at Bigfoot. He blew Awesome Kong away in Memphis, Tennessee. Well, Ford fans, Andy Brass and the Bigfoot really laid it on him here to start it off. He knocked Awesome Kong off. Here's a Chevrolet confrontation. USA won in the Carolina Crusher.
Boy, that was a good run. Yeah, good run, but the Crusher pulled it off. Steve Wilkie is coming along in this truck. You got to give credit where credit's due.
Scott Stevens communicating with Kevin Ford, his crew chief, as you're hearing it. The racing radios of Georgia coming through loud and clear. And boy, you can see it on the replay. A great run for Scott Stevens as he gets the victory. Army's over with Scott right now.
Scott, the question of the night, is there anything anybody can do to beat that blue Ford?
That's going to be a Bigfoot year, Army.
You really think it will? I mean, this is just the first time everybody's been together. You're conceding?
Yeah, the year's over as far as the champion. That truck's brand new, and he's dominating by a second. You know, there's nothing, because everybody else, you know, we're out here racing every weekend, and we're not going to be able to get our trucks together, you know, to build a new truck this year. So as far as I'm concerned, I think it's over with unless they crash the truck.
And we're about to see him in action. The Bigfoot Ford, the Carolina Crusher Chevrolet, Andy Brass, St. Louis, Missouri, and Bigfoot, Gary Porter, Wadesboro, North Carolina, in the Crusher.
All you Bigfoot fans, I want you to notice something about your truck. Look at the yellow and the red stripes. That's the indication it is a Bigfoot racing truck. It's different than the other Bigfoot. This was built specifically for racing. Let's see how good it is. It is awfully good, Scott.
Oh, my! Andy Brass lays down a shot and puts Crusher away impressively.
Be careful.
two guys. Let's see who's going to have the first win of 1990. The drama comes up. We're looking for a green light. Oh, hold shot by the Ford. Oh, Scott Anderson comes back, but believe me, that Ford's going to make him remember that hole shot before the night's over.
Nonetheless, with John Breen driving, but Bob's now driving the Mad Dog. Here he goes against Trimmer.
Going to be New York Chevrolet going against the Missouri Chevrolet. New York's going to take the win. Both of those drivers are good, aren't they, Scott?
Buffalo Trimmer, John Kwasniewski, the GMC out of Woodland, Texas, with Scott Stevens against the Wild Hair Chevrolet and Marvin Smith. We're going to listen to Scott Stevens' radio communication.
Yeah, I know. What seems to be a problem out there, Kevin? Nothing right now. Marvin screwed us up just a little bit on, lining up. We usually pull about right where he's at and then back over the hill, and he made it a little difficult, but we'll make it. You say that screwed you up. How did it screw you up? Are you going to get heat in the engine or what? Well, that plus, see, we don't have rear steering on our rear steering axle. It's all blocked off right now for these straight line courses, and we don't have a whole lot of turning radius with this long wheelbase truck. Now, let me talk to you for a minute, Scott. Everything looking good? You got good heat? Everything going in the left lane?
Yeah, this is the lane I like, and the motor's right where I want it, so if we get a good light, we're going to be here at the finish line. Big Marvin's playing like King Crunch and taking his time.
You go ahead and stage. Don't underestimate him.
Got good run, but we received word you got a little bit of damage to the left front of the truck. What is it?
We just broke a shock, Army, and it's not going to hurt nothing on this little short track.
The communication you're having with us during the run, I want to thank you for that. Does that distract you at all?
No, it really kind of helps me, especially when he's playing like King Crunch and coming in real slow, and I don't have to think about Marvin. Our stuff's working real good tonight. When I can talk to you and Crash, it kind of gets me out of the racing, and when I have to quit talking and I get back and ready to race, and it kind of stays real slow, and get my mind off of him and onto something else, and now we're just ready for the next round.
And we'll see you in that next round.
Thank you.
I'm Scott Douglas, again with Army Armstrong and Kris Chapman in Memphis, Tennessee. As you see Steve Kane and Awesome Kong, the opponent Ken Deppy in Whiskey Business, Kong out of Texas, Whiskey Business out of Missouri.
Ken Deppy's new on the circuit. A month ago, he was still in the military. Now he's over driving the George Dickel Whiskey Business vehicle for the World Championship. He could be definitely a newcomer in the sport. Keep an eye on him. But look who he goes up against, that one tough Texan. Whoa, looky here.
Awesome Kong gets the victory. Steve Kane wins it rather convincingly over Whiskey Business. Bennett Clark behind the wheel of the Clydesdale Chevrolet out of Canton, Georgia, Powder Springs, Georgia area against Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher from Wadesboro, North Carolina.
Well, Porter lines up in the lane that he wants to. He had quicker qualifying time. That'll give him lane choice. However, Bennett Clark is one of these guys who's waiting for him to blossom, and it could be on this run. Clark can definitely lay one down for him, but he doesn't do it consistently. Crusher knows it. He knows he can't cut him any slack. Let's see what's going to happen. Clark got a good line on him. Let me see it. Oh, barely. The Crusher barely came back on him, Scott.
It was a good start by Bennett Clark, but Gary Porter gets the victory in the Carolina Crusher against the Equalizer Chevrolet, the defending world champions, David Morris and Jerry Cook's truck out of Springfield, Tennessee.
God, I told you last year, if there's such thing as bad luck in the draw, old Dave Wysoric always seems to wind up drawing one of the bad boys in the first round. Now, this is a strong truck, but he's constantly drawing somebody that's really tough and quick qualifying. Memphis is no exception. Look at this.
Boy, does the Equalizer look good. Coming off that big win a week ago, right here on Tuff Trax, David Morris lays down a shot. Bigfoot and Gravedigger.
Scott, these have to be the two most popular trucks in the world. Who's going to win in Memphis? Bigfoot. Whoa, look at the Gravedigger.
Wow, he almost took a piece out of the Bigfoot at the end of the run, but Andy Brass gets the victory. Dennis Anderson going all out with the Gravedigger, but a little bit too much Bigfoot at this point. Look at the end of the run. It looks like Anderson was headed right for him. But he gets it stopped before there's a collision between these two at the end of the track in Memphis, Tennessee. Here we go. Scott Stevens, King Crunch, getting ready to battle John Kwasniewski and the Buffalo Tremor side by side in Memphis, Tennessee. The winner will move into the semifinals and the round of 4. We're going to watch the race, and then Army's going to pick up talking to Scott Stevens once again.
Scott, are you okay? Scott, the front suspension is tucked out of the truck. There's no liquids or anything coming out. Looks like you're out of this one, though, babe. So we're all right.
Did you break a leash for it? Yeah, the front came off the right side, and when you landed, everything went up underneath it. Fixable for tomorrow night? I don't think so. Right here. Take a yoke. Sheared off all the bolts into the rear end.
Here's another look at the race, but from inside the cab of King Crunch. As you can see, it was a wild one, but Scott Stevens kept his cool.
Okay, Scott, yeah, are you okay, first of all?
Oh, yeah. I thought it was going to be a bad ride, but, the truck did okay.
But the chassis just separated and it rolled back on you, or what?
Yeah, the front leaf spring just broke, and when it broke, it just let the front end roll out from under the truck.
This mean we're going to be seeing a new King Crunch truck, or what?
Oh, it's not hurt that bad. It, might be running, next week for sure.
You're the guy that said they're going to be building them like sprint cars. You're going to tear them up, put them all right back together. Is that the philosophy you're using on this?
The bad thing about it, we got all our springs just freshened up for Houston in 2 weeks, and they're at home, so we'll have to have them flown up here for the next race, but we'll be all right.
USA 1 and Awesome Kong. Steve Wilkie drives USA 1 out of Minnesota. Steve Kane from deep in the heart of Texas, Killeen, Texas, driving the Awesome Kong machine.
Motors in the back of the red truck, motors in the front of the white truck, both of them equal in horsepower. Red truck from Texas goes that next round.
Awesome Kong and Steve Kane. They pulled him out of here with the front end loader a few minutes ago, but he comes back with a strong win over USA 1. Let's look at it again, Army.
Both trucks came over the first hill. They negotiated the first hill awfully good. But again, nobody's making straight runs. This inline camera
against Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher. Porter really in a position of just trying to hang in there until his new truck is ready.
Okay, now Porter's got a problem that the Equalizer will not have. Equalizer does not have a windshield. Porter does have a windshield. He came from outside where it's cool inside. He may not be able to see as good as the Equalizer truck, and believe me, when you're running at another guy's wall, a 13,000-pound truck, you want to be able to see. Yeah, see the windshield? He can't see out very good at all, Scott.
Here we go. It's Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher, David Morris, and the Equalizer. Watch for the green light.
That was a good monster truck race. I don't know who won it, but it was a good race. Equalizer is the word we get.
David Morris by just about a half a wheel length. So Gary Porter, knowing his truck outdated, is hanging in there, but it's not quite enough to knock off the defending world champion. One more time the win to David Morris and the Equalizer. He'll go to the semifinals. Awesome Kong, Steve Kane out of Killeen, Texas, will try to knock off the defending champion of the world. Here's a guy who does have that TNT World Championship trophy, Equalizer, and David Morris out of Springfield, Tennessee. The winner will meet Bigfoot in the Monster Smash final. Can we get a rematch of last week? We're about to find out if Equalizer can put away Awesome Kong.
Both trucks waiting patiently on the line. Two good drivers, two good trucks. Who's going to the final? Equalizer.
David Morris has put Awesome Kong on the trailer.
Scott, there's your replay.
Undoubtedly the two quickest monster trucks in the world. Bigfoot takes on Equalizer, trying to even the score.
discussion going on.
We're going to take a look at the replay right now. Watch out of the hole. Look how fast Equalizer comes out.
Watch for the light to go green and the front tires to move. He was sitting there. That young man cut a good light, in my opinion. Look at this. Again, green light, and he moves. There's green. Now he moves.
Wow. How close can you get? And the word from the TNT officials is that Equalizer is disqualified for jumping the start. Watch it again.
God, they missed that.
I'm going to tell you, that is close.
Now we've got the luxury of the replay. They didn't. They missed that rascal.
But nobody expects to see Tremor out-qualify Bigfoot right here.
Remember, under 4 seconds, a 382 is your quick time held by the Equalizer. Bigfoot, if nothing else, wants bragging rights. Quick qualifying time will give you lane choice for the whole evening. Oh, beautiful. Look at this. Andy Brass is back in town. What's the time, Scott? It looks quick.
3.79. Bigfoot, your fast qualifier with Andy Brass out of St. Louis, Missouri. Looks like a rocket shot out of there. Wilkie seems to get better each and every week, and you know he gets fired up to run against the digger.
Yeah, he gets psyched up, and he doesn't seem to get better. He really is. This guy is coming in, really trying to get into some big footsteps in front of him. Ron Litzow. Wilkie's a good driver. Look at this. Look at what a run. Nose over. He was going high side and kept his foot right up in the throttle. But USA won into that next round, Scott.
7 cylinders or not, Digger didn't back off. He went full tilt, but not enough to get it done. This may be the best race ever by Steve Wilkie in the USA 1 truck. And when it nosed up, he just stayed on it. It gets him the victory. On the right of your screen, the Mad Dog Chevrolet, Bob Green, Jefferson City, Missouri.
And Scott, Bob Green is going to give us a unique look. You're riding in the Mad Dog right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on. The boy from Missouri is going to take you for a ride in Memphis, Tennessee.
Side by side with the Carolina Crusher. And the win goes to Gary Porter and the Carolina Crusher. Let's take a look at how Bobby Breen saw this race against Crusher from the angle. Now you're in the cockpit with Bob Breen and Mad Dog.
Okay, he goes over to jump. Now he skies it. He's in the air. Bam! What a landing. These guys really take a beating, Scott. They're not up in a point shape where they want to be. Each one of these guys definitely wants to hammer the other guy. Smith on the right, Clydesdale on the left. Both of them Chevrolet, Scott. You take the call.
Marvin Smith out of Missouri and the Wild Hair. Bennett Clark, Georgia faced Clydesdale. The win goes to Marvin Smith and the Wild Hair Chevrolet.
He was lucky to get through that when he had some problems on the starting line I'm not sure he was aware of. You notice the front wheels are turned just a little bit. He came out a little bit crooked as Clydesdale actually beat him to the cars, but Smith aired him out and takes the win.
Clydesdale seemed to die in midair.
Watch how smooth Bigfoot is. Kong has got to attack him on the starting line, Scott. If he's going to put him away, he's got to do it quick. He's got to get the first hop in.
What a great shot from the end zone. You can see how narrow Awesome Kong really is when you look at Bigfoot on one side and Kong on the other. Here we go.
What? Just dominant. Oh!
Hang on, Andy Brass.
Whoa! Andy completely dominant. He took the lead right at the start. Took off. Watch how quick Foot moves.
He blew him away, but then almost blew himself away at first. Watch how close Brass comes to flipping and then barely getting it shut down.
We've already watched Wilkie go through a ritual, psyching himself up in that big white truck on the right side. He really gets pumped up. You better believe in what you're doing. Wilkie lining up in a white truck out of Minnesota, New York, going after him in a red truck. Whoa, what's the spin? God, he is coming within an eighth of high side in that truck and just barely pulls it out.
But he's keeping in the throttle, and that is actually giving him more speed as he's keeping contact. Watch him. Look at the angle. You can see when you got to look at the crowd in back of Wilkie exactly how bad his angle was. Straight up and down, almost nosediving it, but the wheels, the front wheels were pulling him through, and he gets the win.
You got to power out in the Monster. Right now, full throttle is what brings him out. Meanwhile, the Trimmer, boy, he's got his hands full on the far side. The same problem, Scott.
Unbelievable that Johnny K didn't go over that time because he really, watch at the end of the run on the left side of your screen, the Buffalo Trimmer, and how much trouble he starts to get in. Just like Wilkie, he high-sides it, and then a wild bounce at the end, but the Tremor does not go over. However, the suspension may be a little worse for wear as he really got a rough ending to that ride. Tripled outlaw against Crooker.
Yeah, he's tripled, but it's like sitting on 8 little bombs full of gasoline in that outlaw. That driver sitting right on top point. Scott, he was talking about that front end tucking under. That's exactly what happened to Scott Stevens earlier.
Ford versus Chevy, Bigfoot and USA 1.
Bigfoot came out. Whoa, no! He got her shut out. We're standing at the end of the track, Scott, and I tell you, these cameramen are taking you right in the middle of these monster truck races, and it's scary from down here.
USA 1 gives Bigfoot a whale of a push. I'm going to tell you, Steve Wilkie is coming of age as a rivalry, not only between Ford and Chevy, but between the two most successful owners of trucks. Bob Chandler's Bigfoot, Everett Jasmer's USA 1 is renewed here in 1990. 2 years ago, USA 1 beat Bigfoot for the title. Last year, USA 1 was a better truck. This year, Bigfoot seems to have the advantage, but Steve Wilkie's making up some ground.
Technology, you got to pull for the red truck. Just odds-on favorite, you got to pull for the yellow truck. Who's it going to be? Both of them Chevrolet's got their green. Good lead by both trucks, and a bad bounce by the Crushers gives the win to the equalizer.
That was a suspension race, Army Armstrong.
Exactly, Scott.
Indeed, when Carolina Crusher topped that hill, it was the bounce. David Morris was very smooth. Here it is, Army. Now let's watch it. As he comes over, there it is like a trampoline. Sends him straight up. David Morris is in the final, Army. You've got him. Can he beat Bigfoot? It's matchup number 3. Who's it going to be?
Well, I hope it's going to be the equalizer. I'm going to run. This next race is going to be really wild, I can tell you that.
Well, I don't like it right now because Bigfoot's dominating, you know, but I don't know, you know, if I could do the same thing, I'd probably do it too, but I don't think the suspension that he's running is fair to be running with Lee Spring trucks, and the reason I say that right now is because I can't afford his suspension that he's running.
Well, you can bet that very soon guys like Dennis Anderson and Gary Porter will have trucks to challenge Bigfoot and the Equalizer. But I'm going to tell you, Equalizer is not giving anything back to Bigfoot. And as we get ready for the Monsters fans, keep in mind, these two guys have met twice before. And although the score is 1 each, Bigfoot is still not crossed in front of Equalizer. It's time for the Monsters fans. Camera the TNT uses to store its events and to actually time the truck. Let's see what our camera angles show us, Army.
This is an opposite angle on the camera that we just saw, and it's dead, in my opinion, from this side too. Scott, this could be the first ever dead heat in the sport.
Maybe we'll get a better look here as we can kind of get a read for how they hit the last car. The finish line is in the middle of the last car.
I still can't call it. I don't know.
Boy, they are really working the tape. Here's another angle. And as we watch it, Army, you've got both drivers down there with you. Let's see if they've got a feel for it, because nobody knows right now who won this race. Because that's the determining factor right now, is if the TNT camera shows either truck even a hair ahead. And boy, you just can't pick it.
Okay, now both drivers are looking at this. There's brass in the left-hand corner. Neither one of these drivers wants to give the win to the other one. There's a strong possibility, Scott, they may go back and do it again. There's Morris. He can't call it, and he's not going to give it to Brass. Brass, he can't call it. He's not going to give it to Morris. I can't believe what's going to happen. The word I'm getting is they might be going back to the line, Scott.
I don't know if we can listen in.
The show must go on. That's right.
What are we going to do, guys? We're going to run it over, ladies and gentlemen. You hear tracking after Butch Krieger, letting the folks in Memphis know that they are going to race again. Unheard of in this sport.
Now, Scott, this decision was made by the drivers. The drivers got together. You talk about pride. These old boys, old Southern-style pride here.
That machine doesn't lie.
Neither one will admit that he's going to give a win to the other one, Scott. Never before. We're going to see some history right now.
You know, the drivers in the discussion, from what I was getting out of it, Army, was that any time somebody brought up a suggestion of dead heat splitting points, neither camp was willing to accept that.
No, neither. Right now, Bigfoot's outside. Remember Andy Brass earlier in the interview said he was worried about the front suspension? Well, he bent one of those rods. Bob Chandler himself, Mr. Bigfoot, he's here. This is how important this win is. One of these trucks
right in the middle. When it goes green, it's showtime. The Monster Smash takes 2.
Chevrolet going against Ford. Look for the green light.
I don't know. Very close again, Army. Bigfoot and Equalizer have once again gone neck and neck, start to finish. We'll watch the replay, and maybe we can listen to track announcer Butch Krieger, because we're not getting an indication as to who actually won this race.
You know, the replay keeps showing. You talk about evenly matched, Scott. Look at this. And the trucks are not doing the same thing. They each work good in their own way.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Let's give these drivers a real big round of applause. All right, Butch is getting applause for both of them right now. Butch will be the first one to hear the result. Let's see if we can hear this call. Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Bigfoot by 7.
How about it, Scott? Bigfoot for the first time.
He's coming over to see you, Army, and it's the happy Andy Bragg.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an all-American story right here. The man with the dream is on my right, Bob Chandler. The man that took the dream to the winner's circle today, Andy Brass. And Andy, it just did not come easy in Memphis, did it?
No, it wasn't. You know, we would have to run a dead heat there with him and then turn around running again. We knew we just had to push it, maybe pull the light a little bit.
He's tough.
Yes, he is. Dave's been running good all night. We've been watching his times. We was pulling 379. I don't know. Maybe we was sleeping a little bit or something, because we went down to a 382. We backed up a little bit.
Well, congratulations to you. And Bob Chandler, what can I say? You had the dream. You made it come true. And you told me earlier, this is just a taste of what monster truck racing is coming to. It's going to get bigger and better as the years go along, right?
I'm sure it is. Yeah, there's a lot of other guys building trucks like this, and suspension is the answer. Dave Morris runs suspension. Now, his truck is lighter. That's one of the reasons he got the advantage here today. But it's going to get better and better. It's going to be neat racing.
In the other semifinal, Pablo Cruz and toughen up to take on Scott Stevens and King Crunch.
Phoenix, Arizona on the far side. Houston, Texas on the near side. Texas takes that big win in Tallahassee.
So, King Crunch moves into the Monster Smash final against the Equalizer. Scott Stevens and David Morris, the finals in Tallahassee, the first week of competition down in the Sunshine State. Doesn't get much closer than that, but Equalizer recorded the victory nonetheless. All right, the second time around in Tallahassee, Gravedigger and King Crunch in the semifinals. Let's watch Dennis Anderson and Scott Stevens go toe-to-toe.
Keep in mind, Scott Stevens is really racking up these points by getting in the finals 2 weeks in a row.
And getting the victory over Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger. Carolina Crusher comes out to face Equalizer in the other semifinal. Once again, it's David Morris. Monster Smash final. Once again, second week in a row at Tallahassee. Equalizer and King Crunch. And Equalizer gets him again. Army Crunch of the week. No problem. John Moore out of Lafayette, Tennessee. He's going to join the TNT Clip Club.
You talked earlier about tagging the brakes. This is what happens when you tap it.
Wow.
On your head.
Man, oh man, oh man. John Moore, and no problem, almost landed in the seats at Tallahassee. Wow.
You know, John was actually sitting in the truck with a big smile on his face. He said, "It's something you always think about. Now I've lived through it." There he is, and the people in Tallahassee love him. As once again, you explained earlier in the show about how important it is not to touch your brakes. He had no hope. He had to go for the brakes, hope the bounce would be there. It all started right here when he got so much air. The front end went down. He's in trouble right now. The rear end touches. You've got to go for the brake at this point, and barely stays away from that wall, Scott.
Boy, and he almost again ended up in the seats. What a wild ride for John Moore, and no problem, the big Ford Bronco.
See Superstar Monster Trucks in their biggest race of the year. And Bigfoot wants Chevy's best. Bad.
We got beat last year,
It's Chevrolet by a car length.
but not by much.
And it's Awesome Kong. Mark Brandt, the rookie, wins it. An incredible victory over the longtime champion, Bigfoot.
But it's a new year, and second, it's for the other guys.
Can Bigfoot get revenge? Find out this Friday and Saturday, 8 p.m. in the Astrodome.
They are the big boys on the block, crowd pleasers wherever they go. They are the Monster Trucks, and we have them right here for you today at the Houston Astrodome.
And this is a most challenging course for these 1,000-horsepower vehicles in an indoor arena.
Carolina Crusher in close. Take a look at the Crusher as he makes his first pass over those crushed cars. Now the Crusher and Mad Dog are even on the far turn. This is a good run. Crusher in the near line. Mad Dog has an advantage coming to the cars. The Crusher, though, comes across the line first. But Mad Dog can't get stopped, and he tags one of the grooming tractors.
And does some substantial damage to the tractor and got the attention of the operator, we might add. And I think, Paul, here we can see why Mad Dog could not get it stopped. They broke a front differential. There's parts and pieces laying everywhere. But again, no injury to the man on that tractor.
We take a look at this run one more time. Look at the Crusher. Look how high they get up in the air, come down, crush even more of those cars that are lined up as an obstacle. Now here in the second view, this is as they're coming back. And you can see at this point, the Mad Dog had an advantage, but the Crusher got a better launch. Went a little further and a little faster.
Indeed, and won it by just a matter of a couple of feet. That turn down at the far end of the course, Paul, I think we'll see as the evening goes on. The driver that can best negotiate that hairpin is going to be the winner here tonight when it's all said and done.
Well, the two of them got together. Let's take a look at this replay angle, because there was Mad Dog coming over to the right while the Crusher tried to roll over to the left. They tagged the rear wheels there, and that may have been the impact that sent the Mad Dog on into the tractor. In the center of the action, in the tractor pull, the Chevrolet of Clydesdale. That will be on the far side, facing the equalizer here in the near lane.
Well, Bennett Clark, the far lane, full of confidence, gave our cameraman the thumbs up sign, and it's another beautiful start and great race. Remember, these are four-wheel steering vehicles. How you use the rear wheel steer determines how well you get through that corner, and again, they both do it perfectly.
Well, Bennett Clark is a master, though. He makes up a little distance coming around the corner, but still it is Equalizer that gets to the line first, beating the Clydesdale.
Oh, this is the most competitive monster truck action we have ever seen. And earlier in round number one, watch Bigfoot on the far side of your screen, and you'll see why you don't see him in round number two.
Bigfoot lined up and ready to go. Now, the rules say that you have to stay in your lane. You can see that Bigfoot got a great start. Was coming around the corner. Now, keep an eye on the Bigfoot. Took a pretty wide swing against Nightlife 2. And then on this jump, whoa, got way out of his lane and then slammed that right front into the ground and flatted it. But the minute he went out of his lane, he was disqualified.
Oh, absolutely. And I think what happened is Andy Brandt got a little bit behind and thought, uh-oh.
And in the near lane, I always love to see this machine, the Gravedigger.
Even more than the machine, I love to see the way Dennis Anderson drives. It's almost like he's got his eyes closed sometimes. It's just in total abandon. Scott Stevens of King Crunch knows that. He'll be looking out his peripheral vision to make sure Gravedigger doesn't bounce in his lane. I mean, he really stays with the Gravedigger driver, Dennis Anderson.
King Crunch, Texan Scott Stevens at the wheel, gets a little better start. Here comes the Gravedigger, and the Gravedigger up out of his lane. That's a disqualification right there. That's too bad. What a pretty machine.
Well, I hope I didn't jinx him, Paul. I didn't mean for that to happen. Gravedigger is one incredible machine to watch, and we'll miss seeing him in future competition. But I'll tell you what, that is a disqualification for sure. We don't even have to check with TNT on that.
Well, the red flags were flying, but nice of the Gravedigger. Gave it a little run anyway, something for the fans.
As the competition becomes more equal, the start becomes more important. We have seen two races so far tonight where the start paid off at the finish with a victory. Carolina Crusher dropping it down in gear. They use automatic transmissions in these trucks. At one time, they were fairly simple to drive. You kind of took off in a straight line and crushed some cars, and the promoter gave you some money, and you went to the next place. You got to be a real race truck driver now to get the job done.
Equalizer got a great start there. The Crusher drifted out toward the line, but he got it under control. The rear wheel steer, so important on this tight course here at the Astrodome. Crusher now begins to pull away. Something went wrong, I think, on the equalizer. The Crusher takes the win and goes to the final.
Well, the equalizer, Paul, has been disqualified at the turn.
They're both watching for the start. Now the Crunch comes forward, stages into position, and we are ready to go.
As badly abused as this track has become during the evening, it's going to take good sense of the drivers to get the right lift, the right launch off the jump. A beautiful start by both drivers.
Yeah, but the Crusher almost goes over on the nose at the first jump, but it sure gave him the impetus to get around to that corner. But look at here, as the Crunch picks up the lead, the Crusher with one big jump trying to catch him. But the Crunch comes across the line first. King Crunch with the victory here in the Houston Astrodome. Well, we can take a look at the corner here on this replay. Scott Stevens on the left turned early, virtually eliminated the jump at the far end, and they've decided as a result of that he's disqualified.
TNT roars into Houston as Chevy First Team presents the Circle K Super Nationals, sponsored by Brahma, February 9th and 10th at the Astrodome. See 4 powerful classes of pulling on 2 big tracks, plus superstar monster trucks in side-by-side track racing with the Grave Digger, Awesome Kong, and the all-new Bigfoot. Also, see a world spectacular laser light show. 1 free trial with each paid-adult ticket Friday only. Good seats available at Ticketron and Astrodome box office.
And I can tell you, Andy Brass knows that. I don't think it's a personal thing. Bigfoot has a big reputation. The more you can beat it, the more your reputation grows.
Interesting matchup here in round number 2. 2 of the top powers in the sport of monster truck racing. And Bigfoot lays the power over 1,000 horsepower and gets a head start over Awesome Kong. But Awesome Kong comes back with some speed. They come to the turn. Bigfoot nearly gets upside down and stops on the jump as Awesome Kong now is heading home and going to pick up the win.
I think Andy Brass knew he had cut that too tight. It might be disqualified, so he backed it up and flies it to the line in legal fashion. But the loser, apparently.
Well, Andy, you're out of it at the Astrodome tonight, but you still think you might have won that race?
Yeah, it was. You know, it was a controversial race. They said both of us were disqualified, but down at the end down there, I seen I was going to hit the cone, so I had to back up, try to make a legal run. It's just something that we've been taught that, you know, there's always a chance the other guy making a DQ too, so you got to back up and just make a legal one.
Well, the fans sure love you here in the Astrodome, and I know that's a tough break for you and a tough one for the crowd.
Yes, it is a tough break. You know, like I said, I'd like to try to take it all tonight, you know, and I'd like the fans to see me do it with the new truck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Pat, maybe the jury isn't quite in yet on that. There's still some discussion going on among the officials. I'll tell you anymore, there are no ugly trucks in this business. The Equalizer out of Tennessee, King Crunch out of the state of Texas. Who got the advantage? It's over on the far side. The Equalizer.
Big bounce out of the King Crunch, and that slows him down coming into the corner. He's got to be real careful climbing that hill. Equalizer has a good lead now as he goes to the final run over the cars, and Equalizer takes the win.
What a beautiful turn at the far end by David Morris of Springfield, Tennessee. His trademark is real smooth, Paul. Not long air jumps, but keeping it down low, trying to keep the wheels driving and hanging out the window like that so he can see where he's going.
As with any form of motorsport, smoothness is it. They start Clydesdale, sprays a little vapor as they get started, but Clydesdale gets the whole shot. And look at Wazurek hang out of the window to try to figure out where he's going as Clydesdale already is into the turn and heading back. So Bennett Clark takes the lead here. And take a look at that jump of Clydesdale. Clydesdale comes across the line and picks up the win. Bennett Clark.
Boy, when that truck started to crab like that, Paul, there was a problem, all right, but it wasn't John's. Watch the truck on the left-hand side of your screen. Not only did he not make the turn, he darn near knocked down the Astrodome. Crunch. There was no injury to the driver or any spectators, anything like that, but a whole heck of a lot of injury to whiskey business. Bigfoot versus Clydesdale. Bigfoot was disqualified, you say. After another look, and I think you'll agree with the decision, Awesome Kong, we know, hit that center cone. That was a clear-cut decision. You'll see it in just a second. If you watch on the left, Bigfoot said, oops, I could foul here, stopped, backed up, and legally completed the course. That's the ruling. Bigfoot is back into the semis. Got it?
Will be the Clydesdale. sitting there with Bennett Clark on board in the near lane. Bigfoot and Clydesdale. This should be a whale of a matchup.
And an even start, Paul. An experienced engine for his driving would have to go to Bennett Clark, but look at Andy Brasco in the foot. And he made his turn a little bit later than on the run that almost disqualified him. And, oh, Bigfoot 7 has to correct. The new suspension might have been helpful there. It is Bigfoot over a charging Clydesdale.
Clydesdale tried to play catch-up to Bigfoot. Almost got it done.
Well, you know, Paul, you may have noticed not only to drive Bigfoot do you have to be brave and clever, you have to be a contortionist to get in and out of that thing. Look at that.
I'll tell you.
Pulled up like a suitcase.
Equalizer far side. Tremor over here on the near side. Both trucks are ready. Revs come up. There they go. Equalizer got a little quicker jump. And it paid off on the first straightaway as Equalizer gets to the corner first. Here he comes. Here comes Tremor around, cutting the corner a little bit quicker, but it's still Equalizer. Equalizer running the second set of cars. Equalizer comes across there. I think something's wrong on Tremor as Equalizer takes the win.
And, Paul, the disqualification flag is up one more time, but it really doesn't have any bearing on the outcome of the race because it was Buffalo Tremor in the near lane who was disqualified. But, you know, on the down leg of the course, Equalizer looked like maybe he broke the front suspension. Oh, absolutely. It is trash. And there is where Buffalo Tremor committed his unpardonable sin of knocking that cone over. And I'm surprised that Equalizer continued to run. Of course, he didn't know the other truck was disqualified, but he knew the suspension was bad, and he did this. Ugh. That is bone-jarring to truck and driver. And me, for that matter. That hurt just watching it.
Got my teeth hurting there. I'll tell you, there appears to be some serious damage there to the Equalizer. They're going to have their work cut out for them if they're going to be ready for the final round. Let's go down. Pat is with Dave Morris.
Well, David, it looks like you've broken a rear wheel off now. That's going to be tough to get back in here.
We won't be back tonight. Unfortunately, we broke a spindle on the left rear tire, and there's no way we can come back.
What a tough break. You were going to the finals with Bigfoot tonight, and now to have this happen, I know it's awfully disheartening to you.
Yeah, it's really bad because each and every run tonight here, I've been getting better on my turn down there, and I was really getting ready to put Bigfoot away in the finals.
It's tough to see it. We're glad you're here.
Thanks.
Well, when David starts looking that truck over, he may find more than just a broken rear spindle. It hit so hard, David, I would check the setting in your high school ring. It may be on the floorboard somewhere. Anytime Bigfoot is involved, Paul, well, it gets everybody's attention. The truck is just such a legend. It's the foundation of this sport. And look at Andy Brasco. He has got Bennett Clark and Clydesdale off the line, and I have to believe the new suspension on that truck is making it possible for Andy to do things like he just did. Make a smooth, attractive turn.
Oh, but what a turn for Bennett Clark as he's trying to catch the Bigfoot, but not on the last jump. It didn't work for him. Bennett Clark comes in second. The winner, Andy Brass in the Bigfoot.
This may be our most interesting replay in monster truck competition. There you can see how ably Bennett Clark uses the four-wheel steering capability of that Clydesdale truck. Now watch Bigfoot over the far side. Up the jump. He never even touches the cars. Incredible.
I'll tell you what, though, Bennett Clark made that corner like he was driving a Ferrari. Still, that superior suspension of the Bigfoot made the difference here in the Astrodome.
The Monsters are roaring into Roanoke as Chevrolet presents the Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Coming February 16th, 17th, and 18th to Roanoke Civic Center. These are the stars from ESPN, TNN, and Tuff Trax. See awesome Gravedigger and 1990 World Champion Equalizer. Plus see a World Spectacular Laser Light Show and a special appearance by Dukes of Hazzard star Tom Wopat. And get ready for Beastron, the futuristic Transformer. Save over 20% by getting tickets now at the box office and Tickets Run outlets.
Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger.
Thanks, Chris. As you talked about, we may be without Bigfoot, but you can tell in the driver introduction, Gravedigger, they love him to death in Roanoke, Virginia.
Mike, you're not going to get those valuable points like you thought you were tonight.
No, I at least wanted to go back and just get one or two if I can. The last run, what it done, we went ahead and jerked the pan off real quick. The piston's sitting in the bottom of the pan. Number 6 piston is down there. So my boss knows a couple old tricks. What we're going to do is pull the rod and the piston, block the cylinder off, and run it as a 7-cylinder motor. and try to come back for next week, just to qualify if we can't find another motor.
Every time Wilkie takes to the track, he looks better and better. He's taking on a rookie, Ken Duffy in Whiskey Business.
Ken's a new to driver, like you say, to the sport. Wilkie, you know, what can you say about this guy? I believed in him all along. He's got some tough shoes to fill, but look at this.
Uh-oh, look out. He still won, Army, but he looked like he completely locked it up.
Now, Scott, what happened? The word we get, he did lock it up. The transmission is what locked up. I don't believe we're going to see this guy in the next round.
Well, Army, you're going to be the man that finds out. Wilkie's out of the truck, and Army's over to talk with a dejected USA 1 driver.
Biggest question in Roanoke, Virginia. Will you be able to come back in the True Value Chevrolet in the next round?
Army, that's the hardest question you've ever asked me.
His opponent out of the state of Texas, Steve Kane and Awesome Kong.
What you're going to be looking at here is going to be the battle of horsepower. Awesome Kong teamed up with Jerry James. Do you see the name on the back of the truck? He's making plenty of horsepower. And the Hardy boys are making a horsepower for the Clydesdale.
Awesome Kong just by a bit. They really do get fired up, and I mean guys who haven't got the notoriety of the Gravedigger, they really look forward to running him head-to-head.
Kind of like the old days in the gunfighter. You want to make a name for yourself, you just got to bump off one guy. He's the guy on top. In this case, Anderson and that great, look at here. Look at him, all kind of problems down here on this end.
He blew another tire. He blew another tire. It's the second time tonight he's blown a tire.
The bounce on the end of the track is giving him all kinds of problems. That could cause an accident later tonight. Let's keep an eye now. Watch the bounce. Set down right now. Now he's in trouble. Big bounce. Blew the tire. You know, if he had not blown that tire out, he would have gone over, Scott.
He blew the back right tire. I think on this angle, Army, we'll get a better look at it. Watch for a puff of, well, air, actually, but you'll see it explode out of there. There it is.
If he hadn't blown the tire, he would have gone over it and let the truck settle enough to keep it upright.
Dennis, what happened out there?
I don't know, it was a pretty wild ride, you know, right there at the end. I came down a nosedive. Truck got crossed up a little bit, and I hit pretty hard on the right rear wheel and knocked it off the rim, so got to get the tire back on the rim for the next round.
Didn't be any problems doing that?
I don't think so.
Dennis Anderson says the digger's coming back. Watch, see how high that back wheel is, and it comes down and just explodes that tire.
Scott, how would you like to have been this kid's driver education teacher in high school?
Boy, there's a question of the week. Hey, look at the help he's getting out there. Johnny K, John Kwasniewski, and Bennett Clark.
Watch how they put
They put ether around it, right, Arm?
And they exploded onto the rim. They do. We don't. We're standing way, way back with a long lens on this camera.
Now, the point is to kind of get it to mold or melt to the rim, right?
Yeah, but what it also does is it actually explodes the tire onto the outer rim.
And then they'll fill it with air once they get it to do that.
And that seals it right there. You can see it starting to seal up.
All right, Gravedigger will be coming back. The tire's not going to cause him problems. He'll be ready to go again in just a little bit.
Both of these guys have been here before.
Watch for that green light. It'll be showtime when it hits.
The suspension's going to win it, Scott. Both sides roll over the first hill. Oh, look at the air.
Equalizer gets the win.
The right lane is going to give us problems before the night's over, Scott. It's spooky over there.
David Morris in the equalizer getting the victory one more time. Right at you. Morris gets the win. Look at the kick he got off the car. Wow.
Yeah, when he said he's back strong, that could be the understatement of the night. But neither one of these guys are going to be an understatement. Both of them rough and ready, trying to see who's going to go in the next round, Scott.
The big red truck, the Buffalo Tremor out of New York. The white and black truck, that's Whiskey Business. Ken Duffy, Jefferson City, Missouri. A good start for Whiskey Business.
Boy, Duffy had a whole shot on him. Look at this. Good race, but New North takes the win.
Give the victory to Johnny K, John Kwasniewski, and the Buffalo Tremor. We'll watch it on the replay. Duffy almost won it with a great hole shot, but Buffalo pulls it out.
This kid out of Texas, he really amazes me. He does not get excited at all. He's kind of a calm, cool, collected driver that you expect to be in one of these monster trucks. No emotion whatsoever. He's got one job to do. That's to drive that skinny red truck.
Skinny red truck, put very well. Here's Awesome Kong with Clydesdale.
Same scenario, first round. Boy, they're taking some really weird, they're taking dangerously weird bounces on this track, Scott.
Awesome Kong, like Gravedigger's been doing, really holding those front wheels to the cars. You see? It's almost like a two-wheel drive for him because he's running off those two front wheels, and that's it.
I really believe in this kid.
North Carolina battle
opened the show by saying he was popular here. Hey, this guy is popular everywhere. When those 2 red lights come in, you know he's 100%. But Scott, I'm looking down the throat and I only see 1 red light. He may have some kind of problem.
Awesome car. We'll try to knock him off right here. Digger wins it. Oh, he exploded another tire. The tire exploded on him.
The same bounce out of the same lane. In the final, who's going to have to go into that lane? I would want nothing to do with the right lane.
And equalizer is fast. Qualifier will have lane choice. Look at the tire just explode. Army will watch it again, but there's no doubt he takes that funny bounce and all the weight comes down on that one back tire.
And both red lights came on when he left the starting line. I rest my case.
Boom. He wins, but again, is going to have to work feverishly in the pits to try and make it back for the Monster Smash final. You can see how all the weight of that engine came down on one tire instead of settling back on both wheels. Dennis went straight back to the pits, but our reporter Kris Chapman is working away over there quickly. Let's see what's happening in the Dennis Anderson stable.
Championship race.
Dennis, doesn't look like you can keep your tire on the rim here in Roanoke. What's going on?
No, it's just the way that I'm landing. I'm coming down on the nose, and then I hit on the rear and hit sideways. I'm knocking them off the rim, so I guess I'm going to have to put more air pressure in them for the weekend.
So is it your driving you're blaming it on?
I guess you could say that.
A little humor from Dennis Anderson, but now it's not his time when he wants to laugh a bunch. He's going to get ready to go racing in the Monster Smash final. A lot of drivers helping Anderson. Now, that's how popular this truck is. All the guys want to beat him, but if they're not running, they love to watch the wild action of the grave digger, and I know the fans love it as well. We'll see if he can make it back for the Monster Smash in just a minute. Don't you dare go away. Apparently Morris is okay after Grave Digger hit right. It looked like he hit right in the driver's side door.
Yeah, it looked like he almost T-boned him on that run, but Scott, the right lane is where the problem started. Keep an eye on Morris. He's out front. Anderson kicks up now. Anderson starts to kite over to the right side. Morris trying to pull him back into his left. Bam! T-bones him right there. Wow. Both drivers are okay, but a lot of damage to both of those trucks.
One more time. Dennis Anderson's Grave Digger gets way out of shape. You can see he came way over, and I'll tell you, Army, he actually hit the equalizer's tire to absorb the impact, or it really could have been very bad for David Morris.
Well, another thing to help Morris is he gets out, raises his hand. Both right tires blew out when the truck had impact with the ground. Again, that kind of absorbed some of the impact.
Oh, after a great race, I really hate to see that. The fans in Roanoke actually booing David Morris. It's just they like the Digger so much. David put on a great race and has had a great weekend. No doubt about it. Digger's a fan favorite, but this time, David Morris got him. You can see the tire being blown out on the equalizer at the end of the run. Dennis Anderson, man, he got way out of shape, and he's coming over right now. But let's take one more look at this thing. Anderson from this angle. Boy, that's a great shot. Our camera crew all over this thing.
Both tires, Scott, both tires on the right side went away.
Wow, you can just see Dennis Anderson just about turned equalizer over after smashing into it. Let's see what Dennis has to say.
Dennis, when are you going to learn to drive that truck?
I don't know. That was one wild ride. You know, sitting at the line, Army, and all night long I've been building the motor up because the motor's got a stumble in it with those big carburetors I'm running, and I know better. And I sat there at the line, didn't bring the motor up like I wanted to, and it made me look like I was sleeping at the line. So then I just killed it, tried to get, trying to run after him. And that was the first time I'd run that lane all night, too. Really, I should have switched over and tried that lane, but I just got in a real serious nosedive, and the motor went dead on me, and I ran over, and I guess he was coming my way, and I was going his way, too. But anyhow, we locked horns, and this is where we ended up.
This is 1990 Renegade Monster Truck racing, isn't it?
That's right. If you can't beat them, you got to kill them, I guess.
But Army in qualifying. Here's what happened to Wilkie. Watch it and look.
The
about the fact that Wilkie was getting better and better and more aggressive like Litzow. Boy, he has really come full circle now.
Yeah, he's definitely completed the 360-degree loop. He's a good driver. We've never doubted that. The problem seems to be with the center of gravity of that truck. Like I said, that truck has been upside down 9 times with 2 drivers. There's something wrong somewhere. The driver's okay. That's the main thing right now. And you got to remember, that was just qualifying. That's how tough the competition is.
Steve Wilkie now with the helmet off. We're going to look at the replay once again, Army. And I guess let's watch the wheels. That tells the story.
The front end nose over. See the bounce in the rear end? Now look for a brake light. It's on. The brake light indicates the front wheels are locked up. Only one way to go. That's on your head when that happens.
Indeed. The brake light told the story, and USA 1 is on its route. Army, let's bring it right to us this time from the end zone camera.
Yes, back end kick, bounce, noses over, tags the brake a little bit. Now he's in no man's land. He's at the mercy of gravity. Driver's okay. The truck held up. Man, they've got to do some work to get that problem solved.
Army, driver error. You're not supposed to tag the brakes, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is it driver error? The truck rolls over. You know, he was going right at a wall. If he had hit the throttle, I believe he would have been in the wall. I think Wilkie did the only thing he could do.
That's racing, and we're about to find out if it's going to hold together. The equalizer back in action, running against Buffalo Tremor.
Got the weak link's going to be the front suspension, and it goes away. It went away on him.
The entire front end of the truck has collapsed. So obviously, maybe not enough bolts and not enough screws. They did not get it put back together. Watch it again, Army.
The truck took a good bounce, but when he tagged the brakes on the final landing right here, that's when the front end went away on him.
So David Morris has collapsed the equalizer. Army's with it.
David, do you have any idea what happened on that run?
I'm not sure. Gary says I've been landing with the brakes on, but I don't think I have. We got a brake caliper dragging on the back, so we'll just have to get out and see what's happening with it.
Now, this is the same suspension problem, or not the same problem, but you had problems with the suspension last week. Could this be a result of just how tough it is on these suspensions?
No, I think what the problem is, the A-frame underneath is out of just a little bit too light of material, and it folded it up just then.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Army, there may be something to that last comment. I want to talk to you some more as David goes back over and discusses this situation. I got to ask you, Army, though. David mentioned the fact that the light material may have had something to do with it. Everybody talked about running lighter. What do you think?
You know, I just talked to a different David Morris than I've ever talked to before. There's something not right with this team right now. I don't know what it is. Speaking of the light material, you know, you got to build them light, the truck will go faster. That's what it's all about. Now, Gary Cook is trying to get the truck squared away. He's been around this game a long time. I don't think he's going to build it intentionally too light where it's not safe. But you watch this camera angle, you'll see the whole front end completely collapse. Better he than me in that truck.
Army's going to get over right now and talk to Gary Cook about that truck.
Well, we've had an opportunity to talk to the driver also. We just talked to Ray a minute ago. He said you guys are going to try to get this thing back together for next week.
Yeah, we'll be together for next week.
Do you have any idea what caused it to let go like that? You're the guy that designed this, and everybody's looking at it, but it just seemed like the front end collapsed on it. What caused that?
Probably some damage left over from last night that we didn't catch today when him and Gravedigger tied up.
You doing okay? You look like you're about to have a heart attack out here. You're working awful hard.
Well, it's just a lot of disappointment 2 nights in a row.
Maybe the most durable truck on the circuit, Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher.
You know, we've been keeping an eye on Porter. Now, this is last year's truck. Gary Porter has teamed up with Pro Shock Absorbers out of Atlanta, Georgia. And you know those people, Scott, through motorsports. They're chassis experts. They're teaming up with Porter to build a new truck when we go outdoors in 1990. Keep in mind, Pro Shock Absorber, the Carolina Crusher, and Gary Porter, that could be the hot hand when we go outdoors. But right now, he's looking awfully good indoors. Oh.
And again, that equipment stays together for Gary Porter.
Yeah, Scott, he's definitely going to move up. It's ironic. 3 of the top 10 trucks in the country did not get past the first round. We lost 2 in qualifying, 1 of them in first-round competition. So this kid out of Texas is really going to try to pull that Longhorn point lead right back into his grasp. If anybody can do it, it's going to be him. Look at this. Look at this.
Steve Kane gets the win in Awesome Kong over Ken Deppie in Whiskey Business. Awesome Kong out in Killeen, Texas.
Speaking of contending with the #1 Dodge in the country, Scott,
Mopar Magic, Gary Wiggins out of North Carolina. His opponent, the good old boy from Georgia, Bennett Clark, the Clydesdale Chevrolet.
Bennett Clark, yeah. be coming back.
All it is, Army, is two-wheel drive, and that's bad news. Should be good news for the Thunder Chicken.
You know, the Thunder Chicken has phenomenal luck. I keep saying he has phenomenal luck. He goes to that line just like everybody else. It just seems like the carts are always falling in his direction.
Operation of John Kwasniewski, the Buffalo trimmer from the Buffalo, New York area.
Johnny K gets back into this thing via the brake rule, so he's got a lot to prove in this run. The Mad Dog's going to make him work for it. All right, the New Yorker's coming back.
Buffalo trimmer getting the victory. John Kwasniewski with the win.
Now, we talked to Irving earlier about his luck, the fact that he put away the Gravedigger. We talked to the Clydesdale about his superstition being the red helmet. Which power is over going to rule the other, or is it going to come down to who makes the most horsepower with these awesome monster trucks? Good race.
Bennett Clark with the victory. The Clydesdale out of Powder Springs, Georgia, because I think Gary figures he's got the field covered. Everybody else is breaking, and the Crusher keeps on ticking.
Scott, this is almost like looking at a mirror. These two guys ran earlier. They come back with the brake rule. The previous run was the same way with the same result. Look at the air. The Porter's getting with that Carolina Crusher.
Easily winning over Marvin Smith's Wild Hair.
Keeping on the Carolina Crusher, like we told you, he's running an old truck. Oh, he's driving so different than anybody else. He's just flat pulling the trigger on it.
You know, what he's doing, Army, is against the book.
Yeah,
The laws of physics say that you should stay to the car.
Yeah, but he just flies. Watch it right here. He gasses it and just flies. Normally, when you're that high in the air, the guy you're going against a mile an hour and pulling you, it's not working here. He's going to the final. That's what it's all about.
The Carolina Crusher not only is fast, but he's strong and holding together. And on this round of racing in Roanoke, Virginia, it is that durability that, as much as anything, is going to put the Crusher into the monster span.
What we're going to be looking at is the Clydesdale of Bennett Clark. He has to move over to the other lane. The lane choice goes to Awesome Kong of the Texas truck. Let's see who's going to go against Carolina Crusher in the final. Both trucks lead side by side. Good run, Texas.
Awesome Kong getting the victory over Bennett Clark's Clydesdale. So Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher, Steve Kane and Awesome Kong. It's showtime.
Porter takes the win back to North Carolina with a nosedive finish, Scott.
Absolutely different from all his other runs tonight. He was getting all the air. This time, nose to the grindstone, if you will. Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher gets the win over Awesome Kong and Steve Kane.
And both drivers back up, get out to salute the crowd. A super final. Look at them. Both trucks trying same way. The win just goes to North Carolina. Replay comes up again. Watch the nose over right now. They're going after it.
So Gary Porter gets the win. Listen to the crowd.
We understand there's been a major change in the driver's department. Gary Cook, explain what's going on with the Equalizer team.
Well, the driver, I reckon, was unhappy because we broke 2 nights in a row. I don't know, he went home. So Mike Wine broke his truck, so he's going to disqualify the truck today. The truck's damaged too bad to race anyhow, but we're just trying to get it, stay in the point race and try to get it down the track. But it's many parts broke, it's going to be rough.
I don't want to touch on something real touchy here on you, but a lot of people around the country have been following you and David Morris. You're a good team together. Are you telling me this team may have broken up today in Roanoke?
I don't know. He didn't say a word before he left.
You talk about your headline news to start an edition of Tuff Trax. The world champion driver has left the world championship team, at least for today. There is no David Morris around the Equalizer camp. Outlaw can't go, as you heard Gary Cook say, so he has recruited Mike Wine to drive the Equalizer. So that's Mike Wine's logic for going ahead and running for Gary Cook in the Equalizer today. Otherwise, you say, why does he want to help the Equalizer? There you understand it. Hey, he gets a few points for the Equalizer, but he learns a whole bunch.
He gets a few points, he gets a whole lot of pointers on how to build a new monster truck, a truck that is a proven worker. Speaking of working, nothing's working on the starting line tonight, Scott.
Well, not only are there problems for Outlaw and Equalizer, but Marvin Smith has climbed out of the Wild Hair, and he's not going to be able to go. This is just qualifying. Mopar Magic is going to go and make the run by himself. Gary Wiggins out of Williamson, North Carolina. And Wiggins breaks the transmission. So it is a matter of attrition today. Who is going to be around to survive? the Buffalo Tremor Chevrolet.
Well, now Johnny Carthage got to like his odds. He's looking awfully good. A lot of hurt trucks. He's not, and he's going to the next round.
The powerful Buffalo Tremor puts away Bob Fisher. I tell you what, though, Army, you can see she is just having a world of problems fighting that steering wheel, and that's not normal, Army. I got to wonder if there's not something wrong with the steering on the Thunder.
Yeah, I believe there is, Scott. You're going to have to excuse the pun, but she's having to manhandle that truck to get to the starting line.
All right, she's going to get it staged, though. It looks like we're ready to go as Thunder Chicken and Karen Pencil will go into competition. And, you know, a lot of pressure right now in Ken Deppy and Whiskey Business. You know the rookie does not want to lose to the lady on her maiden voyage.
Well, you got two rookies right. Look at Deppy. He comes out with that Whiskey Business looking good. He's going to the next round. Whoa, she's having a little bit of a problem, and Deppy does too. Man, this track is just a killer. Everybody's getting torn up.
And Karen has come to the other side of the track. Let's watch the replay and see what happened here.
Again, the front suspension is the weak link when he lands. Same as the equalizer. Bam, it goes away. What they're doing, they're landing and hitting the brake at the same time, Scott.
Well, Whiskey Business broke the front stabilizer bar, but Thunder Chicken was disqualified for coming all the way over in the other lane. So, you know, it's a situation where we're probably going to see another fast loser picked up. Neither of these trucks will likely be back. Watch her lead. Now, she's DQ'd on this run, Army.
Okay, yeah. Neither truck will be back. The front suspension is broken. When you're disqualified in this sport, you cannot come back as a quick loser. So we lost two trucks out of one run.
Army, appropriately, Kris Chapman has worked her way over to talk with Karen Pencil, and we'll get her feeling after her first run.
I'm with Karen Pencil, who stepped into the Thunder Chicken as the first woman ever to challenge the TNT Monster Truck Challenge circuit. And she challenged it in a very definite way, stepping in with no steering.
Yeah, the steering belt came off and I had no steering at all. I had no way to control it, but I did what I could.
What in the world was going through your mind? Why did you go on and do it? You knew you had no steering.
I thought I could handle it, but I just couldn't steer it at all.
Will we see Karen Pencil back?
Oh, sure. And with steering. Thank you, Kris.
No, she can't come back, but we're going to be seeing a lot of her later in the year. And you know, I believe she can drive that truck. Speaking of driving a truck, two old veterans going after each other right now, Scott.
Bob Breen and the Mad Dog, Bennett Clark and Clyde Sale take the win to Missouri with the Breen Boys Racing toy. It's Bob Breen getting the victory. Yeah, but we don't know how hard he can go, Army. We found out that there's no front drive shaft for the equalizer.
What they say when the green light drops.
I'm going to tell you, despite the fact that he did not have a front drive shaft, the equalizer won it anyway.
What you're looking at are two racers. When they go to that starting line, the light goes green, they are racers. They don't care about anything but winning. And this is amazing, the fact that he takes the win. Not only the first time he's run the truck in competition, but he's running it in two-wheel drive.
And then there's contact at the end of the run.
Crusher's building a new truck. They're getting ready to go outdoors. This can really help the Crusher.
These guys kind of travel together, but does it bother Gary that Dennis has been wild lately and that he ran into equalizer 2 weeks ago right here on this track?
No, like I say, when that green light goes green, you're just racing. You don't worry about anything. You get to the other end as quick as possible.
The victory to Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher. Another big win as he's trying to track Gravedigger down in the point. So this is a very important win for Gary Porter.
And once again, Porter's driving style, he goes to the air. Nobody else is doing it, but it's working for him.
Again, we'll see Mike taking over for David Morris again a little later. It's Buffalo Tremor, Johnny Kwasniewski, head-to-head with Steve Payne and Awesome Paul.
Two bad hombres right here. Whoa, look at the kicker getting down here. This track is really tough on equipment. I don't know why they're landing that way. And that Texas truck is awfully lucky and all in a bounce.
Watch the Buffalo Tremor ride, though. Look at the end of it. Bang, bang, boom.
Same ride that the Gravedigger took 2 weeks ago, Scott.
That was a real horsepower matchup here. You know, you got those two big Hulker engines in there.
Yeah, like I say, you run the two bad hombres right here.
Steve Kane and Awesome Kong, who was in the finals a week ago, moves into the semifinals.
I believe Breen's got a hand up on this Gravedigger.
Bobby Breen out of Missouri. Dennis Anderson out of Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. And the Mad Dog beats the crippled Gravedigger. So Bob Breen getting a huge victory for him in the points chase, and in any way you want to look at it, Digger may be banged up, but anytime you can write on that scorecard, win over the Gravedigger, you talk about something on your resume that counts down the road. But normally, David Morris is the driver. Now it's Mike Wine. Morris, as we documented earlier, has walked away from Gary Cook in the equalizer. And I think Porter's got a definite advantage.
No matter who wins this round of eliminations, the equalizer is going to be the big winner because he's picking up points. And he's running him hard. Now, Gary Porter had to go real hard right there just to stay ahead of Wine, and that was only the second time Mike Wine has driven the truck. They both lead side by side. It's a good run, Scott. But look at the air. Gary Porter is doing something different. I can't figure it out.
Making all that power, and Steve Wilkie just making a lot of magic in the USA 1 truck.
You got to be pulling for Wilkie, but really the odds-on favorite is going to have to go to Cone. Wilkie runs him hard. Cone goes to the final.
Wow, and again, almost an end-of-the-track collision as Kong had to lay it all on the line to barely edge out Steve Wilkie.
That, again, is another good... Boy, it was close, wasn't it, Scott? A good monster truck race. These people in Roanoke are seeing some of the best. We've got the final step for one. Who's going to be the other one? We're going to find out right now.
Well, I can't get over Wilkie. With 10 more feet, he might have beat Kong. He was coming on. Here's Carolina Crusher, the truck that has held together so well and has been able to remain consistent while the others break. He's having some trouble.
Again, he skies it. He goes to the final. Nobody else can do that.
Gary Porter looking for 2 in a row. Awesome Kong trying to get revenge for a loss in the final last week. Gary Porter, Steve Kane, showtime.
Same two trucks side by side. Same result. Oh, he had...
Hold on, Gary Porter.
He's into the straw on the end of the track. He went to the left lane. Boy, he did some heads-up driving there, Scott.
Same thing as a week ago. Once he got over in the left lane, instead of getting a lot of air, he got the nose on the grindstone and powered to
Ladies
win.
and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for both.
What a win. Kong wanted to move Crusher out of his favorite lane, but that might have cost him. I think Porter was even faster in that left-hand lane.
I believe it was too, Scott. You know, Roanoke in 1990 will be remembered as the track that had the weirdest bounces of any place. Look at this.
Look how crooked Awesome Kong came over the line. That's what cost him the race. Otherwise, he'd have won it. Right now, though, your winner is Gary Porter, and he's going to come see Army Armstrong.
Hello, Albuquerque. This is Army Armstrong, voice of America's hottest new motorsports, side-by-side TNT Monster Truck Racing. And for the first time ever, we're going to be in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Tingley Coliseum, Friday and Saturday night, March 30th and 31st. Bigfoot, the all-new Bigfoot, along with the awesome Gravedigger. I'll see you there.
Well, thanks, Scott. We're standing with the big story of 1990, that being the equalizer truck, your defending national champion, and the fact he's making a driver's change. Gary Cook being very blunt about it. What happened to David Morris?
He decided to quit for a while and stay home with his wife. She was pregnant, and well, they're dealed out now, so he was going to stay home with her.
Okay, now you drove the truck after he left it. He left it on a Sunday morning. You just went to a race. You had to take over the driving chores. You've done a good job driving the truck. You're not interested in driving the truck is the word that I get. You've hired another young guy to do the driving. Tell me about your new driver.
Greg Holbrook has come from a quad racing background, and he's new and inexperienced, but I believe he can run with the best with just a little experience.
You do think that this kid's going to be a player for you, can drive this truck, could possibly defend this national champion for you?
Yes, I think so. I drove the truck myself, and I did pretty good with no more experience than I've had, so I feel like with his younger reflexes, he can do even better than I can in the truck.
The Auto Value King Crunch Special hooking up with USA 1. Scott Stevens against Steve Wilkie. Army, this ought to be a doozy.
Well, you know, Stevens runs a Chevrolet, a GMC with a new sponsor on the side. Everybody knows the story about Steve Wilkie coming up being the mechanic on the world champion USA 1, moves into the driver's seat, but you can look at the truck and tell it's been a hard road to hold for the USA 1 truck. Chevrolet in the white truck, GMC blue. That Chevrolet's on nothing but blue right there on that run.
Hang on. Scott Stevens does get the win in a wild run. On the other side, Dave Wysorek in Nightlife Army. He has built a new truck from the ground up. He paints it, he drives it, he does everything.
He is Mr. Privateer in the sport of monster truck racing, and he pulls up next to another truck, Jesse Berger, who's another strong independent. Wysorek showing in this motorsport
forth, the little guy's got a shot at the big guy. He will be going in that next round.
A big risk for the equalizer to go with the young kid. There are a lot of experienced guys out there who either have retired for one reason or another, like Rich Hoosier and Rod Liptow, or Cook could have looked to another team and maybe even tried to steal a driver from another team. Instead, he goes with an untested rookie, Army.
Well, an untested rookie in monster truck racing, but he knows the quad racing experience. He knows the attitude of the kid. He'll make the driver that he wants right here.
And he just beat the Carolina Crusher. Holbrook hits it hard, and he opens with a win over one of the best. Army's going to catch up with the new kid in town.
Greg Holbrook, some people are calling it beginner's luck, son. You look like you were born in that truck. It looked natural to you.
It sure feels good. The truck's set up good, and I'm getting used to it real quick. I really enjoy it.
We talked to Gary earlier about choosing you. One of the reasons he said he chose you is because you used to race ATVs. Now, I remember when you used to run, and you ran at the national level, but an ATV is a little bitty motorcycle. What does an ATV have to teach you about driving a monster truck?
They react the same to the jumps and to the cars, the way you hit them. Everything just feels a lot alike.
All right, I'll tell you, these guys from Tennessee, they're not notorious for talking a whole lot, but golly, they drive the heck out of these trucks. Scott Stevens, he's a good businessman. He hooked up with Auto Value, the nationwide auto parts store. He also has a sponsorship now from Cobra Seats out of the country of England, racing radios out of Georgia. He is maximizing his exposure for his sponsors, and right there proves that it pays dividends.
All right, that feels good.
And they renew the rivalry. Carolina Crusher and Awesome Kong.
Can the Carolina Crusher do it again? We're going to find out. Porter trying to put him away 2 in a row. Yep, he does it.
Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher continues his mastery in 1990. Here we go, Army. I'll tell you, we are definitely putting the word pill in the vocabulary of monster truck fans today.
Well, if you're going to make horsepower, you got to figure the pill out. And speaking of figuring things out, a hole shot. The veteran Wythroyd puts a rookie on the trailer, asleep on the start line. It cost the kid. Guarantee you, he learned a lesson right there. He'll never forget the rest of his monster truck career.
Indeed, you can see that's where he got the win, was out of the hole. Equalizer was still sitting at the line, and Wythroyd had already gone over the hill. A big win for Nightlight. Those will be the semifinals. Scott Stevens doesn't want to have to run him, but he's going to have to here. And Andy Brass and Bigfoot hope to put Stevens away right now.
Scott Douglas is going to be the battle of the blues. One's the Ford, one's the GMC. Close race, but the Ford takes the win.
Auto Value King Crunch hung in there, but the winner is Andy Brass and the Bigfoot Ford as they go absolutely wild in Albuquerque.
Both trucks left the starting line side by side, but right here is where the chassis comes in.
And the winner for Andy Brass and the Bigfoot Ford.
Got something interesting here. You notice Bigfoot, even though they have a bye run, they still run the truck hard. Look at this. He's going right at the wall. Shuts her down. Andy Brass and the Bigfoot boys, 100%ers every time they go to the line.
Kris Chapman's going to talk with Andy about that bye run.
Andy, for that to have been a bye run, it looked awful squirrely.
Yeah, it was. It was a bye run, so we wanted to try something new. And it looked like it might have worked a little bit coming us out of the hole, but it was a little, like you say, a little squirrely there at the end.
What did you try?
Just some stuff.
You're not going to share it with us?
No, I'm not.
Neither one is going to give an inch to the other one, and it is, you can feel the tension. Look at this. Order a good little hole shot and may pay dividends. No, I don't know. I can't tell, Scott.
Tight battle. Now, remember last week, it was Porter losing in the first round, but coming back to make it to the finals, he's going to have to get in on the fast loser rule again this week because Wilkie gets the victory and USA won.
Yeah, but look at a shutout on this race. You talk about some heads-up driving. Porter has to bail out to the left when he hits the finish line. Wilkie knows to straight out the building, pedal to the metal.
His family comes along with him, and they're a neat story. They go up against Auto Value-sponsored King Crunch with Scott Stevens out of Woodlands, Texas.
These guys really do a lot to help each other during the week. However, when they go into the arena, they put on the war paint, and it is a literally battle to go to this next round. No love lost right now. Stevens, hole shot, left lane. Nightlight trying to come back. Oh, Scott, I don't know. Stevens is in trouble. Has to gas it out of the building.
A wild run by Scott Stevens in the Auto Value King Crunch special. Let's watch it again. Nightlife gets the win. King Crunch takes out the pole that lines up the finish line.
The left side of the left lane is collapsing on these fellas. You remember the previous run. Crusher had the same thing happen to him, but right now, full pedal to bring that truck around.
He didn't jump the line.
Nightlight just beat him. Here's the most popular monster truck in the world, but it is one that is just continuing to have problems. Dennis Anderson is just on a terrible streak of luck with the Gravedigger. He is at the line, and Army, he is on the 5-minute clock. They're trying to get the transmission line fixed. It busted on him, started pouring transmission fluid out. He's getting a lot of help, but the question is, can he make it to the line to race Jesse Berge and playing for keeps?
Well, he only has 5 minutes to do that. Berge says patiently on the line. You see Berge in the background. When he went to the starting line, the clock started. Track officials right there. The problem is there's a transmission line that leaked. The crew member's priming the engine. They spinning it over. Yeah, he's going to make it. All right, Albuquerque.
Boy, the roof on Tingley Coliseum just raised about 3 feet and then set back down as the Gravedigger fired it up and the fans go bananas. And I'm going to tell you, I don't think Jesse Berge's real happy, but he's going to have to go ahead and run against the Gravedigger right here. And Berge's got a truck that's broken, so Dennis Anderson should have a pretty easy time if the Digger will run.
Well, we were talking earlier about how super these fans are out here. They all want to see the Gravedigger. They've seen it on TV and everything. This will be the first time they get a chance to watch this rascal go. Not a real attack run, but he'll be back. He does take, oh no, here we got another problem.
Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger.
They're having trouble shutting them down in this building all of a sudden, Scott.
Anderson gets the win over a broken playing for keeps than Jesse Berge.
But first, it's that advertised Ford Showdown. Bigfoot number 8 and Andy Brass from St. Louis. The no-problem Ford Bronco, John Moore out of Lafayette, Tennessee.
Yeah, you're looking at exactly two opposite ends of the spectrum here. Big money sponsor in the blue truck. Bigfoot, Bob Kenner's operation, a class operation. The privateer out of the volunteer state of Tennessee. A husband, his wife, and their daughter. But they're going head-to-head with Bigfoot. They will not get him tonight. Oh, get close to that wall.
Hey, John Moore let it all hang out, just a length short. So John Moore at least thinks Bigfoot can be had, but so far he hasn't been able to do it. USA 1 now out against Nightlight.
Well, a lot of guys think they can beat Bigfoot. They just need about 4 months to build a new truck. It's nothing secret what he has, but they just don't have time to build it and chase these points. Speaking of chasing points, Chevrolet side by side, line of air for Wilkie. Whoa! Yeah, they're both trying to fit through that door.
Fucking Broncos barely got him shut down. I thought USA 1 was going to launch it right through the roof of Tingley Coliseum. Watch the launch.
Big time air show. TNT Air Force right there, Scott.
Nightlife gets the win one more time. Dave Wysoik and that brand new Nightlife Chevrolet putting away the 1988 World Champion. King Crunch, the Auto Value sponsored ride, lining up to take on the World Champion Equalizer Chevrolet and the new driver, the rookie Greg Holbrook. And anything short of an Equalizer Championship here today in Albuquerque will probably put Bigfoot into that #1 spot in the season point. So this is a critical race for the Equalizer, and he did not get off the line well at all.
Boy, not even drilled this kid on the starting line. Well, we're standing at the end of the track, and we're looking for places to run after every race now, Scott.
Auto Value King Crunch gets the win, and that likely will cost Equalizer the World Championship points lead as Equalizer gets hung at the starting line. Scott Stevens is your winner, and he'll be moving in to the round of 4. As you look at it one more time.
Well, the crowd, you know, we keep talking about this crowd. These people are pumped. You can feel the electricity as both of these guys go to the line, waiting for a green light. Texas versus North Carolina. Texas, hold shot.
Well, there's nothing. Digger can't even get off the line. Awesome Kong, a wild run. He didn't know Digger wasn't with him, and Kane let it all hang out. But Gravedigger's mechanical problems continue, and Dennis Anderson is left at the starting line.
We're keeping an eye on 2 people right now. We're watching the Auto Value GMC of Stevens, but also Kevin Ford, his crew chief, is giving him information, and I'm watching Kevin. He's constantly talking to Scott. It's amazing what's going on right now. They definitely are they're going to pull everything they can out of this hand. They go against Bigfoot in the final. They want Bigfoot the worst way, but in order to get to that Ford, they got to get past the Texas Chevrolet. They're going to be there, Scott.
Man, oh man, by inches. It is Scott Stevens. You can see in the cab how excited he is. He knows he got the win. It wasn't by much, but just enough.
Watch the driver reaction when he comes down into this shutoff area. He is pumped up. He's going after the foot.
We're going to look at it from the end zone and watch how close these 2 trucks came to colliding. But the winner, Scott Stevens and King Crunch. This is what it's all about, the Monster Smash Final. We know the auto value King Crunch is not going to run a full shot. He's broken. He's just coming out there for points. So, Army, why is he messing around? Why won't he get to the line?
The same reason you call timeout in a basketball game. You want Andy Brass to think about what he's going to do. He's trying to chill him out. Brass has been around a long time. Let's listen to the conversation.
These two guys just don't like each other is the bottom line here. And that conversation with King Crunch is probably just, let's keep messing with Andy Brass.
Be cool.
Bigfoot's going to hammer it, though. You can be sure of that. The radio conversation you hear is from the King Crunch truck. Bigfoot just going to have one conversation. That's with the throttle, and it's going to be full tilt. All right, now Andy Stage.
Andy Brass, I don't think you're going to rattle this guy. If he'd been born 150 years ago, he'd have been a gunfighter. He's that cool, calm, collected. Stevens will not rattle a Bigfoot driver tonight, I don't believe.
And the Bigfoot 8 really would like to hammer the auto value King Crunch. Stevens has really been complaining about the truck, and Andy Brass and Bigfoot are going to show him something right there. Oh, look out, Andy!
Hey, hello, Albuquerque!
He took nothing off and almost joined him in the front row. Wow-wee, but Andy Brass has done it.
Here it comes, Dallas. 7-Eleven stores present the first ever area appearance of the Renegade TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Brought to you by Brahma and Taco Bell. 2 shows, April 27th and 28th at Texas Stadium. See TV's Untamed Monsters and the Ultimate Drag Race. 3 at a time. Including the awesome Grave Digger and the legendary Bigfoot. Plus, see a spectacular laser light show and the futuristic Transformer Beastron. Rock and roll before the show at the Big Pit Party. Tickets now at Rainbow Ticketmaster and 7-Eleven stores.
Before one monster truck hits this course, the excitement has already gotten underway. That is back behind the scenes. Word is that TNT has banned Bigfoot's revolutionary Bigfoot 8, the brand new truck that has been dominating TNT competitions so far in 1990. Army Armstrong is already on top of that story, and let's go to Army right now.
Well, thanks, Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of monster truck racing. There has been a major rule change take place in this sport. It affects only one truck, the big blue truck of Bob Chandler, your current national points leader. Standing with me is Andy Brass, the gentleman that was driving Bigfoot number 8, the truck that was affected by the rules change. Andy, tell me exactly what it is all about.
Well, the new rule change is that the truck must contain your leaf springs, coil springs, or coilover shocks. Our truck doesn't. Our truck runs a nitrogen-charged shock on a cantilever suspension, which gives the truck a lot of travel. We're roughly running 20 to 24 inches of travel. The truck's been working real good, and it's been proven. I took over the points champion with the truck, and like I say, it works so well that the guys are having a hard time keeping up with us, so now they're banning us from competition until further notice.
Okay, let's get back to that one point. The guys are having problems. The guys you're talking about, the other competitors are racing against you. Their point is this, Andy. They say, look, he came in second one year and didn't come back and race with us. We raced the whole year. These guys, Bigfoot, was touring with another company. They weren't even running with us. If we had had the year they had off, we could have built a good truck too. What's your stance on that?
Well, they could have took a year off, I feel. We run with other promoters and stuff last year. We didn't run the truck as much as what we wanted to with TNT. We did take the time off. We designed us a new truck. And like I say, it was a year off. It was a year designing. The truck was put together. We tested it for 3 months. We brought it out this year, and we proved to them proved to the people that the truck will work. It does work. It's a fast truck. It's a safer truck. The truck flies better. It stops a lot easier. It's a lot easier on the driver. It's a lot better truck. The truck is more technically advanced, and because of that, we're being penalized and thrown out.
Can the old truck be competitive?
Well, I guess we're going to see that tonight, you know. It would be nothing better to please me to come out here with an old truck, still clean their clocks, and then go home.
But it's Bigfoot 4 that we'll see in the qualifying round and then racing a little bit later here in Dallas, Texas. First up, though, four-wheel crazy equalizer and the new Outlaw. First ever side-by-side.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw history. Like Scott said, side by side. But it was an awfully expensive run for one of the trucks. An engine goes away on a truck closest to the camera.
Four-wheel crazy loses the engine, and four-wheel crazy obviously is going to be out of the competition. So a bad break on his first run of the year in TNT competition.
When Doug Spanier pulls this big master disaster out of the truck, he can make life miserable for whoever he's racing against. Look at here, side by side, 3 of them. Here we go. Texas Stadium, 3 big, bad red trucks. I couldn't call the winner, Scott.
Awesome Kong will be the fast qualifier of the 3. He sets the time to beat. Steve Kane, as you look at the Buffalo Tremor truck, Steve came to the top of the screen, and Awesome Kong got down the line first. And right now, Kong has the time. That will be the one they're trying to beat. then there's the new one. Now, this is closest to you when they get ready to run. The brand new truck out of the Mad Dog stable from Missouri. It's the Micro Machines and Kurt Fisher of Green Boys Racing Machine.
Well, John Bream, the innovator of the Green Boys Racing Team, picked Fisher to drive this truck. He's a past world champion in mud racing, but look at here. He's having all kind of problems. Steve Wilkie with USA 1 goes through to take the win. And Scott Stevens from Texas, Auto Value Special, he's having all kind of problems too. The three trucks are not a problem, Scott. These guys have got it all figured out. We're going to see a war before this night's over.
Micro Machine has done a lot of new tricks to this truck. And Army, some of the drivers were saying they really want to see this truck do well.
He's trying to travel. He's trying to get as much mileage out of the truck as he can. That's good one way, but it's bad another way because breakage has really been a major problem for Anderson. A lot of people buy a ticket just to watch this one truck. See what kind of run Anderson's going to make. We're going to find out right now in Big D.
Qualifying between the Digger, Carolina Crusher, and the Wild Hair, the old stopper truck with Marvin Smith. And there, just what we're talking about, Anderson is broke. He's dead at the line.
But look at the run goes on. A Carolina Crusher going real strong. Scott, I've got a problem with something that's happening here. These guys are running right to the end of this building. I cannot believe they're running that hard on this end, but on your end, it looks like the Gravedigger is broken again.
Absolutely. More problems for Dennis Anderson as he goes to look underneath to find out what the problem exactly is.
And the kid goes to the middle of the track, the equalizer, but look at this. Nightlight, Dave Wysork nails him to the wall on the starting line, trying to pull back. No, Wysork puts the kid away in the equalizer.
So, Dave Wysork assures himself of a great seeding for the quarterfinal round. We know the equalizer will be back as well, but Nightlife gets the win. We talked about Doug Spanier a little bit earlier. Spanier is always a sleeper, Army. He's won several TNT events over the years, so he's always a guy that's a contender to be in that Monster Smash final.
Yeah, but look who he's going to be going up against. One of the brand new Ford Camp trucks, the Jersey Outlaw, Mike Wine and Nick Rossi. Dallas is where they chose to unveil this new Ford. So we've got the classic Ford Chevrolet and another Ford on the far side. They're up on the arm. Oh, wheel stand starting out in the middle. Look at that. Faster. Now we got trouble. Look at this, trying to shut it down on the big end.
Whoa.
Barely.
Boy, bucking Bronco action.
This is spooky down here, Scott. This is really spooky. I never thought this would be a problem in this big of a marina.
Doug Spanier, the master of disaster, wins his competition in the second opening round matchup. Watch it right here. You can see him get the nose way up in the air.
Scott, when he left the start line, it was like a drag car. He actually did a wheelie off the start line.
The other side, it's the Auto Value GMC, the King Crunch Special, and Scott Stevens from Woodlands, Texas.
Scott, you know one thing. Neither of these Texans are going to roll over, and I guarantee you Wilkie's going to hold them to the fire. This one run could be worth the price of admission. It's all what's going to happen. Side by side to go over the first jump. Wilkie starts to come out. He's in trouble. Up on the throttle.
Hold on to her, Steve. Get the brakes. He's into the hay bales at the end of the track. But that's what they're there for. They get him stopped. And Steve Wilkie, a wild but victorious ride in USA 1. Another truck breaking from qualification.
Where do we get
three of them out?
Okay, the word we get on the Bigfoot team, they had an electrical problem. The magneto messed up on the truck when it qualified. It made about 5 or 6 big popping sounds. That was an indication the magneto or the timing went away. Let's go back to the starting line. Who's coming out next?
Buffalo Tremor and Toughen Up. And now watch the rest of the night how Equalizer does. He could regain the World Points lead today.
Buffalo Tremor did the same thing the Master Disaster did. They've got some kind of a trick because when they leave the start line, it's like a dragster going wheels up and he goes right out the door. This building may not be long enough, Scott. I can't believe it. Running for the Ford Camp, this truck is a lot lighter than the truck they've run in the past. They believe this truck is going to be a goer, but if you look at the engine, you'll notice a lot of blue smoke coming out of it. That is not a good sign, but Wine's going to lean on it. Oh, 3 side by side, Scott, is beautiful.
Oh, I don't know. Right at the end, the Nightlife Chevrolet might have caught him. It looked very close to a dead heat. Nightlife might have pulled it out, or Outlaw might have won. A dandy race. I think we'll get a look at a replay, and maybe this will tell the story, Army.
Again, watch for the blue smoke. Okay, now at this point, basically they're all side by side. The Ford starts to come out, but look how low Wysork stays to the ground. That helps him. The replay word comes up. Who's the winner, Scott?
It is the Outlaw by a nose. Mike Wine out of Pensacola, New Jersey. USA 1 is looking good tonight. Here he'll race Awesome Kong and Fanatic in the quarterfinal round.
Keep an eye on Awesome Kong. He'll be close to the camera going against one now. Fanatic moves on him. At half track, it looks good. Wilkie starts to leg it out a little bit. Awesome Kong goes back. And again, I can't tell, and they're going to the wall again, Scott.
Well, they almost collided at the end of the track. And one other thing to notice, first time run for the Fanatic, the lady Arlene Ed might not have quite as much truck as the others, but she is backing off not one little bit.
No, you'll notice on the replay, she ran with them over the first set of cars. Now is when horsepower takes over. You got a Janky engine and a Jasmer engine. What can I say? You got a whole lot of horsepower in an awfully close race.
Steve Wilkie, USA 1, popping out of the truck, getting a victory, and as always, he's pumped up. Army's ready for him. Let's go to that interview now.
Well, it kind of looks like the USA 1 of old. Steve, you got this thing on the roll tonight.
I'll tell you what, Army, 220 feet and a lot of shutdown. I'm using every square inch of the shutdown, but that's why we're running fast. Again, True Value, Chevrolet, all the people putting on these events at TNT Motorsports, I love it.
Faster you're going to be able to go, so that would have to be an advantage to us. But again, look at this race going down. Master Disaster going against the kid out of New York. Oh, we're in trouble now, Scott. Keep an eye on him.
He got it stopped somehow, and Buffalo Trimmer just went off the screen. He hit the wall at the side of Texas Stadium. Barely got the Master shut down. We barely got the Tremor shut down. They're both stopped. Nobody looks any worse for wear, but what a wild race for Master of Disaster and Buffalo Tremor. In the meantime, Pablo Cruz had a relatively calm run and tough enough, but he's probably eliminated. Nikki over there, and you can see she's got a death grip on Doug Spanier, really shaken up. A lot of people got awful shaken up, Army.
Scott, watch the bounce. He noses over in the middle lane. Now he's in trouble. He's high-siding it. He's definitely got some trouble. Now the bounce comes in. We told you how hard the ground was. The chassis takes over. He's definitely in trouble.
And so was Kwasniewski. What a wild ride. Army's going to talk right now to Doug Spanier after that one.
Doug Spanier, the further you go into this battle, the tougher these fights get.
Boy, I tell you, the first two runs I used, I only went to second gear, and I went to third gear that run, and it hooked up. It just shot it. I probably should have caught third a little bit quicker, but I caught it as about the time I was going up the ramp, and I think I just launched it that much more.
Are you ready for the next round? Everything go?
I think everything's good. One arm bent a little bit to straighten that out.
We'll see you in the next round. These Texans are loving every minute of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, when the Renegade Monsters rolled into the state of Texas, they knew they were going to have a fight on their hands. What they didn't realize was in order to win this one, you're literally going to have to take it to the wall. Those days are over. You win, you come back, you go to the final. You lose, you go outside on a trailer. We got a Ford lining up close to Cameron the Outlaw. He's out of New Jersey. Chevrolet in the middle out of North Carolina. Georgia Chevrolet on the far side. Blue smoke coming out of the Ford. Winner comes back to go to the final. Scott, you take the call.
Crusher probably the favorite here, but let's see what the Outlaws still have for him. They hit the second set. Crusher with the lead, but look at the Outlaw.
Whoa, Mike Wine was coming on like a bear on the other end. He's having trouble shutting down.
He got it. The Outlaw with a huge upset, knocking off the Carolina Crusher. Anderson went out early tonight, and Mike Wine trying to rub a little salt in the wound, but Mike does have the Outlaw in the final. The talk being backed up by action tonight. Here's our second semifinal.
You got to remember, the winner goes to the final. Steven Scott come out the far side. He does it. Scott Stevens puts it together. He and Kevin Ford shut it down on the big end. They'll be going to the final. We got a Ford and a GMC. What'll be the third vehicle?
The Auto Value King Crunch beats Awesome Kong and Nightlight. A big win for that GMC. Scott Stevens started slowly tonight, but he's got the momentum, and he's going to be hard to hold in the final. And she is just a win away from making the finals. If she wins this race against USA 1 and Master of Disaster, she'll go to the finals.
You know, she is a good monster truck driver, and she's also sitting in the middle lane, Scott. Look at this, the Master Disaster. You got to watch, oh, far side. Look at the lead for the Disaster truck. USA 1 trying to pull him back in. No, Master Disaster is going to represent Chevrolet in the final, and once again has trouble shutting down.
He won that thing out of the hole, Army.
Oh, a hole shot put him away. He drilled the USA 1 truck on that starting line.
It's Master of Disaster, Doug Spanier. Fanatic broke on the cars. Arlene Ed unable to get rolling. There she still lays, but the win goes to Doug Spanier and the Master of Disaster. Heat for finish line together. Nobody in Texas Stadium knows who won it. The one thing we do know, Scott Stevens, the Alabama King Crunch, broke early. He'll end up finishing third, and I guess it's really the first time ever a truck has technically finished third, because this is the first time we've run 3 in the final.
That's exactly right, Scott, and the crowd is acknowledging the drivers. They know it's a good race. We go to the replay. Do you have the word yet as the official winner comes up?
We really don't. They both think they won it. You saw Mike Wine holding that thumb up in the air saying, I got it.
Okay, the replay comes up. Let's keep an eye on it.
They're watching the Diamond Vision. They're seeing what you're seeing on the replay.
Stevens is out of it at this point. It's a dead heat. Ford close to the camera. Chevrolet in the middle. The bounce will put the win on. Right now, everybody's still waiting to find out. Scott is still too close to call.
I think we're going to hear the times. Let's listen. Mike Wine's face told the story. They thought he had it. He hoped he had it, but the win goes to the master of disaster by 4/100ths of a second. Here's the big congratulations hug. No fear this time. That's just a hug of congratulations. Doug Spaniard's got the win, and Army is going to talk. Well, first, Mike Wine's going to congratulate him.
The Grave Digger haunts Texas Stadium in Dallas, April 27th and 28th. TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Be there and beware.
The Clydesdale and Wild Hair. Marvin Smith, the old stopper truck. He's out of Arnold, Missouri. Clydesdale out of Georgia. Masters out of Minnesota.
Got all three of them lead side by side. Clydesdale starts to move out a little bit in the middle. Now we've got some problems on the other end of the track. Clydesdale gets tagged on the end and going over.
It was Wild Hair losing control and smashing in to Clydesdale, but the damage is done to Bennett Clark's truck as he is on his roof. Wild Hair could not get stopped. He went out of control. Bennett Clark had a nice run and was just sitting there, and Wild Hair, out of control, came over, smacked the Clydesdale, and on its roof, the truck from Georgia went. I think we're going to get a look at a replay. The word we're getting is that Bennett Clark is okay. They're talking to Bennett. And, of course, one of the problems right now is he's harnessed in upside down, and they're trying to get Bennett out of the truck. But the word, there he is, indeed. Matter of fact, that's Army down there helping to pull him out. As Army down there getting ready to do interviews, thought he was just going to do some nice, calm, simple interviews. Instead, he's in the middle of a crash scene. Now, watch the end of the run, folks. Wild Hair just loses control, and Clydesdale was trying to go out of the building, and he gets rammed by the Wild Hair and Marvin Smith. One of the most unbelievable qualifying attempts ever. And Bennett Clark, you can see that he is shook up, but he looks okay. And I think right now he's trying to say, what happened, why did it happen, and where did we go wrong? I just thought I had a good qualifying run. Bennett acknowledging the cheers of the crowd is obviously everybody happy to see he's okay. Army's going to talk right now to Bennett Clark about that flip.
First of all, Bennett, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, Army.
You have any idea what caused it? You have any idea it was coming?
Well, right at the last minute, I looked to my left. I saw him coming. I just full throttled and tried to get ahead of him. I thought I was going to get just ahead of him. I didn't think he was going to hit me. And then all of a sudden, he hit me. It started over, so it got too far over. I knew I had to let out of gas.
I'm going to ask you something that I heard a minute ago. Were you aware they cut these ramps different today? Did anybody tell you this is not the same track you ran on last week?
Well, I was aware of it. I looked at the second ramp. I knew I was going to catch a little bit more air than what we did at the last race. So, you know, I was expecting a little bit of air, but I wasn't expecting to roll over.
I'm glad to see that smile. We're sorry for the bad luck, but I'm sure you'll turn it around.
Thank you, Armin.
So the Clydesdale Chevrolet of Bennett Clark out of Georgia is on its roof. And there's the guy who put him there, although you know it wasn't intentional. It's not like he went over to get him, but the Wild Hair went out of control, and Marvin Smith's truck smacked into him, and now they'll pull the Clydesdale and try to get that truck righted. But who knows how long it's going to be before Bennett Clark is able to get that truck back together. Boy, you can see the substantial damage. Army has worked his way over to find out from Marvin Smith what went wrong.
Marvin, do you have any idea what caused this? We just talked to Bennett. First of all, he's okay. I want you to know that.
I'm glad.
No hard feelings or anything, but man, you know, there's only one door here, and you both were trying to get through that sucker in a hurry.
Well, what happened, Army, we just got so much speed. We were flying through there. We just had a hard time slowing down. And I really don't know, other than we were both under control. We just couldn't shut him down.
He said he was actually trying to gas us. He could see you coming. He said, I was trying to beat you to the door. Man, it looked like trying to put a round peg in a square hole right there.
Yeah, I was trying to get off of it. I was trying to stop. I started, when I come off the end of the car, I was trying to come down on it. I just couldn't get stopped. I had a brake, so, I was doing all I could do. You can see the skid marks. So. Okay.
Well, Bennett Clark was shaken up, but he knew he was okay when he was in the truck. Last week, Dennis Anderson could not even get started at the line. Let's see what he does today.
He's trying to get the truck ironed out. The problem he's having is consistency, and when you go into the lanes, there's three of you. One of them's Awesome Kong, the other one's Nightlife, and you're the third man. You don't need to be having problems. You need to be able to concentrate on making a good run. Anderson has not had that pleasure all year long. Something has a tendency to go away, and it might just happen again this time. Keep an eye on him. It's an old Chevrolet. Three side-by-side Chevys. Hey, Gravedigger's looking good. He's staying tough. He's hanging with him.
Wow, Dennis Anderson with a good, strong run.
Yeah, he's having trouble getting shut out. I don't know why they're having so many problems getting these trucks stopped, Scott.
Hey, the fans at Texas Stadium are rocking and rolling, and they love the Gravedigger. Dennis Anderson put down a shot.
Mike Wine said, we've got the hot hand. We've got the good combinations. We're going to go to the winner's circle. Let's see if this qualifying round can be the first step there. Look at the lead, boy. He comes down the middle like a rocket. Meanwhile, they're trying to pull back on the motor close side. Scott Stevens, the long, tall Texan, pulls it back on the big end.
A problem, though, for the Outlaw. He broke on the course. So Scott Stevens and Mike Wine, two of the finalists from a week ago in that qualifying run. Stevens looked good, but the Outlaw never finished the run.
Marvin, it looks like Bennett Clark's truck is not hurt as badly as you, and he went over.
Well, what happened, Chris, was we were going so fast I couldn't stop, and he tried to gas and get out of my way. I was headed for the door, and I couldn't get there. He gassed it, got right in front of me. I think my truck is ruined. I'm going to go home and build a new truck.
Are you really going to build another Wild Air?
Yes, I am. I'm going to have to at least put a new frame on. I broke the frame right in half.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, the kid that took over the World Championship truck, the Equalizer, he's got a brand new paint job on that truck, so he looks new. The only thing consistent this round is the Buffalo Trimmer of Johnny K. And look at the micro machine go out, but in the middle, the Equalizer muscles and wins.
Greg Holbrook really getting a feel for this course. He had a problem a week ago that he said wasn't his fault.
Here's the story we started the show off all about. Big John's going to be driving Bigfoot 4. You notice the missing of the yellow and the red stripe down the side of the truck that you've been watching the circuit on television with us. You knew the new truck, Bigfoot 8, was a race truck. This is Bigfoot 4. It is not designed to do this, and it does it awfully well.
He's side by side with old nemesis USA. Look out, Steve Wilkie. Oh, my. Steve Wilkie has gone into a generator that runs the laser light show at this TNT event and into the 45-second clock that Danny White and all the Cowboys, Troy Aikman and all their quarterbacks look down there to find out the clock during a football game, and Steve Wilkie has gone through that 45-second clock.
He reminds me of my drill sergeant. He's still barking orders right now. He believes he's still in this. He is. Look at this. Wilkie is pumped. He's going to be back with that USA 1. That was just qualifying. Look at the bounce. This track is really weird. They're taking strange bounces and some heads-up driving by the Bigfoot driver, I might add, right there.
Yeah,
we
nice
could have had
job.
a disaster.
Yeah, John Pyatt got on the binders quick, but look at USA 1 smashing through a generator. Look at him scattering that end section as he then took out the scoreboard. It's a clock, 45-second clock that was covered over by wood. Hopefully that'll keep it from being damaged too much, but Wilkie flat went through it.
Plus, you notice the straw that's sitting at the end of the track. Those are 1,000-pound straw bales that they're bouncing into.
I didn't roll it. Steve, what happened out there?
It's quick. You're going fast. I'm sorry, Chris. It just got to bouncing. I don't know. I think I cleared the last stack. She bounced, and I wasn't going over, Chris. I hammered it and then drove it out, and I tagged the wall. It's something I should have done a couple weeks ago in Roanoke. So I did right. We'll be back.
I understand they rebuilt the ramps today. They're steeper. Is that a factor?
Well, what happens, Chris, after you race on them for a night, the dirt gets pushed back down to the bottom of the ramp. And what they did actually as they pushed it up to the car, to the ramp. They didn't make them any steeper, I don't think. I made all kinds of horsepower. I turned about 7,300 RPM on the pass. Went to high gear, and she just laid it down. Bigfoot, all he saw was my tailgate. I'm sorry.
But again, that's the Bigfoot 4 truck with John Pyatt, and he did a masterful piece of driving to avoid a collision at the end of that run. But hey, Wilkie is flat-footing it on the edge. All right, next qualifying, the lady out of Arizona in the truck closest to you. That's Arlene Ed. She's in the Fanatic. Carolina Crusher in the middle, and the Tough Enough Ford on the far side.
Look at the little lady. She's hanging on, sitting in the number 2 spot. Carolina Crusher takes the win. But she was right there hammering on that door.
And again, this is qualifying, and she did a marvelous job of sticking with the Carolina Crusher. This lady, look at that time for Arlene Ed at 6.42.
She's a good monster truck driver.
He and King Crunch had the 5th fastest time. Okay, here we go, side by side, 3 at a time, first round of the competition. Most of these trucks will advance into the quarterfinals.
All the trucks leave side by side. Chevrolet on the middle lane, Chevrolet in the left lane. Chevrolet's going to take the win, and both drivers get them shut out, but Wilkie again. Well, Wilkie's taking the USA 1 to the limits. He didn't stop. He just motored out the door.
I don't know. I didn't see, and Steve may come over and hit me after I say this, I didn't see the same aggressive Steve Wilkie that we saw in the qualifying one. Let's watch it on the replay, Armin.
Right now, Scott, what you have to remember, he does not have to win this round in order to come back.
All right, this matchup will just have 2 trucks because of some early breakage in qualifying, so Nightlife comes out against Buffalo Trimmer. In all, 16 trucks have advanced to this round.
Okay, now what's going to happen here? Both of these trucks we will see again, but they're both kind of using this as a test run. Why, they're like ballerinas. They look like they're dancing together. They just drove it on through. They'll both be back.
By a hair, Johnny K in the Buffalo Trimmer, well, maybe by a bale of hay he actually won it by. You could see he ended up on top of it. He gets the win over Dave Wysorek in Nightlife. But again, as Army pointed out, both the trucks are going to be coming back. So the most important thing to both of them is that they were able to stay together. So he would not be allowed to race if he could not get it stopped coming in.
You're exactly right there, and that's a sign of youth. That guy's going to the starting line, going to learn another man's wall. He's not sure if he's going to steer. Only a young guy will do that, Scott. Look at this. He not only does it, he takes the win.
And once again, we see that the Barbarian gave him a run, but the victory goes to Bigfoot and John Pyatt out of St. Louis, Missouri. So John gets himself a victory. We'll look at it again as we watch Bigfoot number 4 running while there's a dispute in the fact that Bigfoot 8 having to sit out under TNT's ban. But there, Pyatt got himself a win. Army's going to talk to Bigfoot's driver.
John, as soon as you came in after the win, you immediately started barking out orders. It sounds like you got all kinds of problems. What's going on?
Yeah, in the first round, we got on the brakes a little bit hard and wadded up the front springs. I turned the axle so far that the steering cylinders hit on the traction bars. I bent both of them. We was up there, we pulled the ones off the rear, put them on the front, put a solid bar in the rear, and just then when I hit 3rd gear, it started slipping. I think transmission's going.
So there's a chance you might not be back in the next round?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think so.
We'll let you get outside. Hope we do see you back in the round. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
But Dennis Anderson won't make it. Here's Kris Chapman with the Gravedigger.
Dennis, what happened out there?
I don't know. We got ready to run, and we sat there and messed around the line so long I couldn't get the truck cranked, but something was wrong with it before I even went in the building. I ain't had nothing but tough luck all weekend. I'm getting fed up now. You know, that's it.
Well, a disgusted Dennis Anderson.
Tell you, no words tell the story there, don't they, Scott?
Absolutely, and the digger's done for the night. Master of Disaster and the Clydesdale.
Coming out, wheels up. Disaster on the far side. Clydesdale pushing to the left. Look at this. Clydesdale takes the win. Do you believe in miracles? Look at that.
He won it. Coming back from landing on his roof. Bennett Clark and Clydesdale got the win, and they love it at Texas Stadium. Puts it back together and puts it in the win column. He beats the Master of Disaster, head up, and a big roar as he gets out of the truck from an appreciative crowd at Texas Stadium.
Bennett, it's been a long night in Texas. What's new, son?
Dude, it's a tough night out here.
The truck looks good. You got the confidence back. They say you always got to get back up on that rascal rider. You're an old bull rider. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, I like to ride. I like driving monster trucks. That's just like getting towed off the boat. You just get back on it and go again.
Well, you see the tapping foot right now. That's inside the Equalizer Chevrolet, and it's the foot of Greg Holbrook, the kid on the spot, driving the World Championship truck. Here's a great matchup. He'll go up against Mike Wine the Outlaw and Kurt Fisher with that new Micro Machine.
Fisher, Wine, and the kid. Keep an eye on Holbrook. He'll work. Now look at this. He's starting to come back on him. Whoa, looky here. The new Galoob Micro Machine really ran hard, but he breaks something. Holbrook, he stays alive, and the Ford, just not going to be the day for Wine.
Man, side by side, the Micro Machine and the Equalizer. Here's another one too close to call. Now, let's take a look and see if maybe the replay can help us as Army works his way over. They come, there's the finish line, and they hit it right there together.
Now, speaking of confidence, look at these two old tough Texans. They're going head-to-head right now.
Last race of the first round, Scott Stevens, the Auto Value King Crunch, Steve Kane, and Awesome Kong.
Stevens trying to hold it straight. He does a good job. It looks like that the Awesome Kong vehicle had a little bit of problem with an engine.
Scott Stevens takes the win in King Crunch.
Well, Scott, I know you're anxious to get back in there, but you did not believe you would get through round after round tonight, and you're the Texas State champion, if we can say so.
Yeah, you know, if we can just keep the truck together, you know, and the main thing is I just want everybody to see out there that's been watching all these TV races, and, you know, Bigfoot's been dominating for all this year, and now he's racing with a truck that's equal to everybody's. 2 weeks in a row, he hadn't got past the first round. So, you know, it's like 89. He didn't have a truck that was equal to everybody. He stayed home and built something to be 10 years ahead of us, and he can't run with us with equal equipment. Hey, the Auto Value King Crunch Special, we're ready to go. Yeah, our truck's just like everybody else's, you know, we're just trying real hard.
You will have no trouble finding out where Scott Stevens stands on the Bigfoot question. There was a lot of rain the week leading up to this event, but all day today, Army, it just baked. And again, Texas Stadium, it's an open-air stadium, and the sun baked this course all day long.
Well, what happens, and Wilkie's getting upset. These guys are sitting on that starting line a long time. The engines are hot. But what happens, the big tires cannot dig into the clay, see? Now, Wilkie is really, he's becoming irate sitting up there, Scott.
Well, Awesome Kong is not ready. He has 5 minutes. Kong is not going to make it, my friend. His 5 minutes is up. And it's going to be USA 1 going at it with Carolina Crusher.
Hey, Scott, something is going on here, though. Andy Brass, the driver of Bigfoot 8, is trying to help Awesome Kong on the far side. He was trying to help him. Now we go back to the race. And Wilkie muscles that USA 1 bad bounce. Bad bounce again, and Wilkie's in trouble.
This time it's a junk car that finally stops the True Value USA 1. Man, oh man, this guy is just putting run after run together. He avenges his first round loss to the Crusher, and this time, I am not going to say Steve Wilkie looked gun-shy. He went full tilt.
Yeah, that was a full boogaloo double throw-down wall slapper right there. Look at this.
I got 10-1. You can't say that again.
You're right.
Well, maybe you'll come back as a fast loser. Good luck.
I hope so, and, you know, maybe I'll get another shot at him tonight.
Army, we're seeing it all in Texas Stadium. This is your basic reverse gear tonight for Bigfoot. The truck is running. Bob Chandler, Andy Brass, some of the guys are there to push him backward. The truck is running, and the truck is ready to go, but it can't back up.
Yeah,
John Pyatt says, I don't need to back up.
Everything's legal. It's all right. They can do that, but they came out and said, hey, we lost reverse. We got to back it up. TNT people said, okay, let's go. Chevrolet closer to the screen. White Corey comes out. Flex to his knuckle. Bigfoot trying to come on him. Not going to do it. Nebraska Chevrolet goes into that next round.
Bigfoot, frankly, was lucky to even be able to make the race. The win goes to Dave Wysorek and Nightlife, and a rapidly improving young driver in Greg Holbrook.
Scott, I noticed something. Look at these vehicles right behind the driver's head. There's tie wraps holding the door together on both of these trucks closer to the camera. Plastic tie wraps holding on. The kid from Tennessee goes out trying to hold on Clydesdale. He does it. This kid is looking super tonight.
Running for the Texas Cup tonight in Texas Stadium, the Equalizer is trying to serve notice that you're going to have to go over him to take the win. Look at the Equalizer. He blew away Clydesdale and toughened up. Big run right there for Greg Holbrook, and is he looking good. And last week's winner, Doug Spanier, the master of disaster.
Well, if you saw last week's show, you saw these three trucks going every direction possible. The master disaster did pull out a win, but well, everybody had to work for it. Look at Stevens comes out of this lane. Disaster holds out him a little bit. Stevens trying to pull back. Auto Value GMC takes the win.
Boy, that was a dandy run. And again, a lot of that bucking bronco action for Doug Spanier at the end of the run in the Master of Disaster. This is the guy who won it all 1 week ago when for the first time ever, Monsters ran 3 at a time. Doug Spanier and the Master of Disaster. He wants to make the finals again. To do it, he's going to have to beat Steve Wilkie in USA 1, and Wilkie has flat been letting it all hang out tonight. The other truck will be tough enough with Pablo Cruz.
Scott, this is the only race that counts tonight, because if you don't win here, you don't go to the final, you don't have a chance to win. Look at this. Wheels up, start like a pro sucker. Master of Disaster, come out of the left lane. Wilkie close the door in the middle. I don't know.
Master of Disaster got it. And Army, it was a strange race. Master of Disaster pulled it out of the hole, but USA 1 actually had the lead, or appeared to, when they hit the second set of cards. Let's really look closely at this replay. Well, here's the finish.
The bounce keeps coming back to win or lose by a bounce, Scott.
There you see it, half a wheel length.
Poor Pablo on the far side, he's working for a living too, isn't he?
Nose dove in on Tough Enough. Well, there is the newfangled reverse gear for Bigfoot as they push him to the starting line. And John Pyatt will try to put the big Ford into the Monster Smash final. To do it, though, he's going to have to beat 2 bad Chevys.
Bob Chandler himself was out helping a truck. Now look at the lineup. Gary Porter out of North Carolina, the Carolina Crusher Chevrolet. Then you got Bigfoot sitting in the middle with Pine doing the driving, the new rookie driver for Chandler's operation, and the privateer out of Nebraska, the nightlife of Dave Wysorek. Anybody can win, but the winner does go to the final. Scott, you take the call.
Here we go, 3 at a time, showtime. Nightlife got a good start. They're even to the second set. It's Dave Wysorek and the Nightlife Chevrolet.
The privateer.
He does it. Dave Wysorek will move in to the Monster Smash final against the Equalizer, the defending world champion, and the defending champion here. Cup will go to Tennessee as Greg Holbrook powers the defending world champion Equalizer to an impressive victory over the Master of Disaster and the Nightlife Chevrolet in the Monster Smash final.
Once again, he did not lead first, but he just powered it right on through. Gary Cook has got a winning combination once again, Scott.
Army Armstrong working his way over to the winning driver, Greg Holbrook, and the man who built the Equalizer, Gary Cook.
Greg Holbrook, what a Cinderella story. Go ahead and take your trophy. That's fantastic. Gary, congratulations to you. It looks like you've again picked you a super driver for this truck.
I had a lot of faith in him. I thought he could do it.
You know, you got to be the quietest young man in this sport, but you really carry a big stick. I'm awfully proud you're here with us. Congratulations on winning this first ever Texas event. Hang in there, son. You're going to be a star.
Thank you, Army. I just needed a little experience under me, and I knew I could do it.
Tell you what, you guys are definitely hot and heavy in this thing. We'll be watching you the rest of the year. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Army.
We're going to find out right now how that new engine setup will do for No Problem and John Moore. Army, our first qualification ought to be interesting with the long wheelbase and the short wheelbase contrast.
Well, it should be interesting, but it's exactly 180 degrees off. The short wheelbase truck will have the advantage on the inside of the track. That'll be the second half of the track. Right now, it is side by side. Advantage should go to the inside lane of Moore when they get into the last half. Let's see what's going to happen. First jump. The short wheelbase will start working for John Moore. And Scott, he's right. It seems to be working real well. Look at this.
Hank Titan, some speed bumps on that turn. That forced him back out. But Moore, obviously, with a much better qualifying run than the Clydesdale. Oh, lots of air.
The people in Louisville are loving it. We're just into the qualifying session.
Really launched at that time. And now Clydesdale completes his run. And remember, that's really the first lap of any kind for Bennett Clark, as trying here in Louisville, trying to get things straightened out on the Clydesdale.
The front headlights. He is notorious. When he turns the lights on, he's on 100%. There must be something wrong with the truck that we're not aware of. He goes up against the Outlaw. Chevrolet versus Ford. We're going to learn something right here.
Mike Wine and the Outlaw from Pennsauken, New Jersey. Digger gets the good jump out of the hole.
Well, right now, believe it or not, it's almost an even race. Digger works the inside. Now watch Wine come out of the top of the screen. Wine will be working the short part. Oh, look at the air. And they're only, oh, we've got problems. Grave diggers, Sanders, all over the track. There's shrapnel everywhere. He's trying to shut it down. Meanwhile, Wine's working the inside.
Shrapnel's a good turn. All kinds of stuff flying out from underneath the Grave Digger. It's the Outlaw now coming around. Digger's still rolling, obviously a little lighter.
Yeah, but listen to the Ford people. Oh, what a qualifying run. The Ford people were really getting behind White, and he has problems. Both trucks suffered tremendous amounts of damage, and they're only qualifying.
Man, oh man. Boy, as usual, and that's a disgusted sound from Dennis Anderson. He is really unhappy with the way things have been going. And you know, Army, as we get ready for this next one, Dennis had just been running some non-TNT events in California, saying he was doing quite well in exhibitions, but he comes back to the racing circuit, and it really hurt him.
Well, see, that brings up an interesting point, the fact that when you see the Grave Digger, there's only one Grave Digger. It's not like a NASCAR team that has 3 or 4 vehicles, short track and long track. Dennis Anderson has one truck. I think he's abusing that truck too much. He's got to back off on the exhibition and get serious about racing. Now, you're talking about serious about racing. Look at this kid from Tennessee, Scott.
Greg Holbrook, the rookie driving the World Championship truck in the Equalizer against Gary Wiggins and the Dodge Ram known as Bopar Magic, puffing a whole bunch of smoke. Holbrook's first ever run on a figure-8 course looked pretty good in the Equalizer.
Yeah, the rookie driver out of Tennessee looking real smooth. We noticed something on the Bopar Magic. There was a little bit of chirping or bouncing in the front suspension. We're going to keep an eye on that later this afternoon. That's where the truck is biting and letting go.
Well, the final qualifier is going to be that Bigfoot Ford. All right, let's develop the story today. Bigfoot 4 is not being driven by its normal driver, John Pyatt. Pyatt was injured recently. The Bigfoot 8 driver, Andy Brass, is in Bigfoot 4. And if we know one thing about Andy Brass, is he is not afraid of anything, anytime. He will let it all hang out on this course.
He'll let it hang out if the truck is 100% and you are not, repeat, you are not looking at a 100% Bigfoot. The truck stumbled right on the starting line. It sounds like a fueling problem. Brass overcame it, but it cost him some precious time. Look at this, plenty of air. Now watch the suspension. See if they've got it figured out. We're looking for a little bit of a bounce. Oh, they're working good now. One thing, there it is, lifting the front wheel. It could be quick time. Scott, what does it look like?
Man, look at the air from Bigfoot again, as Andy Brass puts him through at the only sub-40-second lap.
Maybe as night gets better, I'll get better with the truck, too. Good luck to you. Thank you.
That, of course, will allow Outlaw time to make repairs and make it into the first round, and they do that for anybody. As long as he's ready to go by the end of the round, they'll be able to make the run. Here we go with Clydesdale, and no problem.
Well, it kind of looks like a little deja vu. This is exactly the first qualifying run we saw this afternoon. Let's see if the results are going to be the same.
Here they come to the first set. Let's watch them.
Long wheelbase truck on the left side. Short wheelbase truck on the right side. Well, we got problems. Clydesdale.
You see no problem. Still in good shape. Clydesdale is sitting stationary. He has completely sheared off the back right side tire. No problem. We'll go to an easy victory. But the question now is what kind of damage? Is it terminal for the night for the Clydesdale? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, the rear suspension completely collapsed. I would say he's out of this.
Goodness gracious. Bennett Clark's bad luck continues. He had terrible luck in Dallas, and now it continues on what has traditionally been a good course for him at Louisville, Kentucky.
What we're looking for is a knuckle. That's exactly what happened. They have what they call a knuckle, and the knuckle collapsed, letting it come apart on a brand new body, too, Scott.
All right, there you see it. Great, great replay from our camera down in the turn. Shows you how it broke apart.
The suspension's going to be an advantage for the inside truck. Plus, the kid's a rookie. He's hungry.
You've got to look to the Chevrolet for the winner. Now notice how quick he leaves the start line. The truck and the torque converter let the engine get up where it makes instant horsepower. He's already out to almost a quarter of a track lead right now.
To the first jump they come.
You're looking right down the cockpit of the Chevrolet. Now we go off to the side. He kind of smooths over it. He doesn't really attack it. Now he'll start legging that big motor for the final half, Scott.
Mopar Magic got way over in the middle of the cars, and he has gone dead in the water.
Look on the hood. Hey, look, the kill box came out of the truck and landed on the hood. That's why it went dead.
Equalizer finishes off an outstanding run, but the story is obviously the kill box. You see Gary Wiggins has it in his hand. We've talked about that in previous shows. That's the killer radio that'll detonate an engine. And let's watch for it. It's not on the hood now. Still not.
Watch the bounce. There you can see it flying around the cockpit, bounces out. Now instantly, it kills the engine. That's what it's supposed to do, but not now.
Gary, does the word kill box mean anything to you?
Yeah, it means I just lost the race.
For the first half. The new is the micro machine. Now Fisher is he's not used enough to the truck. You can tell, look where he's lining up. He's about 15 feet further away from everybody else, trying to get a different angle on the turn. But the old pro nailed him right on that start line. Look at this.
I'll tell you though, on the outside, that's not a bad start for the micro machine.
Okay, now he'll go to the inside for the second half if he can make the turn. Veteran versus rookie. Rookie coming after him, trying to come on him real hard on the inside. Fisher's having a little bit of problems now. Cuts through the infield track, but working the inside.
All right, now I believe, if I understand the ruling, if that's going to be grounds for a disqualification, we're not hearing. He's going to continue to run, and Micro Machine will finish first. But this one's going to go back to the TNT videotape and the TNT decision maker.
This could be a case of winning a battle but losing a war. We'll have to wait for the TNT people to let us know. Yeah, look for Porter, and he's a man of his word. Speaking of man of the word, watch the Outlaw. He'll try to put a hole shot on Bigfoot. The only hope he's got is to go quick and go first. He doesn't. Bigfoot, now he goes down right there 50 feet, and something electrical goes away in that truck. Andy Brass is sitting dead in the middle of the track. The Outlaw is getting ready to go to the first turn. Now Bigfoot comes to life.
The Outlaw will hit the cars. Very important for Bigfoot to go ahead and complete this run and get a time if he can get it started. And the reason is all these other trucks are braking. They'll need somebody to come back. Right now they're trying to get that truck refired so Andy can record a time.
Okay, what it is, they're running this truck on gasoline. The engine was built for alcohol. There is a jetting problem. In other words, the fuel in the air mixture is not right. But look at the Outlaw. His motor goes away, and now here comes Bigfoot. You talk about drama. These boys are really doing it in Louisville, Kentucky.
The Outlaw gets a big, big feather in his cap. A win over Bigfoot, and Andy Brass knows the way things are going tonight, that all he's got to do is complete a run, and he's very likely going to get a chance to come back.
Look at the left front wheel, Scott. Tippy towing. 13,000 pounds on 3 wheels.
Brass still hits it hard. Andy did not save the truck one bit, and I think he's going to get a chance to come back if he can keep rolling.
That's just racing. Who we got coming up now, Scott?
We'll be taking a look at our next matchup between the Auto Value King Truck Special and the Bigfoot Ford.
Watch the Ford. See if it stutters in the first 50 feet. Scott Stevens on the inside has laid all his cards on the table. If he's going to get ahead, he's going to do it in the first 50 feet. Andy Brass doesn't want it to happen.
Andy Brass wants to beat Scott Stevens worse than anybody.
There it is. There it is. That's exactly. That might be enough for the Chevrolet to hold on. But Andy Brass is going to be coming back like a fast-moving freight. You can bet your last nickel on that. Here he comes.
During all the controversy between Bigfoot and TNT, Scott Stevens has been a spokesman against letting Bigfoot 8 run. And now Andy Brass wants to beat him in Bigfoot 4 so bad he can taste it.
2 cars weighing 13,000 pounds, look like 2,000 pounds sprint vehicles going head-to-head. Louisville, Kentucky, Brass takes the win. Look at the effort. Beautiful, not beautiful.
Andy Brass puts Bigfoot 4 into an impressive victory over Scott Stevens and the Auto Value King Truck. And I'm going to tell you, Army, they've made a lot of modifications modifications on that Bigfoot 4 truck, but Andy is driving it just like he drove Bigfoot 8, like he's not worried about taking any abuse, and like he can stop the truck on a dime.
John Pratt normally drives this truck. He's injured, like you say. This truck lands a whole lot harder. It's a stiffer truck than Bigfoot 8. Andy said once he got used to that, he'd be a bear. Hey, he's a bear.
Andy Brass will now hit that second set in Bigfoot 4 and impressively put away Scott Stevens and the Auto Value King Crunch. Army's with Andy, and I know that was a sweet win for Bigfoot.
Andy, we know there's no love lost between you and Stevens. He's been going around. As a matter of fact, he's even got a sign on the front of his truck in reference to a lawsuit that you all have against the TNT people. That's his viewpoint. You told me in Dallas that you would love nothing better than to come back and beat him with an older truck, and that's exactly where you are right now.
Yeah, that's right. You know, everybody's protesting the new truck and everything. You know, well, we brought out the old one and proved we can do it right again with the old one. You know, we don't really need the new one, but the new one's a lot safer. It's a lot better truck, and it puts on a lot better show. You know, we can come back out with the old Ford Bigfoot, you know, and beat him. That just tickles me pink.
We go to the semifinals. Now, Crusher got a bye run in the quarterfinals because Thunder Chicken couldn't make the call. So Crusher should be a fresher truck, and Bigfoot has had trouble at the starting line, Army, in every run tonight.
Look where Andy Brass moves. He moves to the outside. He's going to have to clean the engine out, keep wrapping the engine. They've got to get fuel to the engine. The fuel mixture is not right. It's stuttering about 50 feet off the starting line, and there it goes again. Now the Chevrolet goes out. Gary Porter is going to go for everything he knows he's worth, because when Bigfoot does come alive, here he comes. He's going after the Chevrolet right now.
But he's almost a half lap down, Army. You can see Crusher has already finished the jump. He gets a little sand on his back wheel. Now Bigfoot bounces at the end, and Crusher is firmly in control.
He's not a half lap anymore. Here comes Bigfoot working the inside. Andy Brass doing a great job. They're going to go to the jump side by side. Scott, Chevrolet, Ford. Who's it going to be?
Bigfoot caught him. Unbelievable. And let's wait till they get the photo finished. But Army, I think Andy Brass won the race. Look at him in Louisville. They've gone nuts.
Man, I'm about to go nuts down here. That was the best monster truck race I've ever seen.
I don't know if Bigfoot won it. If he didn't, you got to give him the big heart of the night. He was beat right there. But he keeps coming and keeps coming. And he either pulled it out or barely lost.
Gary Porter went bear hunting with the switch. Let's see if it paid off.
At the end, Bigfoot gave it all he had. Let's get a look at the angle here. Man, I think Bigfoot got him. Army Armstrong working his way over to Andy Brass and Gary Porter. But I think Bigfoot won. We're going to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you had to see, I believe, the best monster truck race ever. You just saw it. Between the Carolina Crusher Chevrolet and the Bigfoot Ford. Andy Brass, it bobbled on you right on the starting line. Have any idea what happened?
No, I don't. You know, we've been having problems with that right off the line. All night tonight it's been bobbling on us. We fixed it one run, and then this run it acted up again.
Well, by the crowd screaming, we just found out you're coming to the finals. You took the win. Gary, does that surprise you?
It was a very close race. I knew I was going to push the truck really hard, and they're running against Andy, and right there at the end, I thought he did get me.
Bob, you've got to feel a little bit vindicated. You didn't want Bigfoot 4 out here running, and you're winning.
Well, Bigfoot 4 is a 7-year-old truck. We've done a lot of updating on it. In fact, we're running 2 nitrogen shocks on the back. We are running leaf springs, but it still is not what I call a stage 3 monster truck. It shouldn't be running out here this fast. It is doing a good job, and I thank the driver and everybody else. It is good, but it's still not the right truck for this job.
What's your secret to your success tonight?
Good people. I got good drivers. I got good shop people. We spend a lot of money maintaining our trucks and having preventive maintenance. Just trying hard.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Well, here we go. I'm going to tell you, the crowd is absolutely going bonkers here at Andy Vertrese's beautiful Louisville Motor Speedway for this final matchup. It's Bigfoot number 4 against Equalizer. Again, a slow start for Bigfoot. Equalizer is building a huge lead, but we've seen this before. And here comes Andy Brass, a full head of steam to the first jump. Now Bigfoot's got the inside. He got a little squirrely as he came off the first set. Equalizer trying to build up momentum on the outside. It's going to be another photo finish. Here they come to the wire. Oh my, another photo. It's too close to call. Equalizer and Bigfoot. What a race between the 2 greatest monster trucks in the world today. Or at least the two greatest monster truck camps, because Bob Chandler's saying, this is not my best truck, but I think he thinks this is his best driver, and Andy Brass is airing it out. Watch him come to the finish line. They almost collided. Look at that. Bigfoot almost landed on top of the equalizer. Wow. Let's watch it from this angle and see if we can tell who the winner is. Again at the end, Bigfoot, if he'd have come toward the center another 6 inches, he would have absolutely landed on the equalizer. But it appears that the equalizer barely wins it. The finish line was actually right at the end of the card.
I'm looking literally for the people in Louisville to buy a ticket today to watch a war.
Derby City. Star Monster, Chris Tuffley out of Syracuse, New York, is a truck that probably is not made for this course, Army. It's a, I guess if you could use the term, it's a stiff, kind of rigid truck, and this is the kind of track that's probably going to really beat him up.
Well, the Star Monster will go good on a straight course. The short wheelbase is not conducive to the turns they got to make the truck will look stiff. You can see it right now. The chirping of the wheel, the tires biting, letting go, biting, letting go. Plus, he runs a small engine. He runs what they call a small block Chevrolet. So he's giving away about 400 horsepower, but this kid's not afraid to drive it. Oh, look at that. He's staying after it, but, you know, he's giving these guys a big jump on him.
Boy, he got a rough ride at the end of that jump, and he's lost power, apparently, trying to complete the run.
Well, he didn't get a chance to run last week. He was really anxious. They worked all week long. Boy, it'd be a shame if he won't make the first round call.
Star Monster, well, he's got it fired back up, so at least he should be able to complete the run and get a qualifying time. Here comes Chris Tuffley again.
He's just having fun right now. Time wasn't a factor here. He wanted to get a good flight out of it.
So he should be safely into the first round, a legal run. Certainly not setting the world on fire, but Gravedigger didn't get after it, and Crunch is well under last week's fast time.
Look at the bottom of the Bigfoot truck. You notice black smoke coming out. That's an indication the motor is too fast. They got to keep wrapping the engine. Now, they don't have the stall problem they had last week. It looks like they figured that out. We've got a good race going between a Dodge and a Ford.
But Andy Brass will come off with her. Look out for Mo Car Magic. He left his lane, but he didn't phase Andy Brass a bit. It did not alter Bigfoot's course. Brass tucks it in and is having a good qualifying run. He was fast qualifier a week ago. Maybe again, because this run looks good.
Look at the chassis. It's working good. It's hard to believe these guys adjust the chassis just like any other racer would do on this particular track. And Brass is showing he's playing hardball today in the bluegrass.
Coming out next is last week's winner to qualify, the Equalizer Chevrolet. And you know, in a lot of our conversation about Bigfoot earlier, I think, Army, that we were a little remiss in not talking about the great runs this rookie made a week ago in winning in his first time ever turning left and right in a monster truck.
Here's someone we haven't seen in a while, David Morris, the 1989 champion of the TNT Monster Truck Challenge. And the reason we haven't seen him in a while is something I think no one's really certain of. What's going on, David?
Well, got a fussy one today. Me and the owner of the truck I was driving just kind of started having too many disagreements, so I decided it'd be better if we just kind of separated. That'd work out a whole lot better.
And what's this you're holding? Tell us about this.
New one. She's 8 weeks old. Name's Mallory Kristen.
David, do you miss driving the Equalizer?
Yeah, I miss being around all the guys and racing. It's a lot of fun, but hopefully, I don't know when, but hopefully one of these days I can have my own truck and race.
Well, we'll watch for that. Kris Chapman maybe got us another scoop. I'll tell you, if David Morris comes back, everybody's going to sit up and take notice.
Yeah, you know, it was good seeing him again, and he wishes Greg Holbrook all the luck in the world. He's got a lot of pride in this Tennessee operation. Holbrook, speaking of Tennessee, we got a Tennessee Ford going against a Tennessee Chevrolet.
You want to look to the, hey, John Moore's all over the place, but if you want to look to the future, how about the day when David Morris brings out a truck to race the Equalizer? That'll be something. Right now, it's all Equalizer with Greg Holbrook winning, and John Moore, I don't know, this is a figure 8 course, but John, I think, is driving a 3 or a 10 or a 13. I don't know.
It's a loop-de-loop for John Moore today.
Equalizer coming up with an outstanding run in Greg Holbrook, and I don't know if John Moore was anything close to a legal run, but he does finish. Wow.
And that's affecting these drivers. They're aware that they're running towards the people.
Again, though, it's not affected Andy Brass or Greg Holbrook, and they remain the guys to beat. But here are two trucks with a shot at him. Let's see who wins this race. Carolina Crusher against the Micro Machines. Maybe the most even matchup of the first round.
One thing you notice is both trucks literally are attacking the track. Porter comes over first. Then the Micro Machine. No, he skies it. He's in trouble. Stop.
Oh, he gets it down. Can he get it stopped off the wall? No, he's into the wall. The Carolina Crusher smacked the wall. Kurt Fisher and the Micro Machine is going to get an easy win, but it's a run that the folks at Louisville Motor Speedway will never forget. The wheel-standing Carolina Crusher. Man, we're seeing it all in Louisville, Kentucky.
These people in Louisville, like I said, they bought a ticket. They're going to see a war.
Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher. He's checking the truck. He's checking the wall. After just an unbelievable wheel stand. Here it is again. And watch him get up on the back wheel and stay there.
Well, normally you got to throttle out. At this point, he's got to make a decision. Go or no go. Very wisely backs on the throttle. Shuts it down. Some good driving. Porter is just a good monster truck driver, Scott.
He hit the wall, but I don't think enough to do a lot of serious damage. And then Kurt Fisher went on to get the win. Here they come across. Man, Gary Porter's going to wheel stand it right into your living room. Watch this.
Camera angle, America. Take a ride.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
And the guy standing with a camera got a great shot.
Greg Holbrook. Man, oh man, this ought to be a dandy. Dennis Anderson has got to be kind of in a quandary right now. How hard does he go in the truck? Every time he's gone hard lately, he's hurt himself, but it's not like him to not give it everything he's got.
Scott, I tell you what, I am not looking for a hard run. I'm sorry, I know it's not what you want to see, but the Gravedigger is not a... There you go, exactly.
He's dying. That's not a hard run. He's just dying.
Meanwhile, Holbrook trying to get what we were talking about earlier, time in the seat. Every run, he learns something. Look at this. He attacks the track, comes over, keeps it close to the car. Now watch him. He'll really start to work on a flat tire. Meanwhile, Anderson and the Gravedigger motoring through.
They might meet at the X. They might meet at the intersection.
This could get spectacular.
Oh, no. Yeah, Gravedigger lets off of it. Equalizer finishes the run. Well, you're talking about figure eight racing. What makes a figure eight stock car race is cars coming at each other in the X, but it wasn't designed for monsters to do that.
That would have made Andy Vertrees world renowned if he had the first monster truck figure eight
collision. Yeah, man. All right, here we go around. Dennis Anderson, the Gravedigger, just doesn't seem to have it. He'll come off the turn to complete the run. Hey, he's picking up RPMs.
Oh, he's going to show off. Selling some T-shirts right there. These pieces coming out from underneath it.
Stuff flying apart.
Like we say, Anderson has one truck only. He's trying to do, I believe, too many things with that one truck, and it's costing him in points.
That may cost him next week because it looked like things were flying out from underneath of it again. He puts on a great show here at the end, but what did he do to his truck? He gained nothing by this except putting on a show, and it looks like he cost himself a lot. We'll find out how much it cost him. Kris Chapman has got him in the pits. Kris?
Dennis, let me ask you this. It's the same dark cloud that's following Bennett Clark around following you?
I think so. I think my cloud is following Bennett.
What in the world happened this time?
Well, I think when I come off the line, I came off kind of hard and it rung a rear axle. So I just eased off up until the end of the course. I just skied it out. I had to go for one more air ride before I put it on the trailer.
Yeah, you did. We noticed that. Why did you do that?
Well, I done it for the fans, really. I mean, it was really a pretty bum run, and I figured that if I had my moment built up, I could get some good air out of it, and that's what they're here to see.
Dennis Anderson, always the true sport. Good luck to you in the races coming up in Richmond.
All right, thanks.
And they buy T-shirts and hats with Gravedigger on it. That's what he calls a T-shirt run. Speaking of a run, here we go. Star Monster going after No Problem.
GMC and Ford. Star Monster with the GMC out of New York. The Ford from Tennessee. John Moore and No Problem.
Two of the shortest wheelbase trucks on the circuit running side by side. They're going to hit the jump side by side. Ford, Chevrolet, Ford goes first. John Moore. Now Moore has the inside for the second half.
The GMC trying to come back on the outside. Chris Tuffley and Star Monster, but he's given ground, and John Moore looks good on the inside. The No Problem Ford Bronco, and it's a little smoother run for John than his qualifying attempt.
460 cubic inch supercharged. Oh, but look at the front end. He's got a transmission cooler coming off the front and drive shaft coming off the back. It looked like an easy run, but he did a whole lot of damage on the No Problem vehicle.
The outlaw Mike Wine, surprisingly fast in qualifying, takes on Kid Rarig and the Thunder Chicken. Let's watch it.
Mike Wine is running a new truck. He's running an old engine. When he gets a new engine in the new truck, he's definitely going to be a player. But right now, look at the chassis. You notice the chirping, the bite. Watch it.
I'll tell you, Mike struggled all last week, but he is really looking strong today.
Mike Wine, anything you put under him, he's going to drive it as hard as he can.
Now he's on the outside. The Thunder Chicken's got the shorter way around the rest of the way. And Chicken is still running strong.
There's that bite I was telling you about, a little bit of bounce on the Outlaw. He's got to overcome it. Look at this. They're going to line up side by side for the final. Outlaw Ford.
By a length. What a great race. The victory going to Mike Wine and the Outlaw Ford. But Kid Rarick and the Thunder Chicken kind of unheralded coming in this week. He ran a great run. The feud of the day in monster truck racing. Bigfoot having to run the Bigfoot Ford when they want to run the Bigfoot number 8. And Auto Value King Crunch, the one truck that really does a lot of talking against Bigfoot's new truck.
Once again, Bigfoot standard just a little bit. The brass back in the throttle trying to reel Stevens in. Look at Stevens. He's yanking it right front wheel. Man, no love lost right here, Scott Douglas.
Andy Brass skies again and almost sweeps the entire run of cars. Here they go to the turn, side by side.
Look how hard the chassis are working. Both trucks lifting the front wheel. Stevens has the back of the throttle. He heads toward the crowd. Bigfoot working the inside.
It's going to be Bigfoot with the win if he can hold her straight. Andy Brass. Look out. What's that? Now the sheet metal is coming apart.
Hard landing. Hard. These guys are really getting slapped around in those trucks. Stevens is stunned right now. Scott Stevens is having problems watching from the camera angle. I believe it may have knocked him out just for a second. Watch the impact. Landing is like a 50-mile-an-hour head-on collision. He just took it on the chin right there.
Auto Value King Crunch kind of disintegrating. The winner, Bigfoot, the Carolina Crusher.
When you're looking at her, two different ideas on suspension. The yellow truck, the older suspension, notice how much taller it is than the blue truck. The equalizer with the rookie driver runs a lower profile, and it seems to work a whole lot better for this kid out of Tennessee. But the North Carolina driver is really making him work for it, Scott.
Let's watch how the Crusher handles his course, because, Army, Gary Porter's not far from decision time. He's close to having a new truck ready, but he loves the way this old truck runs.
I was interested in seeing how he's going to come over that jump out of the last round. Hey, look at this. Porter's going to the next round. The equalizer blows the tire out.
A blown tire sidelines the world champion, and Carolina Crushers in the Final Four.
That will affect the World Championship point standing because Bigfoot is still alive.
What an incredible story today. After skying, wheeling, and almost landing in the fence, Carolina Crusher comes back and will record a victory over the world champ. Let's see if we can see what, there it is. I guess it was that impact right there, or no, there. That's what blew the tire out on the equalizer. That second hard shot onto the asphalt at Louisville Motor Speedway. Got a couple of breaks to win races. Today, he has just flat looked strong.
He's looked awfully strong on a very, very hot day. Works the inside of the truck. This Mike Wine kid is good. You're not going to rattle him. The truck is not handled real good. You see it kind of bounce around chirping, but he stays after it.
That new Nick Rossi suspension is looking as smooth as this look, too. You know, he was a finalist in Dallas one week on the three-way course. Look out, John Moore!
Moore just about disqualifying. He does disqualify himself. The Outlaw will move to the next round. But John Moore's not quitting. Look at this. John Moore's going after him.
He's not worried about a DQ. Here he comes. Outlaw's got him beat against John Moore. Turned that figure 8 into a 9 or a 10, but he gave it a wild run. Mike Wine wins it nonetheless. He was stretching the advantage coming down the chute. Wine's in great shape. Bigfoot coming back on the inside.
Brad's trying to work him hard on the inside.
Something's wrong with the Outlaw.
Oh, a clean cut. A killed engine. Something killed the engine. You see the smoke coming out.
Bigfoot wins it as the Outlaw looks like he might get the victory, but goes dead in the water. Outlaw is completely dead.
An electrical system failure somewhere. It completely stopped that engine and then brought him back to life, but too late. Well, this is the type of track that Scott really likes to run on. He was very upfront about it. He said, I do not like running a figure 8 or the turning courses like at Louisville. You get me to Richmond where I can really use the cubic inches, really leg the motor, and I'm going to show you how to run. Auto Value GMC comes out. Good run by Stevens. He doesn't back off. That was just a taste of some of the action to come. He was really comfortable with that run, Scott.
Lots of air, but still an outstanding time of 7.33. Wildest run of the qualifying round. We're going to see it right now. Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher, up from Wadesboro, North Carolina. Keep your eyes on what happens to the Crusher.
Now, you got to remember, qualifying is important because if you get a quick qualifying time, you have lane choice. It's to your advantage to run hard in a qualifying session. Porter comes out, goes to the second jump, and look. Bam! Left side, both tires blow out on the left side. That is how hard he hit, Scott.
He did indeed. Flattened them both and ended up just short of that retaining wall, the inside pit wall for the NASCAR stock cars here at Richmond International. Let's watch it again and look at the air under the Carolina Crusher. And then when he comes down here, Army, it's all that weight on those two tires, and the sides of them, they just couldn't handle it.
Remember, the tires only hold about 4 to 8 pounds of air pressure.
We'll get a look at it coming right into your living room this time, and you'll really see how much weight is going to end up on those two tires on this last bounce.
You know, in monster truck racing, you not only have up and down, but you have what they call pitch and yaw. You normally only find that in aircraft terms.
Boy, there's a perfect example of what happens when you get all the weight on just a little bit of tire trying to hold it. On the TNT Monster Truck Challenge, there's the rookie who has taken over the reins of the World Championship truck. It's Greg Holbrook driving the Equalizer Chevrolet from Springfield, Tennessee. He'll take on Kid Rarig, the Thunder Chicken from Catawissa, Pennsylvania.
You know, it's kind of interesting. Rarig has been around for years and years. This kid comes out, hops in the driver's seat of the Equalizer, and will not be intimidated. Immediately starts attacking the track. But look at Thunder Chicken coming back. No. Boy, the kid just barely held on for that one, Scott.
Don't know. Let's get a look at the replay. Don't know if there was a problem on the Equalizer or if maybe Holbrook kind of just thought he had it won or if Chicken was just coming. But look how close he makes it. Right at the end, it was down to a matter of a couple of feet. The biggest rivalry in TNT Monster Truck Racing today. Scott Stevens, the Auto Value King Crunch, against anybody in a Bigfoot truck. This time it's John Payant in Bigfoot number 4.
Well, Scott, the battle of the Blues Brothers in 1990 comes to Richmond, Virginia. Let's see what's going to happen. The bounce is going to be so very important. Bigfoot clears. Stevens doesn't do it. He's in the wall.
Scott Stevens ends up on the inside retaining wall at Richmond International Raceway. The win to Bigfoot and John Payant. The question is, how damaged is our fast qualifier? Scott Stevens in the Auto Value King Crunch.
He's done sitting up in there, Scott.
Let's watch it again, Army, and I think we'll get a real good look here at what happened to Scott Stevens.
Basically, all that happened was the bounce. Watch his suspension. He just bounced. He was flying through there. There was not a thing he could do right here. He's at the mercy of gravity. It hooked him and pulled him. Meanwhile, Payant did his job perfectly.
We'll get a look coming right at us this time as Bigfoot gets a good, nice, straight shot. And you can see off the first bounce, Crunch is in trouble. And the Auto Value Special is going to have to go to the store for some parts because I guarantee he tore up a few on that hand. Wow, Scott Stevens in a lot of trouble. And luckily he didn't go over the wall and make things a lot worse on that truck. Here comes Dave Wysorik's Nightlife Chevrolet out of Grand Island, Nebraska. He takes on the USA 1 truck. Steve Wilkie driving for Everett Jasmer's True Value crew out of Ham Lake, Minnesota.
Yeah, exactly opposite ends of the spectrum here. On the right, the big buck sponsorship, the corporate involvement. On the left, the privateer, the guy that has to build the truck himself, work on himself, travel by himself. Who's going to win? We're going to find out right now. Only in America you're going to be able to see these guys go head to head. Wysorik kind of easy over the first set. Now he's going to try to come back on USA 1. God, I believe he did it. What do you think?
Flying out. It looked like fire or sparks or something from underneath the USA 1. He died right there on the cars. Certainly the most popular monster truck in the world. But Army Armstrong this year, not necessarily the most successful. He has struggled and struggled badly on our most recent program.
You know, in the interview I did do with Wysorik, he mentioned the word air out the truck. The Gravedigger airs his out just coming out of the trailer. That guy just goes hard all the time. This could literally be a very wild run. You don't know what to look out for with Anderson. You got to remember, the engine and the Gravedigger's to the rear of the truck. The engine and the Wild Hair is to the front. So you've got two different theories about what's going to work. And neither truck is known for going real straight. This could be a rocket ride for somebody right here.
Coming over the Gravedigger with an early shot, squirrely, but straightens up and gets a convincing victory over Starvin Marvin Smith. The Wild Hair way off course as Marvin Smith finally, it would be DQ'd officially, but it didn't matter because Gravedigger had put him away. And these are the two at the top of the points list, and they're meeting early, Army Armstrong, a crucial battle between the point leader Bigfoot and the runner-up, the defending world champion Equalizer.
These drivers are at the top of the points, 1 and 2. They're also the drivers with the least experience. John Pyant will be driving Bob Chandler's Bigfoot, second generation. He'll be going against Holbrook, driving Gary Cook, second generation driver. There's no such thing as an old monster truck driver. Only you is going to survive this course.
Good start for Bigfoot. A little trouble for Pyant, and give it to the Equalizer. He pulls it out at the end. Greg Holbrook with the victory.
Greg, you're coming after. You're the guy to beat tonight. How's it feel?
Feels good, Arm. You just got to get everything lined up perfect, and you can hit them wide open just like any other track.
You just helped your national points championship chase a whole bunch by putting that other blue truck out.
You're not kidding. Don't nobody get to come back in the semifinals. No fast loser.
Battle of the Blues Brothers, and you won it tonight.
Thank you, Army.
Greg Holbrook knowing how important that victory was, and you could tell. Hey, I'm going to tell you, that young man may be soft-spoken, but that was a big win, and he's fired up about it.
You know, he's really coming around. If we used to have trouble getting him to talk to us, now he's giving you the #1 finger sign, so let's find out what this kid can do. Let's go back to the starting line. Scott, who's coming up next?
It'll be Wild Hair. Now, earlier, we said Wild Hair was disqualified, but actually he backed up and completed a legal run. They allowed him to complete the run under legal circumstances. He comes back as one of the fast losers against Carolina Crusher.
Well, when you buy a ticket to a TNT event, these people want you to see side-by-side monster truck racing. And they're going to do everything they can to bring that to you. Well, looky here, both of those guys are having all kinds of problems.
Wait a minute, fellas. We were on the figure 8 course last week.
Exactly. My sentiments exactly.
Wow. Wild Hair again ended up in the other lane, and then Crusher came over. Watch him, and watch especially the end of the runs. Crusher wins it easily, no doubt.
Yeah, but Scott, remember, we keep talking about the walls. You can see it now. They're trying to get away from the walls, both of them.
Let's find out what happened to Marvin Smith. Here's Kris Chapman.
Golly.
Smiling Marvin Smith, close but no cigar.
I'm telling you, I'm happy though. At least we got it running again.
The red lights tell you it's 100%. Look out.
Watching for it to go green in the middle. There it is. We're underway. Both of them taking it easy off the starting line. Here we go. Gravedigger. Dennis Anderson pulls it out with a big win over the Thunder Chicken.
These guys are definitely going just for the jugular veins. They want to be the best monster truck in the world. The guy that can come out of here ahead is on the right side of your screen, but the guy's got to get past the All-Pro. Look for Porter to drill this kid on the starting line. Blue truck's been a little bit late on the start, trying to pull it back on the end. Porter knows it. He's got to hammer him hard right on the start when the lights go green.
Here they come. Showtime.
Holbrook leads pretty close to him, trying to pull it back on the other end. You call it, Scott.
It looked like Equalizer at the end, but we want to check the replay. It did look like Equalizer got him at the end. Let's watch it from this angle, Army. Here comes Crusher and Porter, looking in good shape, but you can see consistently Equalizer held about a wheel length victory.
You said just a moment ago in the conversation with me, it almost sounded like you were going to concede and be happy to get in the top 5. This time last year, you were hunting and pecking and clawing your way trying to get into the #1 spot. Are we looking at a milder Dennis this year? Are you going to settle for the top 5? Is the kill not there to go for #1?
I don't know. It's kind of there. You know, I stand here and say that I'm going to take it easy on the truck and everything, but once I get up there and I know somebody's going to run hard, it's always a different story when the light turns green.
The light's about to turn green as Anderson on the left of your screen battles nightlight. Problems for Wysorek, and it's all Gravedigger.
Gravedigger made it look smooth. This final we've got coming up, Scott, could be one of the best races of the year. The kid's going after the red light bandit in the final.
did he win, he did an awesome piece of driving to keep the Grave Digger on all four wheels. Army Armstrong, I thought he was on his lid.
You know, replay's coming back up on the screen. I'm just amazed at how the crowd, it's like a home court advantage at a basketball stadium. These people love Dennis Anderson. Half track, it was close, but when he pulled the trigger on that big mountain motor Chevrolet, he literally flew past the kid. But this is where the driving comes in. Smash the motor, power out. What a job.
We'll watch it again. Dennis Anderson had gone easy on equipment all night, but on this last set of cars, he said, this has been too rough a year. I am winning this race, and indeed he did by a nose over the equalizer. Your winner, Dennis Anderson, the Grave Digger. Well, back at Richmond, ready to get going here with the side-by-side racing. Before we do, one more qualifier, and it'll be last week's winner, Army Armstrong. The Grave Digger needs to beat 7 seconds flat to beat fast qualifier. The equalizer currently has the fast time as we're picking it up with the final qualifying run of the day. It's the Digger.
Anderson came out, as you noticed a moment ago, he was syncing himself up for a real strong run. We've got a problem down here, and Anderson trying to bring it back.
Holds on to it.
Those walls, I tell you. He says he's not afraid of them, but I guarantee you he is definitely aware they exist, Scott.
Dennis Anderson has got a problem. Mike Speller, the TNT official outside the truck, was pointing to him. It appears a drive shaft problem for the Grave Digger, as Dennis Anderson, and now we get the time, actually records the fast time of the day, but you see parts flying from underneath, and a drive shaft is going to really put him in trouble.
He has rear-wheel drive only. I believe he's going to come back for elimination, but the replay show you the front end took such a beating. But look at the driver. He's taking a tremendous amount of abuse up there. That's a tough break for Anderson. Scott, the broken drive shaft creates a unique problem for Anderson. A dangerous situation arises because if he really goes after it like he's normally in his driving style, does not have the front wheels to pull the truck out of trouble, he's going to be in a whole lot of problems. Anderson's using his hand wide. He's going to the next round. And I know Dennis Anderson's got to be a little bit sick. This is about as close as we get to his hometown, but that was a driver's smart run. Well, Scott, if you were keeping score with the Ford and Chevrolet battle, since Bigfoot went out in the previous round, Chevrolet scored 1 big point. Let's see if Marvin can put 2 notches in the gun for the Chevrolet camp right now. He does have his work cut out for him. Keep an eye on the Outlaw. Outlaw's out over the first jump. Oh, this kid is impressing me. A little bit of a problem. I don't know, something happened. Boy, those guys are all over that track, but something did happen to the Outlaw, Scott. You have any idea what it was?
Mike Wine may have broken the rear drive shaft is the word I'm getting up in the press box. Outlaw goes up and over an easy win, but again, lots and lots of bouncing contact on the end of those cars apparently cost Mike Wine a drive shaft. Wow, what a bad break for him. And there you get it. There you see it. It's just kind of flopping around. Greg Holbrook now in a different paint job, but it is still the equalizer. The new driver ready to go against Steve Wilkie and USA 1.
Greg Holbrook will not be intimidated by this truck. He's going to make Wilkie work for it. Now Wilkie's in trouble. Wilkie's in big time trouble. He goes over.
He has sheared the axle, and both front wheels are gone from the USA 1 Chevrolet.
A little bit of a fire starting on the truck, it looks like now. The crew's going over. I believe Wilkie's up 1 year to the day, an exact 180-degree happening.
That's right, because it was USA 1 racing equalizer last year when Morris flipped. This time when they meet, it's Wilkie and USA 1 ending up on his roof. Mike Wine in the black driving suit there among those trying to make sure Steve Wilkie is okay down on the track.
We appreciate the Lakeside Rescue Squad for coming out right on the spot. You know, safety is something we're all pumped up over. The crowd can see him moving around, so he's going to be all right. But that, you know, people who ever doubt that this is a competitive motorsport, look at this. It doesn't get any tougher than this guy.
Steve Wilkie now trying to get out, as it were, as Mike Wine is taking his helmet out. Steve is talking to Mike Speller and the TNT people and the safety crews there, so obviously he's okay. They're just trying to get him out of the truck at this point.
Yeah, he rung his bell, though. You can tell he's a little bit slow. They're going to check him out. We'll get to him as soon as we can, Scott.
Wilkie is coming up on top of the truck, and we'll let everybody see that he's okay, to the roars of the crowd at Richmond International Raceway. And now he is looking at a complete wreck. Well, you talk about sticking a fork in a truck, it's done. That USA 1 Chevrolet has had it for tonight, and we don't know for how long. A lot of work coming up for that truck. Wilkie right now just trying to get his senses about him and look over the damage to his truck, and I'm sure make sure he's okay. And, well, he's just jumped right in there to correct.
I was going to say he's going to work now. Yeah. But he has to make that dreaded phone call we were talking about to the owner of the truck. One of these days, Scott, we're going to have to take a camera crew and follow him when he makes one of those calls. That could be a historic event in motorsport.
He's probably hoping it's the last time he has to make that call. John Pine of Bigfoot coming over to see if he's okay at this point, as it has been a rough ride for Steve Wilkie and the USA 1 Chevrolet. Let's watch it again, Army. See if you can figure out what happened.
He goes up, everything's good, but he's kiting to the left. Okay, it's yawing to the left, and the left front wheel digs in right here and just physically pulls it out. Meanwhile, Holbrook is running hard trying to get away from him. You know something I noticed about Wilkie? He still maintained his composure, talking to everybody and getting his sponsors' decals ready for the television interview.
Steve, we finally got a chance to talk to you. First off, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, Kris.
What in the world happened out there?
Well, I come out the first stack, and again, we have to run so hard to try and keep pace with 3-year-old equipment. I come out the first stack, and the rear end kicked up on me, and I was in the hammer driving the front end around, and I was crossed up going to the second stack, so I brought it around, and when I landed between the cars in the second stack, the front end let go and wrapped back underneath me.
What was going through your mind during all that?
Damn, I gotta go home and fix it.
Dave Wysorek drives that nightlife truck, and earlier we asked him if these walls at Richmond intimidating.
They do. They'll tear a truck up. There's no doubt about that. You know, anytime you hit something like concrete, it's going to do some damage. But, you know, I just hope to keep my truck straight and do the best I can.
Maybe it bothers Dave a little more, Army, than others. He built that truck from the ground up, painted it, drives it, everything.
Yeah, well, he is the only man on his crew. He's the tow truck driver, the monster truck driver, and everything. He'll run you hard. Whoa! Matter of fact, so hard, almost gets into Stevens. When they go across the finish line, everybody's diving to the middle to stay away from those walls, Scott.
Scott Stevens and the Auto Value King Crunch getting the victory over Dave Wysorek in nightlife by just a bit. And then, as Army told you about, the fireworks at the end were caused by people wanting to stay away from the walls. Both drivers had that theory, and you'll see them both come to the middle at the end of the run.
One thing you have to remember around motorsports is concrete will suck a vehicle into it. Steel guardrails will bounce you back out. They do not want to get sucked into that concrete, what they're trying to stay away from, Scott.
Boy, you can see Stevens saw the problem, really locked him up. He may not be 100%, but it's enough of a percentage to get him into the semifinals. Right now, though, quarterfinal action, and Gary Porter is going to get an easy one over Karen Petzl and Thunder Chicken. Carolina Crusher is looking good tonight.
Now, the Carolina Crusher, he's doing some work with his chassis, and he's taking some really weird bounces. He went into another wheelie when he came across the finish line there. Remember Louisville, Scott?
Absolutely, and he stayed up on that wheelie for a long time. Well, the equalizer putting his killer radio box in. That, of course, is the unit that is put in the trucks so that the TNT officials can kill an engine if a truck goes out of control. And Greg Holbrook will battle the man that is his arch nemesis as far as the TNT points go. Bigfoot and Equalizer have been running 1-2 virtually all year. This is a crucial showdown fairly early at Richmond.
What you're looking at here is something unique. I want you to think about it. Two of the youngest, yes, the youngest monster truck drivers in the sport are sitting on the starting line right now in a battle for the World Championship. So youth does have a spot in this sport.
John Pyatt and Bigfoot.
We got a race. We got a race. Look at this.
It'll be Greg Holbrook's Equalizer getting the win.
Bigfoot in the wall, Scott.
As Bigfoot kicks a bunch of dust up from the wall. That's concrete dust, not dirt, is coming up. And the victory goes to Greg Holbrook and the Equalizer Chevrolet. Watch it again.
Boy, these kids are like two little bullies on the block. Neither one of them is going to give an inch. Holbrook comes out on him. Now, Pyatt's in trouble. The bounce right here is what gets him. He doesn't land on the cart, gets into the wall. Some good driving by both of these youngsters.
Pyatt gets it straightened up and does not go over the wall. That's where the big damage would have been done if he'd have popped that inside retaining wall or possibly even landed on it somewhat. You'll get a look here. The second set of cars, Equalizer much straighter over them, made the difference, and then Pyatt's problem at the end of the run. Equalizer getting a critical win, but they've still got the win here in the semifinals.
Both drivers know what it's going to take to win. both drivers are willing to do it. The walls are out of their mind right now. All they're thinking about is looking about 300 feet in front of them. Between where they are now and that 300 feet are 2 sets of car jumps. This could, if there was ever an even race, this could be it right here, Scott. Both of these guys are good.
The Crunch truck has been bruised and battered, and he gets a bad bounce.
Bad bounce cost Crunch. The Carolina Crusher moves on. They left together, but like you say, the chassis on Crunch cost him. Weird bounce.
We've talked about the consistency of Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher.
I'll bet when we get back there, though, there's a tire change for Carpenter. We're going to come right now and look at qualifying highlights of the action from the Wood County Fairgrounds in Bowling Green. And Army Armstrong, we've got to show the run of Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger. A good run, but a familiar story.
Well, the same old story like you were saying. He lays down that bonsai shot, and then something goes away. He's trying to find a weak link on the truck, and it's nothing consistent. You know, one time it'll be the rear suspension and the front suspension, the engine. It was a shame, but boy, if you bought a ticket to this one, this is a good qualifying. Look at this, side by side. They're making a race out of it. Anderson pulls a big win, but look at the smoke coming out of the back. That means only one thing. Gravedigger goes in the box.
Driveline problems eliminate him for the night. Excellent qualifying run of 8.06 seconds, but that was the only shot that Dennis Anderson was able to lay down on this date in Bowling Green, Ohio at Wood County Fairgrounds.
When's this bad looking in for you?
I don't know. I think this is some fatigue from Richmond. You know, I found a couple other things that, you know, from Richmond when we got back to the shop that was cracked up and broke up, you know, and this is one thing that we must have missed.
So the Gravedigger is out. We talked about King Crunch. Army Armstrong, you talk about pulling out an antique. This truck has been around a long, long time. It's out of the stable. It now produces Awesome Kong, and the Awesome Kong driver, Steve Kane, is driving King Kong.
Well, King Kong was one of the original monster trucks at one time, ran a rear engine aircraft combination, gone to the front engine setup, but look at Steve Kane. This is the truck he learned to drive in. He's very comfortable with it. He will attack with this truck. We might see a major upset before the night's over. It's a new driver, a new philosophy, and it works.
I'm not sure that's not a major upset. The Auto Value King Crunch should have been the better truck, the state-of-the-art computerized Auto Value Special, but Scott Stevens did not have enough for King Kong and Steve Kane.
No, when these two Texans squared off the Ford, literally handled him on the far side, he completely cleared every car. Steve Kane is comfortable in this truck. That's all I can say. Really, on paper, it should not run, but it does.
King Kong coming at you, one of the originals in monster truck racing, and he's looking good here in Bowling Green, Ohio.
Of course, Marvin, formerly the driver of the Stomper truck, rebuilt his truck for 1990, went to what he called the MTV-style paint job there. He said it's a brand new Marvin for 90, but struggling to find the right combination, though.
What you're going to be looking at is this tried and true truck, the Carolina Crusher, close to it, and a new combination on the far side, tried and true, comes around in this round. Porter moves into the next round of elimination, and he made it really look easy, Scott.
He sure did. And
Scott, one thing you're going to see here that I find very interesting, I want you to notice King Kong. I told you how confident Steve Kane is in this truck. This is the first monster truck he ever drove. One of the reasons is look at the stability of the truck when he runs. On a good run, the truck stays very level, very straight, and it looks like it handles well. Meanwhile, Wysork is not rolling over a bit. He's going after him. Wysork coming down into the wall. Kong's out. Kong takes the win. He's got some problems, though, Scott.
Trying to get it
cameraman.
Look out. Steve Kane has added a whole bunch to the end of that run. Wow. Man, oh man. Let's watch him again. Kane hitting the second set and launches it.
Something coming out of the right side of the... Okay, a drive shaft came out, Scott.
Boy, you saw it right there. Great, great camera shot. Showed you the story as the drive shaft came busting loose from King Kong. I bet we really see it on this angle, Army.
Oh, you can also see a lot of liquid coming out of the engine. You should see the drive shaft come out right about... It's already out right there. When he first launched, that's when it came out right there when it landed.
You can actually see kind of a mini explosion, and then the shaft popped out. The Auto Value King Crunch computerized state-of-the-art truck against Bigfoot 4, the old reliable standby, sponsored with that acclaimed sponsorship out of Bob Chandler's stable in St. Louis, Missouri. Big matchup, a lot of war words between these two. Now they settle something on the track.
Little summertime blues and the GMC. How about it? Scott Stevens gets revenge. Pine had to have some kind of a problem with that truck.
Steven said he had him covered. He told you earlier he would beat Bigfoot, and he beat him convincingly. We'll find out because he's got to run one of these two bad dogs a little bit later, and that'll be a supreme test in the Monsters match. But which one will it be? Equalizer or crunch? Here they come.
Half track, both of them looking good side by. Oh, we got problems on the right side. Stevens is in trouble trying to get shut out. Equalizer looks like he's going to the final again.
Give the victory to Greg Holbrook's Equalizer Chevrolet officially.
We talked about him bringing the big truck out of retirement, and he has run strong. King Kong did not qualify especially well. Now he has to race Bigfoot and John Pyatt. And Army Armstrong, King Kong, you know, that qualifying shot was his first out of the gate with all the drive shafts and everything put back together. Now he has to let it all hang out.
Yeah, but the story here is in the blue truck, John Pyatt has to get through a round. He's got to beat Kong. Kong's going to really go after him hard. The reason is Foot's trying to close in on the national championship point lead. Not to be the case. King Kong is definitely alive and well in Bowling Green. Look at that.
He knocks off Bigfoot right here and right now. And you know, Jeff Dane, the owner of the King Kong truck, has been battling Bob Chandler's trucks for a long, long time. And I know that's got to be sweet for Jeff to be able to watch Steve Kane drive home that winner.
That run might haunt Bigfoot in the World Championship point chase before the year's over, Scott.
Well, Bigfoot's got a shot to come back, but I'll tell you, he's going to have to be the absolute fast loser. Only one fast loser is going to make it back.
You're going to be looking at two styles of driving. Finesse is going to come out of the lane closer to the camera. The guy you're looking at there, he goes about it like a bull in a china closet. He's going to mash the motor. If it stays together, it'll stay together. If it doesn't, you're going to see one super run. Side by side off the first one. Scott, what does it look like?
Grave Digger's going to pull in on the second one. Dennis Anderson, looking strong, gets the win. Some smoke out of the back, but I didn't see any parts flying out. Dennis Anderson's your winner as he gets the victory in the Grave Digger. The Monster Truck Superstars head-to-head. It's the Buffalo Tremor, Johnny K, against Wild Hair and Starvin' Marvin Smith. Side by side, this ought to be an excellent matchup as Richie Schaefer gets ready to start.
Whoa, we got a quick start on the other side. Wild Hair. Hey, the word we're getting from Tracy Smart, the time and crew, we've got a disqualification on the start. And the Buffalo Trimmer looks like he's going to come back. We're going to have to catch that on replay. It looked like he just cut what they call in the sport a good light to me. We got a replay coming up. Let's call it, Scott.
Marvin Smith from the Wild Hair is being disqualified as Army documented for jumping the light. Now, Richie Schaefer's at the starting line. What you'll want to watch as we look at the replay is when that Christmas tree, kind of modified Christmas tree, goes from red to green. And I think Marvin Smith is going to be real unhappy. Let's take a look. Now watch for the light to go green and Marvin to move. Watch. Boy, that's an awful close call.
Look who's coming back out. We got a brand new paint job on this little lady here.
Well, playing for keeps is a truck that Jesse Berge in a non-TNT event actually rolled recently. He's got her back together. New paint job, but he has to take on the world champion, Equalizer.
He also changed brands. He went over to GMC. Let's see what's going to happen. He runs a smaller engine. Berge taking a bad bounce. He's in trouble. He's trying to power out. Scott, he pulls it back. Whoa, you talk about some heads-up driving. Jesse Berge just saved his hide right there.
Masterful save by Jesse Berge, and the time for Jesse Berge is exactly the same as Bigfoot's, but Bigfoot is going to get to come back as the fast loser because Bigfoot set the time first, not Berge, and to beat him, he would actually have to beat the time, not equal it. Kris is caught up with Jesse Berge to talk about the run.
Jesse Berge, I hope you were buckled up because that was one wild ride.
That was a good one.
It appears that you and Bigfoot have got the same fast loser time, but he qualified first, so it looks like they might bring him back. How do you feel about that?
Because if he ran it first, he gets it. That's the rules. But, you know, we pushed it as hard as the truck could go. You know, I hung on for all I had down there. I figured I was going to lose it. I'm just glad it's still on all four wheels and I could come back.
What was going through your mind? You could obviously tell you were out of control.
Well, actually, the truck was out of control. I did a pretty good job getting it back, I thought. All I could think of is don't do what it did 5 weeks ago and roll and destroy the truck again.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. John Moore runs a short wheelbase Ford combination. Earlier tonight in qualifying, he had a good run. He's coming out of the same lane he's running in right now.
It was what you might call a loose qualifying run for John Moore and no problem as he gets a whole bunch of bounce and a little turn at the end of it here.
Right turn, Clyde.
Come on back to us, John.
He's okay and ready to go in first-round competition as he stages it up there. Now, John, again, will try and take on a Clydesdale truck that has been battling jinxes all year.
Okay, the problem we got today, fuel. He can't get the horsepower to come out of the engine. One of the things we're seeing now, everybody is pretty steady on their engines. Where they're experimenting is on their chassis. That's why we're getting all these real weird bounces. Look at this. John Moore comes back with a short wheelbase, no problem Ford. He goes to the next round, but look at the bounce that the truck is shaking.
Boy, really, he kind of got I don't know, maybe a trampoline effect is the best way to put it, because he kept coming up, kept coming down.
We come back. Bigfoot's going down. Stay tuned.
Listen to this truck. John Moore is stepping up on his horsepower. Listen, you can tell that he's going after this GMC. He's not going to roll over one bit. King Crunch better be on his toes.
Scott Stevens tries to get a good lead out of that far lane, but Moore is coming on.
John Moore does it. Look at that.
Call that an upset.
Yeah, well, like I say, Moore came loaded for bear. I don't think Stevens took this guy seriously.
I think you're right. I think Scott Stevens might not have given John Moore his due, and no problem Ford beat him.
A little bit of brain fade on the starting line. He waited just a second, and believe me, John Moore took advantage of that and parlayed it into a big, big win.
Well, as you look at the end of the replay, and Army, he's still bouncing like you were talking about, but boy, it didn't cost him. Here's the ISO on the Auto Value King Crunch. He just never got it going in time.
No, he made a good run. He just left late. That's all there is to it. They just got beat on the starting line.
Here he comes over. It's not a bad-looking run. It just wasn't fast enough. John Moore gets the victory in that no-problem Ford, beating that truck, the Auto Value King Crunch. John Moore is coming out. Look how he comes out of the truck, too. It's actually a little stepladder effect toward the back. Army's over there with him, and he'll be talking to him right now. Army?
John Moore, that had to be one of the best races you've ever run.
Felt good.
You're going to get King Kong in the next round. 2 bad boy Fords. What's going through your mind on it?
I'll have to go back and get ready for it, tighten a couple bolts. I think we can do it.
He's going to go to the left lane. I know you're going to go to the right lane. There's not going to be any excuses on this one. The best truck's going to win that next round, right?
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I picked this lane tonight, and that's the one I'm going to live with.
You know, if we decided just to sell some tickets tonight, Army, I think we could have packed the house just for this one race. Gravedigger against Bigfoot.
I know we could, because I'm backing about 20 feet away from where I normally stand. I know what's going to come down the pipe. These guys are going to go after each other like 2 old street fighters, but John Pyan jumps out on Anderson.
Oh, Bigfoot. He hammered him. John Pyatt puts the Gravedigger on the trailer, and he does it with no doubt remaining.
No, he literally manhandled him from the word go.
That may be the best run I've seen John Pyatt lay down at Bigfoot, and Gravedigger just never got it going.
You know, Pyan he's not new to the national touring sport. Did you know for 2 years he was the top amateur BMX bicycle rider in America? Then he went to work for Bob Chandler driving Bigfoot. This kid has been around. He does have a resume.
Great run for John Pyatt. Army Armstrong's going to talk to him.
John, you and the Bigfoot crew are back into this thing through the brake rule, the quick losing rule, but you can still win it. Is that still in your mind?
Yeah, hopefully we finally got the thing figured out. It seemed like it ran really well that last race, and hopefully poor Bigfoot will go all the way to the end.
What did you figure out?
We rejetted it a little bit. It's getting cooler as the night goes on. I think that might have been stumping us. I don't know for sure, but I think we got it figured out.
Well, we're down to 4, and you're one of them. We'll see you in that next round.
Okay, thank you, Army.
Well, Army, I'll tell you, John really looked fired up. Now, as we look at the Gravedigger on the ISO, there's no question it didn't sound good. You can see some smoke coming out, some steam coming out of one of those back exhausts. Obviously, some problems. Kris Chapman's over with Dennis Anderson, and the engine just didn't sound right. Kris, what was Dennis's problem?
Dennis sounded like he had some engine problems coming off the line.
Yeah, I did. I don't know. I think we might have thrown a push rod off, or it could be a couple bad plugs in it. I noticed when I fired it up to pull it to the line, the motor had 2 dead cylinders, but it was too late to try to do anything about it then. You know, after my run before that, I came back into the pit. Everything sounded good. We just fired the motor up, and it was weak on 2 cylinders, but like I say, it was too late to do anything, so I had to give it all I had anyway.
First semifinal, no problem against King Kong. 3 Fords and a Chevy in the semifinal, but a lot of people are going to like the chances of the Chevy to win it all.
Boy, the far side, look at that. Steve Kane is almost destined. Now, John Moore runs a good race, a little bit out of shape on the end, but Kane's longer wheelbase and more aggressive driving style is going to put him in for the final for the first time in a long time.
The top 2 in points for the season. We have documented how John Pyatt in Bigfoot 4 is just trying to stay close so that when Andy Brass brings Bigfoot 8 back on the circuit, he's got a shot to run Equalizer down for the championship. I'll tell you, Pyatt could do Brass no bigger favor than to upset Equalizer right here.
Right now, the Equalizer's got one job to do. He's got to drill Bigfoot on the starting line. Close at half track. Scott, what does it look like?
It's going to be Equalizer on the second half. Bigfoot closed fast, but not quite enough. Equalizer holds on for a very, very narrow victory as Greg Holbrook celebrates his 19th birthday and what could have been a real subdued celebration after the races. I'm talking about his birthday party. If he'd have gotten beat here by Bigfoot, they would not have been eating any birthday cake with smiles on their faces.
This right here could be the run. This could be the battle that wins the war for you, because he put Pyatt out of this thing twice tonight in this point chase.
Boy, I'll tell you, so John Pyatt Bigfoot really gave it an outstanding run, but not enough to track down the rookie sensation driving the World Championship truck. You see an isolation of Greg Holbrook winning it in the Equalizer Chevrolet. He goes to the Monster Smash Final. Army's caught up with both drivers. Let's go to him right now.
Greg, 19th birthday. I've asked everybody around here what you did on your 19th birthday. None of them had the opportunity to do what you're going to do. You going to make any changes, or just going to keep going with it?
We're just going to keep going with it. We got lane choice again. I'm going to run the left lane again. It's been working for us good all night. Truck transmission's beginning to fade a little bit on us. I just hope it holds up one more time.
That might work for you, because he has been running the left lane. You're going to push him over someplace he hasn't been. That could hurt him.
Yeah, I believe he qualified in the right lane, though, and he run pretty good there, so it's going to be a heck of a race.
We'll let you go. Right now, we're going to bring John over here. John, nothing to be ashamed of. You had the acclaimed Bigfoot truck was running awfully good. When you go against this kid, you just got to do that. Got to go.
Yeah, we had definitely held it to the floor. The last couple of cars and the first set of cars, a little bit rough. It threw me around a little bit, and that's where he got a little bit of advantage. We gave him the best run we could, and it was a good, close race.
Now, you know he's doing what he has to do, because you guys are going to be coming out with that new high-tech truck in a couple of months. He's got to get as many points as he can get now, because you guys are going to be coming like a fast-closing locomotive here.
Yeah, that's my main objective, is to stay as close to him as I can. I try to beat him that run. We came really close, but I want to make it a little bit easier on Andy if I can.
Kind of shadow boxing with him tonight, huh?
Yeah, I'm glad we got the truck to run. Before Bigfoot ran as well as we could do. I'm glad with it, happy with it.
Pulling to the line, the Chevrolet, known as the Equalizer. Current point leader, reigning world champ against the King Kong Ford. Watch for the light in the right-hand side of your screen. It's gone green, and that means it's showtime.
It's time to shoot them balls. King Kong, how about it? Kong takes the win.
They pulled it off the scrap heap, the antique, one of the original monster trucks. They only brought it back because their newer truck had to be rebuilt. And King Kong shows it's still as good as they come. Steve Kane drives it to a victory in the Monster Smash Final over the Equalizer, and he did it impressively. He beat the top of the class today.
He beat them all day long. No gimmies. This has got to be one of his best days ever. A good heads-up run by both drivers. The transmission may have faded a little bit in the far lane, but King Kong just aired it out all the way over the vehicles. It was just his day. He was on a roll.
Isolated on the Equalizer. Did you see anything wrong with the run, Army?
No, but I did hit the RPM. You'll see the engine start to freewheel there. The RPMs would indicate the transmission might have gone away on that truck. We'll check.
So the Equalizer gets a second this time around. It'll still help him in points because he put Bigfoot away in the semifinal round. Another look, and this time we'll have King Kong closer to us. And let's kind of just keep our eyes peeled on a great run by Steve Kane.
Okay, watch for smoke on the blue truck. That'd be an indication.
If you would, please.
Yeah, the transmission, I believe, started to fade. I'm not taking anything away from Kane. That was a beautiful run by Kong. Well, thanks, Scott. We are standing trackside with the new team concept for the No Problem Monster Truck. John Moore, tell me about this new team idea.
Well, I decided to step back a little bit, put a younger driver in, and see if we can do a little better in this point series.
Let me bounce over here to the younger driver. It's going to be a young man that you're familiar with, David Morris, back in the saddle again. How does it feel?
It feels great to be driving a monster truck again. John, he's going to give me an opportunity to drive his truck, and I'm going to see if I can do the best I can with it.
Well, John and Heidi Moore have always had a good running truck. You know he's going to put a good truck underneath it. What about your confidence as a driver since you've been out for about 9 months now?
The truck's going to be a lot different from what I've been used to driving, probably, as far as everything goes. But I'm going to go out and try to get used to it and make some good passes and keep getting better and better.
Have they put you under any kind of pressure? You know, being a world champion, a lot of people are going to expect you to go immediately to the head of the class. And you might even do that yourself, but there's going to be a learning curve here. Are you ready to take the time it's going to take to learn how to drive this truck?
Oh, sure. It's going to be a learning process, but we'll do the best we can do.
Time to look at highlights from the qualifying round of competition. Already completed. Army Armstrong, the outlaw.
Well, Mike Wine came out with a brand new engine. A lot of horsepower wasn't used to. When the run took off, he had everything going. Then he got in a lot of trouble. The horsepower actually was working against him. He said, hey, I got to get over the wall. So he just bursted, jumped over the wall. The engine's making a horsepower. He's getting used to it. But that was an awfully expensive run right there.
Well, he's been looking forward to getting this new engine in the truck, Army, but this was not the kind of run he was hoping to put down.
For a new engine, this is an awfully tough track. You said in the opening how narrow it is. There's only about 10 feet on either side, 5 foot to left, 5 foot to right, so you can see you have no room for error. He bursts the throttle, it jumps left on him, he does all he can do. He just tries to drive it out. We got another camera angle coming up. They're running the motor real fat. You notice all the fuel coming out of the exhaust, so he's aware that he might have some problems with his new setup.
And problems at the end of the run as Mike Wine puts the outlaw on top of that retaining wall. If the Gravedigger is the hard luck truck of 1990, this is a close runner-up. And I was talking about the first truck you saw, the Clydesdale Bennett Clark. He's been having a rough year, and here he draws the equalizer.
Bennett Clark changed over to a supercharged alcohol-burning engine. That engine will make horsepower at sea level. Look at this, and we're at sea level. Bennett Clark is for real with the Clydesdale. That could be the upset of the year. Bennett Clark finally got to a point, sea level, where that motor will make horsepower, and he just strong-armed his way into the next round, Scott.
Huge upset as the Clydesdale knocks off the fast qualifier, defending world champion and current points leader, the Equalizer Chevrolet. Here you'll see him come to the line again. Bennett Clark wins it, and Army Armstrong's going to catch up with it.
Bennett, an awful lot of people may call that an upset, but you put a new motor in there where it's sea level, you're just making a whole lot of horsepower tonight.
Yeah, we've been having a little trouble with it. We came from a different altitude. We tried the same setup we had with the last place. The motor's running great, and I'm tickled with it.
After being a driver, he's now just an owner, a crew chief. David Morris driving his truck, the No Problem Ford, against John Pine Bigfoot. Army, they're off.
He's an owner, a crew chief, and the most interested spectator here because he's watching Moore do his thing. Not good enough. John Pine rules the roost in that round with Bigfoot. Oh, Morris in trouble. Jumped over the guardrail you talked about, Scott. That guardrail is really going to give some of these guys some kind of problem before the night's over. Replay's coming up. Give it a call for it.
Watch it here as, first of all, easy win for Bigfoot 4. He puts the No Problem truck away by a bunch. Both trucks and veer left, and watch David Morris and No Problem come over the guardrail. You saw it right there. Here's Gary Wiggins from Williamston, North Carolina, the Dodge known as Mopar Magic, and he'll go head-to-head with Starvin Marvin Smith, the old stopper driver. Marvin is out in the Wild Hare Chevrolet.
We were talking earlier about all the new engines and everybody trying to catch up with Bigfoot number 8. Marvin Smith is going the same way the Outlaw 4 did. He's trying to step up through horsepower. A lot of horsepower, new supercharged alcohol-burning engine. Let's see what he can do with this Dodge.
He was the third fastest qualifier. That was a surprise. We'll see if he can back it up in racing.
Boy, the Dodge is running good. Mopar Magic making him work for it, but Wild Hare looks like he's going to take the big win in the next round on a very skinny track, Scott. Very skinny, yeah. Yeah, you can buy these, put them on the Christmas tree. Before the year's over, they got 17 monster trucks that all the kids in America are going to get a chance to have. But right now, who's going to win this round? We're going to find out real quick. Anderson, I believe, is in the good lane. However, the kid out of Missouri is trying to make a name for himself. He can do it in one fell swoop right here in Myrtle Beach.
Kurt Fisher in the Micro Machines. Dennis Anderson, the Gravedigger. Here they come, Army.
Fisher takes the win.
Maybe the biggest win yet for the new driver of the Micro Machines, Kurt Fisher.
The second major upset of the night.
And there was nothing wrong with the Gravedigger. The Micro Machines just beat him. Army, this has got a different suspension from the Bigfoot truck and the Equalizer truck.
Everybody's playing the game, trying to figure out how to do it. They come up with a new shock absorber that's used exclusively of off-road racing. I tell you, those shocks are working for Fisher. He just put a big nail in the coffin of the Gravedigger.
Yeah, the suspension was the difference. Watch Gravedigger on the second set of cars get a little sideways. I think that's what cost him.
Here they come. Now watch Dennis. He had to come back, see? He got thrown a little sideways, and that gives the victory to the Micro Machines and Kurt Fisher. Steve Kane and King Kong. And if you've been with us the last couple of weeks on Tuff Trax, you have seen this truck really rejuvenated, and the old warrior, King Kong, has been as strong as anybody the last few weeks. His opponent is supposed to be this truck, the Carolina Crusher, but he is on the clock. Now, the clock in monster truck racing is a 5-minute clock. That's how much time he has to get to the line. King Kong is still waiting. There's about a minute left, and the Crusher has fired. Army's got about a minute left, and the crowd has heard the noise.
Yeah, you know, the crowd can really get involved in this. This is a good rule. You've got 5 minutes to get to the lane. One of the things I'm going to be looking for is Gary Porter is looking pretty good to make the start. The Kong truck out of Texas, this is the truck that Steve learned to drive in. Everybody's familiar with Awesome Kong, the skinny truck. However, King Kong, the truck we're going to be watching now, they brought it out of mothballs to help chase these points. This is his nest. This is his old pair of tennis shoes. He's more comfortable in this big old orange Ford than anything out there. However, now he's got to get past Gary Porter and the Carolina Crusher. So it's going to go down real quick here at Myrtle Beach, Scott.
You hear the roar of the crowd as Gary Porter brings the Carolina Crusher to the starting line. Richie Schaefer will tighten him up right there and then send that light green. And it's Carolina Crusher against King Kong. Big Chevy, big Ford.
Watch for King Kong to attack. This kid drives this truck like nothing I've ever seen. He's not afraid of it. He's comfortable. There you go. See what I'm talking about? He comes right out with Porter and puts him away. Third major upset of the day in Myrtle Beach, Scott.
Indeed, but I don't know how much of an upset it is, Army, just because he's been so strong lately. Bigfoot 4 and John Pine have been straight and consistent.
Hey, Scott, this is a weird night. Okay, look at what's happening right now. The quick qualifier who has lane choice, in my opinion, is going to the bad lane. He's coming to the lane that has a guardrail on each side. I can't understand why. Meanwhile, Marvin Smith lines up in the free lane or the wide lane, but Smith's lining up a little bit crooked. So, man, there's some weird things going on. Look at Smith. He comes out and looks like rear-wheel drive only, but the equalizer comes back.
And wins.
Yeah. Wins on a tight lane, Scott.
I call that lane claustrophobia because those walls are so tight. Scott Douglas, Army Armstrong, Kris Chapman, and Micro Machines against Carolina Crusher. Now, Micro Machines was very impressive in his opening round win over Gravedigger. On the other hand, we know Carolina Crusher has problems, Army.
The problem the Crusher has, he does not have second gear. He can leave with the other truck, but then he's got to let the other truck get out on him and mile an hour him on the other, and he can still win, but he's got to do exactly what he's doing right now. But Fisher's not going to take it.
Look at the bounce at the end for the Micro Machine, but he still got the win.
Boy, both of them were driving out the back door on that one, Scott.
Give the victory to Kurt Fisher. The Micro Machine is looking good for the Breen Boys Racing Stable out of Jefferson City, Missouri. Again on a replay, here comes the Micro Machine.
Now, the Micro Machine right here in the track has an advantage, but Porter tries to reel him back in. Not going to be it. Fisher is for real.
Lots of bounce on the end. You'll look at it again. Micro Machines on your left, Crusher on your right. The win to Kurt Fisher, and he's with Army Armstrong.
Heard you come out of this thing kind of licking your wounds. What happened? Rough ride?
Yeah, I landed, I guess, on the left rear, and it just kind of, I had 2 weeks ago in Louisville, I had some damage to my arm, and I've still got it, I guess, because it's back there again.
What about the truck itself? It looks like you guys have a ride.
Well, other than the dipstick coming out and blowing a little bit of oil all over it and making a little bit of smoke, getting everybody worried, it's perfect.
Here we go. You talk about two big bad dogs. It's the Gravedigger and King Kong.
Stand-up time in Myrtle Beach. The Gravedigger rolls out with both headlights. Scott, he's told us many times when both the red lights are on, I'm like the old red light bandit. I'm going to hammer you hard on the wall. Who's he going up with the wall with? The kid out of Texas. The truck he's comfortable with. This could be one of the best runs of the year. Both drivers ready to go. Side by side over the first jump.
Oh, what a finish. Digger's got the victory.
Yeah, you got to call it. I couldn't tell.
Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger, they're going nuts in Myrtle Beach as the Digger has pulled it off. The adjustments Kris Chapman found out about must have worked because he looked super strong. And Kong laid down a great shot. Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger just beat him. Wow.
That was one of the best side-by-side. Replays coming up, we understand. Look at side-by-side. A little bit of blue smoke out of Kong. At this point, they both pull the trigger. He just jump further through the air to take that win, Scott.
Yeah, I don't know if that track's a little bit longer, Kong might have won the race. But when they crossed the finish line, Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger still had about a wheel-length victory as Anderson in front of a big crowd at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. There you see the margin of victory for Dennis Anderson. It's less than a wheel.
Dennis Anderson, the word we get, you take the win by one red headlight.
But first up, look at this. The two chief combatants for the World Championship. The defending champion Equalizer, his main nemesis, Bigfoot.
Now, the Equalizer's back in this thing solely through a technicality. He was put out in the first round. If this kid has ever been under pressure, and I have never seen him react under pressure, it's going to be right now. If he's going to mess up, it'll be now in a right lane. I don't believe John Pine's going to mess up. Bigfoot gives the okay. This could be a super run. Pine doesn't move. Equalizer goes out.
Choked down right at the start line. Bigfoot had apparently more of the carburation problems that have plagued that truck.
I noticed the Bigfoot driver did give a thumbs up to the starter. That was an indication that, yes, everything's gold. He was ready. The truck just did not react, and Holbrook just flat put it on kill. Look at that.
Boy, Greg laid it down, but again, it was the starting line that killed Bigfoot number 4. Kris Chapman has got John Pine. Let's see what the problem was.
John, you had some problems on the line with Bigfoot. What happened?
The easiest way to put it is just driver error. I just made a big mistake, and we didn't go nowhere when the green light come on.
The digger coming out right now. We're going to look at his qualifying run, and in typical Dennis Anderson Gravedigger fashion, Army, just tell people to kind of grab the edge of their seats because he's going to lay us down a bonsai shot here.
Yeah, it's like running down a hill. The further you go, the faster you get, the wilder you get. Anderson rolls out. Everybody knows something could happen. Slow start.
Watch the back end, though. Here he comes. Now, he's getting it.
Pull the trigger. Look at this. Trying to throttle out. Brings him around.
Almost ended up on the guardrail. If you weren't with us last week when we described this course at Myrtle Beach, there's a guardrail running right down the middle of it. There's Dennis's wife and son and boy.
That's his new baby boy.
Yeah, Julie was happy to see him throttle out of that baby. We understand that Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger is not going to make it to the first round. We'll see if we can find out more on that in just a moment. But look at, again, how close he gets to the guardrail that runs in between these two lanes. Boy, that was almost a big, big-time problem for Dennis Anderson. And if he'd have landed on his roof on that guardrail, you'd have been talking about some big-time problem for the truck from Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. Army Armstrong is over with Dennis Anderson to find out exactly what's wrong.
Dennis Anderson, one of the crowd favorites. Word we're getting is you're not going to make this first round.
No, I'm not, Army. You know, we had some problems earlier and with the gearbox, and we went out and tested the truck. The gear stripped in the box and put a lot of strain on the transmission. And when I got ready to pull up to qualify, I noticed second gear had a weird noise in it. So I come off the line pretty easy, then I hammered the truck in drive. And then on the way back through pit road here, I could hear some noise inside the truck, and we went back and checked it out, and I've got a hub going away in a transmission, I guess, so we're not going to be able to make it. There's not enough time in between rounds to change transmissions, get all the safety loops back on it, so we're going to be down for tonight.
Last week's winner on Tuff Trax, the defending world champion and current world championship points leader, the Equalizer Chevrolet, meeting the big Dodge, the Mopar Magic Dodge, out of North Carolina. That's Gary Wiggins.
Scott, this is a little deja vu. What I'm talking about, lane choice went to the Equalizer, and he again goes back into what everybody says is the bad lane. The reason they say it's the bad lane, the walls are close on each side, but the Equalizer is not intimidated at all. He goes right back where he left off last week into the winner's column.
Lane claustrophobia, if you will. Chevrolet and Ford hooking up here. Marvin Smith, Arnold, Missouri, the Wild Hair Chevrolet against that man, the world champion driver a year ago, the driver of the year, David Morris, but now in a new truck for him, the no-problem Ford Bronco.
Last week, Morris got the Ford Bronco into the wall. Wild Hair just dominates this run. Marvin Smith, a lot of confidence there, Scott.
It never happened for David Morris, and no problem, as that truck just never got anything going at all. Now he meets the new breed of Ford, the Outlaw Ford, and Mike Wine from Pennsauken, New Jersey. Steve Kane has been outstanding of late in this King Kong truck out of Texas.
The Kong truck that you're looking at is the truck he learned to drive, and he's very comfortable with it. He won at Bowling Green, Ohio. He showed us he can be a player. But what we're seeing here is Bob Chandler. He's not in the picture, but he's pushing all these trucks to go to the outer a minute. Big motor in the Outlaw. New suspension in King Kong. Side-by-side forward. Oh, what a run.
King Kong pulls it off. Now, Outlaw, you may remember last week on Tuff Trax, smacked the wall on his first run, so at least he gets a good smooth run in on that brand new engine. But King Kong does get the victory as we watch him again. And look, King Kong got a terrible launch off that first set of cars. He just corrected so fast, he came back and won the race.
This thing tonight's kind of like riding a rocket ship down a bowling alley, and you got to just go right down the middle of this thing?
Yeah, this course is going away, Army. It's, you know, there's big holes in cars and stuff like that. The ramps are shooting you off one way or the other, you know. You just got to go out there and you just got to try to hold the truck straight and just go, you know, as fast as you can.
The Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter out of Wadesboro, North Carolina. And while we've been watching the Bigfoot Equalizer battle over the last month and a half, Crusher has gotten back in the points hunt.
Gary Porter had to redo the transmission from last week. He knows he's going to be a favorite, but once again, look at this. Bennett Clark is on a roll. If there's such thing as a favorite track, it's got to be Myrtle Beach for the Clydesdale.
You know, in the history of monster truck racing, it's relative short history. Some of the biggest upsets so far have come in this matchup because Clydesdale has had very good success over the years against Carolina Crusher. But I don't think we expected him to win this matchup here, and he won it convincing.
Yeah, he won it big time. He's just making horsepower now, Scott. If you hit one of those rascals, you're in deep trouble.
Again, I was talking about the Kong truck coming up. Crusher here has lane choice. He was the faster qualifier.
Yeah, he goes where I would go. He goes to the outside where he's got some room.
Exactly. That puts King Kong into, again, lane claustrophobia with a guardrail on his right and the low inside retaining wall for the pit area that the stock cars use here at Myrtle Beach Speedway every weekend.
I said it earlier. It's like riding a rocket ship down a bowling alley. You go a little bit left or a little bit right, you're in big trouble. They come out side by side, Chevrolet and Ford.
Steve Kane, King Kong, the Carolina Crusher Chevrolet.
That's got into trouble.
Look out, he's still going, trying to get it shut down.
Oh no! Fire, we got a major problem on the end of the Myrtle Beach Speedway.
The fire is burning on the King Kong truck. It has landed on two police cars at the end of the track. Steve Kane apparently is not out of the truck yet as the fire is continuing to blaze.
Everybody's going down check. Okay, I can see. Here comes Kane.
He is out of the truck. There's Kane right there. He's taking the helmet off.
Okay, I'm going to work my way over and see if I can catch him, Scott.
Unbelievable. And you see a few smiles. That's because the crowd sees that Kane is now out of the truck. And for, gosh, at least 30 seconds, nobody could spot him with fire all around.
It's almost weird. He's out like walking down no man's land, like nothing happened. Look at this. He's in shock, Scott.
I was afraid he was seriously injured. We couldn't find him. Nobody could see him. And you can see Steve is wanting to walk this one off. That's Nick Rossi, the owner of the Outlaw truck, with his arm around him. And
let me get over there, Scott. He's coming my way.
Man, you can see that Steve is just wanting to, right now to take a deep breather as Army gets over to talk with Steve Kane after, I don't know, that's the most terrifying run I've ever seen in monster truck racing. Here comes to you, Army, Steve Kane.
First of all, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, Army.
You have any idea what happened?
When I come over that second set of cars, it got really squirrely on me, and it looked to me like I was going to head for that wall, so I was trying to compensate for it when I was, you know, before I hit the ground, you know, turn the wheel a little bit. And I think I turned the wheel just a little bit too much, and, you know, when she hit the ground, that front end really hooked up, and
it looked to me like when you turn the wheel, the right front hit the ground, but at that time, the left front wheel was up on the rail. Is that what could have thrown you over this thing? When you got the left wheel onto the rail, it looked like you're really in trouble.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, I really don't know. Everything was happening so fast, you know, I'd have to look at the video, but I'd say that'd be about right. You know, that front tire hit that rail and everything.
Well, we've been talking in the sport about how you drivers have to do something that's almost unnatural. That is, when you get in trouble, you have to gas the engine. That's exactly what you did. I cannot think of anything you could have done different to get out of that situation.
Well, I don't know. You know, I seen that sign coming up, and all I was trying to do was get it turned back over on its wheels, but nothing worked, you know.
I'm glad you're okay. We'll see you next week.
We'll see.
I tell you, Scott.
Army, he's shook.
Yeah, he's in shock right now. One of the things I was wondering about, why were those vehicles located at the end of the track? I'm just going to be real blunt. That should not have been the case. the right rear suspension collapsed. He's steering it, but you notice in the replay, the right rear came around on him. He's driving. He's doing the only thing he can do. But the right rear suspension gave away. That's what caused the accident. Now he throttles up on it, explodes the engine, goes end over end and lands on top of the cars and gets a big, quick alcohol fire. About everything disastrous that could happen just happened in about a 2-second span to that kid.
We're going to analyze it a little closer, Army, as they continue to try and upright the King Kong truck. First of all, no one in the police cars, and obviously that's a very dangerous situation, very scary, and as you documented, why the cars were there is somebody's got to answer that question. As he comes over, though, I think the key thing, Army, was back before that point, the instinct. Now, every driver knows when you get up on your side like that, you've got to throttle out. If he would not have throttled out, he would have simply flipped at that point and obviously saved himself a lot more trouble. But the instinct is to power out and try and save it.
Yeah, but you got to realize these trucks have kill switches on it. There was another person involved. Mike Speller at the end of the track, the TNT official, was trying to make a call. Should I kill the engine or not? He let him go, hoping he would power his way out. But again, what I keep coming up with, why in the world were these vehicles sitting at the end of a racetrack? I don't think they should have been there. These were we just got word, these are 2 brand new police cruisers that had just replaced the cruisers that were demolished in Hurricane Hugo. They're not a week old. Look at this.
Unbelievable.
This is for real. Plus the 76 sign.
That just went up last week. Army Armstrong, you and I have seen a whole bunch of monster truck racing between us. I have never seen anything scarier than that run by King Kong.
Well, it's like any kind of motorsport. They're going to get quicker, they're going to get faster, but I got to bring one thing out. The truck is safe, the driver is safe, the roll cage held up and everything, and we're going back to racing, Scott.
But the track conditions weren't safe at that time, and again, the car should have never been there. Steve Kane obviously is very lucky that his truck was built safe enough to hold up. And, now that everybody's seen Kane is safe, this crowd is just on a fever pitch.
Yeah, they're pumped up. And I wonder if the police cars could have something to do with it, too. We've all had a dream. Let's find out. Let's go back to the start line. It looks like the Outlaw going against the Clydesdale.
Now, you're making a good point. Once everybody finds out nobody's hurt, these people are having a whale of a time and really getting a laugh out of the fact that it's not a funny fact that the police cars were smashed here today. Outlaw and Clydesdale, Army.
Mike White not intimidated by that wall. The man in front of him went end over end. He drives it out the back door. Outlaw looking super.
I'm going to tell you, Mike White and the Outlaw is having himself a good night.
We've been talking all night long about Bigfoot 4 and everything. The truck on the left of the screen right now, that truck is sold. There's a due date. He will not have that truck. He's got to get all the points he can with it now. We're talking to Carolina Crusher, and he is in deep trouble. Equalizer puts him on the trailer.
He gave it an outstanding run, but it's not enough as Greg Holbrook continues to dominate the competition at Myrtle Beach Speedway, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. He won here a week ago, and he's going back to the Monster Smash Final.
So like you're saying, in the final, there's going to be 2 blue trucks, the Battle of the Blues.
And I believe the Bigfoot 8 truck, it's a fine engineered piece, but it may be even too engineered. I'm afraid that they might have some breakage, so I think we'll come out on top in the end.
Let's look at some qualifying round highlights as Marvin Smith brings the Wild Hair out of Arnold, Missouri to line up side by side with Greg Holbrook and the Equalizer. We want to watch this run very closely, and we want to keep our eyes on the Equalizer, current leader in the world points battle.
One of the big questions when we came into Flemington is, how's a rookie driver going to react to the pressure that's going to roll in with Bigfoot number 8? Well, this qualifying shot tells you something. The pressure was there. The kid missed a second set of jumps. He's going to have to go back and re-qualify. However, Scott, this kid still has 1,000 meters there. He will be a player before the night's over. Mark my word.
Again, though, this qualifying run for Holbrook is not legal. What did he do wrong in the second set, Army?
Well, he missed the second set of cars with both front wheels. You notice he rolls over right there. He was after it. He was into the throttle, and Marvin Smith makes a great run, but that's going to hurt him a little bit later.
Well, the Auto Value King Crunch, certainly one of the ringleaders in the anti-Bigfoot camp, the guy who earlier on this year complained probably most loudly, Army, about Bigfoot 8 being allowed to run while he took last year off. Well, he's back now, and isn't it funny that he'll have to stare against him in this qualifying round right out of the chute?
Well, since all the problems started early in the year, like you explained, there's no love lost between these guys, but there is a lot of respect between Scott Stevens' camp and the Bob Chandler camp with Andy Brass doing the driving. Like you say, it's kind of ironic. They go head-to-head, and Bigfoot immediately comes out and shows what it's all about. Oh, he's in trouble. Stevens makes the clean run. Bigfoot's in trouble. Bigfoot and Holbrook.
You know, you got to wonder what's going
right
on.
now. Yeah.
The two best monster trucks in the world, it makes you wonder what's happening, Army, because they both are disqualified, and it was a mess for both of them on the second set. Clydesdale and Bennett Clark, the good old boy from Powder Springs, Georgia, call him the man in the black hat. Everywhere you go, you see him wearing that big black hat. And here he is, Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger, the most popular monster truck in the world out of Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina.
Anderson rolls out in a beautiful 51 Chevrolet sedan delivery, engine to the rear, truck on the right, red light says, go, go, go. He's going up against the Clydesdale and Georgia New England combination. Gravedigger.
Good looking run. Boy, I'll tell you, Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger got down there in a hurry. And Anderson had an outstanding qualifying run. Fast qualifier is the Digger, but Wild Hair's looking pretty good tonight, too.
Well, quick qualifier, legal is the Digger. We got two trucks that will run quicker. They're going to be coming, working their way through the bottom of the field. But right now, Anderson's got his hands full with starving Marvin Smith. Smith's hungry. He wants Anderson big time. Side by side, Anderson comes down. Oh, we've got problems on Anderson. Scott, can you tell what the problem is?
Boy, stuff is flying off the Gravedigger truck. It looks like the
drive shaft. We're getting the drive shaft word.
Yep, the slip yoke, the short shaft is gone. Watch it here. Here you'll see it, Army. There the sparks just starting to shear off.
Okay, now these trucks run safety loops, so that contains the shaft from flying out, but that is a bad sign.
Army, Dennis is about done. Work your way over there and see if you can find out what happened to it. Let's go to Army.
Well, this could be a classic case of a man that won the battle but lost the war. Dennis Anderson, we understand you are not going to be coming back with the Gravedigger.
No, I'm not. And that's pretty sad, too, you know, because that I feel like the left lane is the best lane to be shooting out of. I ran hard to earn that lane, and I told the guys after I qualified that my name's on that lane all night long, and then I come back the first round and split the transmission housing open on the truck, so we won't be able to make it back, and so they're over thrashing on the truck right now, but you know, Marvin gets to come back and take my place because I broke, but you know, those fast rides ended quick.
You seem tired. You really do tonight. I know, you guys have been thrashing. You're chasing these guys, trying to put wins under your belt. This piece is the first time it's ever broken on the truck. I've never seen that little short shaft break before.
Yeah, we were just talking about that last week, you know, and we have replaced slip yokes and stuff like that when it get wore out, you know, and I told the guys in the shop there last week, I said, you know, this is the only thing in the last 2 years that hadn't broke on this truck. I guess it kind of put the hex on me tonight. From now on, I won't brag on any part on that truck.
Bad break for Dennis Anderson, and again, even though the others had 3-second penalties, he was competitive time-wise with Bigfoot and with Equalizer, even if you take those penalties off, although he wouldn't have been fast qualifier. So real bad break for Dennis. Now the Bigfoot 8 back in side-by-side competition.
Andy Brad said the truck lands like a sponge and it sticks. That's exactly what's happened. He was in trouble at half-track. Meanwhile, the Clydesdale's all over the track, but Andy Brass literally had to backpedal, take the brake, and hit the throttle again in order to take a win. That truck is not handling right yet, Scott.
Clydesdale has been disqualified, and Bigfoot barely was legal. Let's watch the run.
Okay, watch between the jumps. Bigfoot, he's on the gas right now. He's throttled up, but at this point, he tags the brake, now nails the throttle again. Clydesdale sees Bigfoot having trouble. He's going after his throat. It's not going to work.
Right you are, Army. So John Moore giving you the explanation, but he is indeed back in the no-problem Ford Bronco.
Well, you know, Scott, the rumor mill has it that David Morris is still looking at another ride in a monster truck. It's a Ford, but it's a blue one. Let's go to the race at hand. Chevrolet and Ford.
Boy, a photo finish at the end, but Nightlight pulls it out by a whisker. Great race. Very, very close. Let's watch it on the replay, and I think we'll find out there that the Nightlife Chevrolet ekes this one out, Army.
Boy, going head-to-head, two of the strongest privateers in the sport. Like I say, one in a Chevrolet, one in a Ford. They both do all their own work. It doesn't get a whole lot closer than this. It looks like synchronized monster truck jumping right now.
Wow, look how close. But the win goes to Dave Wysorek.
Run as hard as you can. Be careful. Good run.
certainly looks good now after a dismal qualifying round. Holbrook talking about those worst lane situations. He knows he's got to be in one tonight. Again, back to qualifying because he got the disqualification, the 3-second penalty. Now he's going to be a slower qualifier. That puts him in the bad lane all night long. The most consistent truck on the tour, maybe the Carolina Crusher. He's running USA 1 and beating him.
Yeah, Scott, that consistency you talk about is paying dividends tonight for the Carolina Crushers. Meanwhile, look on the other end of the track. The safety there. You know, it seems like they would have learned something in Myrtle Beach about putting vehicles at the end of the track. These trucks are going to get quicker as the night goes on. That could definitely be a problem. I don't think any major damage now. Crew member's going to check it out, but believe me, that could be a problem before we leave this town.
Of course, the big difference, though, at least these cars are sitting there to service barricades. The only thing is they may end up flat if they're going to service barricades as these trucks continue to quicken their pace throughout the evening. And those on the right lane may get some wild runs because Bigfoot and Equalizer are due to be there most of the night. Well, there you see the work being done to the USA 1 truck. Hey, a thumbs up. Everything's okay, except his head. Ouch.
Hey, Tuff Trax fans, when you come back, you're going to see the USA 1 Chevrolet up against the Jersey Outlaw, and it's going to be a battle, so stay tuned.
There it is, Bigfoot number 8 and Andy Brass out of St. Louis, Missouri. His opponent will be Marvin Smith and the Wild Hair as we move into the quarterfinal round. Lots of pressure on Bigfoot. He knows he's in a bad lane, but knowing he has to make up 80 points on the equalizer, every single run is critical.
Scott, the bad part of the lane we keep talking about is at the end of the first set of cars. He can beat the problem if he jumps the first set of cars. He tried it. Again, he's in trouble. There it is again. Back on the throttle. Marvin Smith. Who won it? I couldn't tell.
I don't think Bigfoot got up on the cars. He's going to be disqualified after getting thrown to the right. And Marvin Smith will come up with an upset victory over Bigfoot 8. And I think it's going to go down as a disqualification, which means he's definitely out for the night.
Again, watch Brass. He's trying to clear the first set of cars. It doesn't settle right. The rear end comes around. And he tags the brake. Nails the throttle. Not going to work. Smith is coming like a fast-moving freight.
Well, Marvin Smith actually lost twice, if you want to look at this as a loss in terms of getting across the finish line, but he's still going into the semifinals in the Wild Hair Chevrolet. And in the meantime, the much heralded return of Bigfoot number 8 comes to a very premature ending. Andy Brass and Bigfoot 8.
Scott, I tell you, the problem is not where he thinks it is. The problem is in the left and right movement of the suspension. The hole had nothing to do with it. The rear end is turning. They've got to get that figured out. Now, here's a truck that's running the same chassis that won the world championship and has been upside down more than anybody, going up against a hometown boy. You talk about a crowd favorite, it's got to be the Outlaw.
USA 1 in the bad lane. Oh, the Outlaw is dead in the water. Steve Wilkie wins it in USA 1 as the Outlaw died on the first set of cars.
Oh, such a tough break. Well, Mike Wine, he was talking the talk, but he's not able to walk the walk as USA 1 will walk over into the next round.
At Flemington, New Jersey, we know that Wild Hair will race USA 1 in one semifinal. The other two semifinalists about to be determined. This is quarterfinal round action between the Auto Value King Crunch and Nightlife.
Well, I don't know. At half track, I would have given it to Nightlife, but I believe the word we're getting is the Auto Value GMC. Nobody. These guys are getting so quick, and as soon as they go across the finish line, they're looking for holes to hide in so they won't hit anything down there. Look at that. Skeevis jumped left, Nightlife went right. Who was the winner, Scott? I still don't know.
It was the Auto Value King Crunch. Watch at the end, though, Army. I think Wysorek had it, but for some reason veers way right at the end. Now look, way off to the right.
You're right. Scott Stevens stayed straight. Again, the lane, the right lane on the camera right now is the place to be if you're going to play this game tonight.
Here's Gary Porter bringing out the Carolina Crusher. He'll go up against the Equalizer and Greg Holbrook. Now remember, because of Equalizer's penalty in qualifying, like Bigfoot, he is forced into the bad lane because he actually had a slower qualifying time.
The interesting thing here is Scott Stevens is already talking about, he's going to the next round, he's already talking about running the Equalizer like the Carolina Crusher is not even anywhere in the state of New Jersey, and that is far from the case. Gary Porter can make life awfully tough on the Equalizer. He is. Look at this, guys.
It is the Carolina Crusher. And hold on, Greg Holbrook, a wild ending as the Equalizer is beaten, Bigfoot is beaten, and both in the quarterfinal round. Can you believe how early the two glamour marquee names are out today?
Well, that is amazing. The replay comes up. One of the things I'm watching again, these trucks get quicker and quicker. And at the end of the track, right here, you got to be wondering, where am I going to put this thing? Both trucks are trying to figure out. One goes left, one goes right. But the big story is Scott Stevens is not going to be racing who he thought he was. I don't know who will get the lane choice. That next race could determine the winner here tonight.
Tuff Trax. The TNT Monster Truck Challenge is in Flemington, New Jersey. The semifinal round. It's Steve Wilkie's USA 1 going up against Wild Hair. Both of these trucks lost earlier tonight. Wild Hair got back because the truck that beat him broke, the Gravedigger. USA 1 came back as a fast loser. One of them's going to the Monster Smash final.
Wilkie with USA 1 has the right lane figured out. He's going to the final, but right now he's got his hands full trying to stop. Whoa, he doesn't do it.
He ran into the barrier cars at the end of the track, but he's okay as the barrier cars did their job, kept him from going through the fence at the end of Flemington Speedway. Steve Wilkie's USA 1 will go to the Monster Smash final.
You know, Scott, the replay comes up. One of the things I've always noticed about this truck, it does not brake as quick as other trucks. I don't know why, but you watch him, he's bouncing. Brakes are no good while he's up in the air. Now he gets it to settle down, hits the brake. Army.
You see what they're calling the hole from where you're sitting right now. Can the driver actually see the hole you're trying to miss?
Yeah, Army, it basically starts off about a foot to the left. That way I'm anticipating the truck to go back just a little.
Scott Stevens is pumped up as the Auto Value King Crunch. You heard him say they're kicking some tail in Flemington, and indeed, they've beaten the Carolina Crusher, and Crunch is going into the Monster Smash final. What a run. You see, he beat the Carolina Crusher by, again, less than 6 inches. They both did it, the Auto Value King Crunch and USA number 1. Well, Gary Porter has looked at that timing tape several times. There he goes to Kris.
Gary, after reviewing the timing tape, do you still feel the same way?
I knew it was a very close race, and I just wanted to watch the tape to make sure, and after watching it, you know, there's no question about it. He beat me by maybe 6 inches.
How does that make the old heart feel?
It's a really let down. You know, I was hoping to make it to the finals and, you know, maybe take home a win tonight, but it just wasn't my night. I'll be back again tomorrow.
Set to go in the Monster Smash final with the Auto Value King Crunch, Scott Stevens from Woodlands, Texas, and from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the truck that won it all in '88, the USA 1 truck, the Chevrolet of Steve Wilkie. The Monster Smash final ready to go, and it's showtime.
Both drivers running up over the first shot. Wilkie looks like he moved first. He's down that right lane. Scott, the winner, comes out of the main lane. Now, can he stop it?
Yes, he can. No, I thought he had her stopped. He took the car through the fence, but the USA 1 truck has come away with the win.
That's called driving it out the back door to take a big win.
And a big win it is. Boy, you talk about rebuilding confidence, about pumping up a race team that needed to be pumped back up. Steve Wilkie and USA 1 left Richmond, Virginia in a shambles. They returned to TNT Racing, and they made it to the top, winning the Monster Smash final convincingly over the Auto Value King Crunch.
Look at the chassis on the truck. Handles completely different than anybody else. I'm saying that because of the bounce.
Well, we knew that fence was in a bad spot when this night started, and it ends up biting the dust as going into the cars and then the fence. Steve Wilkie.
Listen to the crowd. USA! USA! How about it, Scott? These New Jersey people are having a ball.
And they're loving it. Your winner, Steve Wilkie, the USA 1 Chevrolet. He's out of the truck right now and accepting the accolades of the crowd. Scott Stevens now over to shake hands. We're going to check some qualifying round highlights as we see the Bigfoot number 8 truck. And again, remember, Andy Brass was disqualified in his qualification run a week ago, and I think that led to his whole night's worth of trouble.
Yeah, that started a bad nightmare for him, but he and the crew have sat down and they figured it out. They believe the rear end was moving on them. They've locked their rear end off. We're going to find out right now if they made the right move. Brass again comes out, pulls the trigger. It's there. Look at this. Bigfoot, I think, has found the handle. Now can he find the brake? Yeah, shuts her down.
Fast time in the Bigfoot 8 truck. after the problems of a week ago. So Andy Brass has served notice. And that was his disqualified run of a week ago, and we're going to see if he can now keep it straight. Bigfoot obviously corrected his problem. We'll see Equalizer line up against last week's winner. Now, I know they're qualifying, but Equalizer, I think, would like to show Steve Wilkie right now that his truck is to be reckoned with.
Yeah, each driver wants to bloody the other one's nose right now. Wilkie's going to get that honor. The confidence. When you win in this game, you get all kind of confidence. There's proof of it right there. That's a whole new Steve Wilkie. We got big problems on the other side of this camp.
He just completely left the cars, did not even try to get over and make a legal pass, which he could have done to get himself put in the field.
Might be a transmission problem, Scott. We'll see if we can find out.
We see USA 1 had no problems. His run was excellent, but disqualification is the official word on Equalizer. USA 1 comes in at 7 seconds flat. Let's see what happened to Equalizer.
Greg, can you tell what the problem is yet?
Yeah, the transmission was slipping. I pulled up the line and started to back up, and it just barely would go in reverse. Then when the light turned green, I nailed it. Just sitting there, and the motor just revved up and didn't go nowhere, so I just coasted on off the track.
So will you be able to come back and have full steam?
Yeah, we think it's just low fluid. We're going to put some more fluid in and try it again here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Army, we're ready to go now with Stevens against Outlaw. Not in elimination racing, but in qualifying. But, you know, I'm sure a lot of fans wondered that over the years, why they take that line going up on and touching that first obstacle before they set up.
What you want to know? Oh, we got a big problem on the starting line. We'll go ahead and call it through. The Outlaw truck lays down a real good run. Scott Stevens has some kind of problem.
He's going to go ahead and come on with it now.
This is a short track. Look at these guys.
We're going to take a listen right now to Crash Ford and Scott Stevens' radio conversation and see what happened.
What'd you do? You don't want to know.
He said, you don't want to know, Army. Why do you say that?
Sound like a little driver's brain fade. We'll catch that story a little bit later, Scott.
There you see the times. Crunches is awful. The Outlaw not bad at 6.82. And for Mike Wine, that's going to have him up in a pretty decent spot. As we look at him again, Kris Chapman is working his way over to talk with Scott Stevens. And let's see if we can find out exactly what did happen.
Scott, tell us what happened out there on the line.
The driver left his brain in the trailer.
So it's simply driver error?
Yeah, I just got out of my routine and thought I had everything ready to go, and I didn't even have it in gear. Light turned green. Thought I broke something, and I realized it was all my fault, you know.
Well, that's kind of good news. You'll get to come back and show us what King Crunch really does.
Yeah, you know, I think the motor's all right tonight anyway. It was definitely my fault.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Driver brain fade. Scott Stevens just admits it right off. Hey, here comes Dennis Anderson. And remember, Army, the Gravedigger was the fast qualifier a week ago, but then he broke in the first round.
Bill, Dennis Anderson's the only driver that in no way can qualify for brain fade as a monster truck driver. You take it from there. He is a wild man in the sport.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Yeah.
I got to talk to him after the race.
If you ever see him drive, you know what I'm talking about. Look at this. Go time. The Gravedigger.
Hang on, and that's all you can say to him.
Left slide. Yeah, look at that.
He broke it down.
Well, at the end of the track, there's some great driving going on. Just getting shut down and turned back around.
But until a possible final, Dennis should have his lane choice throughout the night if he can keep it together.
But Dennis knows he can go straight. Does Bigfoot 8 know that? That's the big question mark.
And does the Equalizer...
Oh, look at this. Transmission fire. Right now, the driver's not aware of it. Now, this is unique. If he hits the brake real hard, that fire will come up underneath the driver. He's just driving it through. This kid he's almost a genius. Look at that. Eases through. Stop the truck and put the fire out. Now, if he'd have hit the brake, all that fire would have come right up underneath him, and he would literally have been on the proverbial hot seat.
Great observation, Army. There you see, it was a large fire. But it stays back there away from the driver's compartment. And, boy, you just made a great point. If he'd have hit the brake, he'd have thrown it all up in there with him. Greg Holbrook, by the way, he also did get an official qualifying time off of that rather hot run for the Equalizer Chevrolet and Greg Holbrook. Wow. Man, we have seen some wild qualifying, but everybody now is back 15.11 with the penalty. However, it is still an official time, and that's all he needed.
Well, they're on the Northeast Tour right now. Not a lot of time in between races. You figure about 8 runs a night on an engine combination. It just caught up with him. Meanwhile, Bigfoot, what I want to see is what he's going to do out of the left lane. The first time in 2 weeks we've seen this truck go out of this lane. Let's see how it's going to act. In the right lane, it wants to go to the right.
He races the Nightlife Chevrolet of Dave Weissort and puts him away big time.
He cleared. He completely second set of cars, Scott.
Looks like Andy Braz is back to his old trick. They've got to beat Buffalo Tremor first to do that. They're over in the right lane, but that didn't bother the Auto Value King Crunch truck last week.
No, but this is a truck you got to keep an eye on. Johnny Kwasniewski, this kid is close to home. He's new. He's due a good run. This might be when he shows up. He comes out side by side with the Auto Value King Crunch. He's got him in half track. Good run. Good run. How about that kid out of New York? He's definitely for real.
Yeah, what are you doing there at the finish? I was hanging it out.
Scott Stevens says he was hanging it out. His question, you may not have been able to pick up clearly at first, was, did I win? Yes, he did win. He gets the victory over Buffalo Tremor. Now remember, USA 1 hung it out in the Monsters match against King Crunch last week, and he also hit the barrier cars. So, you know, maybe Stevens learned something from what it takes to win.
Well, Scott Stevens.
Next up, it's the Clydesdale Chevrolet. Bennett Clark from Powder Springs, Georgia, against the No Problem Ford Bronco, and John Moore from Lafayette, Tennessee.
Farlane Chevrolet out of Georgia, the longest wheelbase truck on the circuit. He goes up against No Problem, the shortest wheelbase truck, which is the best combination. It's obvious right off the bat. Clydesdale having all kind of problems. Man, that guy just cannot get a handle on that truck on this track, Scott.
Second straight week that Bennett Clark and the Clydesdale have been disqualified and eliminated in early competition. So the victory goes to John Moore and No Problem. The old curse of the right lane, boy. That hole sucked him down in there, didn't it?
Yeah, but that left lane looks like a freeway. That right lane will bite you.
And again, we're talking about fans, when you look at it from this angle, turning it around. We're talking about the way the drivers get a look. Here's the curse of the right lane.
Talking about the other left and the other right, as my son would say.
Gary, you working feverishly trying to get the equalizer back in running condition, just couldn't do it.
No, we're trying to change the transmission between rounds, and that's just about impossible. It's so hot, we're burning our hands. We gave it a shot, but we lost.
You said earlier that equalizer wasn't having any problems. Any hindsight on that?
Yeah, boy, don't ever say that, because last night we broke a dry shaft in the brake, and then the engine started giving trouble. We worked on them all day, went out to qualify, and then the transmission went out of the clear blue. You know, we had no indication, so that's just racing luck.
With Bigfoot ain't running as well as he is right now, does that concern you about the points championship?
Yes, it does. That puts us further behind, and that's a big hill to climb right now.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Let me explain. Gary Cook saying further behind. He doesn't mean they're behind in the standings. He means behind in terms of the points lead. They'll lose some points off the lead tonight that they have over Bigfoot because Bigfoot's going to gain. But Equalizer is still firmly in first place.
Yeah, but right now, everybody's going after everybody. It's like an old-time street fight. Man, nobody's giving anybody anything. Look who comes out right now. These guys are hitting you just to see a smile come on their face.
What a matchup. Gravedigger and USA 1. Every fan is either standing or right at the edge of their seat ready for this one. USA 1, Steve Wilkie, Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson. Early on, they're going head-to-head.
Neither one of them really known to be good stoppers on the end of the track. What's going to happen?
I don't know who won. We're going to have to check the replay.
I don't know who's going to stop.
Well, that's the best stop USA 1's had in 2 weeks.
I'll come back over the wall now.
Gravedigger just cut the turn and made it okay. Hey, we're just going to have to look at the replay, Army.
I have no idea. I was jumping over a fence when they went across the finish line. I'll be real honest with you.
Wow, what a race. Gravedigger and USA 1. Here they come again, Army. Let's see if we can tell a winner. We're still waiting on the official word.
God, and you make this call. It looks like Gravedigger. Now, right there, there's your finish line. Gravedigger.
It is Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger getting the victory by a whisker over Steve Wilkie and USA 1. I'll bet Wilkie comes back as a fast loser. Here we go again. Gravedigger and USA 1 from another angle, and Dennis Anderson pulls it out by a whisker. There are rivalries in sports with certain degrees of dislike. Here's one, friends. These two people don't like each other.
Scott, they just flat hate each other. This is the line on it. Bigfoot thinks Scott Stevens is a crybaby from Texas. Scott Stevens thinks that the Bigfoot team nothing but a bunch of spoiled rich kids with a big Ford truck. But right now, they're both painted blue, and somebody's going to come out of this thing black and blue.
They're trying to psych each other at the starting line.
Don't leave the line as soft as you did last time. Try to come off of it pretty hard.
And if we can get him off the start, maybe we can shake him up and he'll disqualify himself.
God, this is Army. You guys look like you're square dancing out there. Everybody's do-si-doing, but nobody's going to the starting line. What's the holdup?
Yeah, you know, me and Andy, this is where we both like to be. We like to almost melt each other's motors down playing games, but I'll fix the goal line and do the best we can.
Well, they're playing with each other, and I hope they'll get to the line and let us start a race here, Army.
You know, you can feel the electricity in the air, can't you? Man, this is eerie what these guys are doing right now. The crowd is just in a hush.
Bigfoot 8, the King Crunch Auto Value Special, about to go head-to-head. Now, we're going to listen to the communications during the race of the Radio and the King Crunch crew. Let's listen in. Confident and with a reason to be after that, because the Auto Value King Crunch, after all the talk, gets the win over the Bigfoot number 8.
I tell you what, these racing radios have brought a new dimension to motorsports. You get to listen to the NASCAR boys and everything, but you talk about drama. You can feel it there, and you were part of that ride. You put Bigfoot on the trailer, Scott Stevens.
Bigfoot getting out of shape between the cars. Chevy's coming head-to-head here. Dave Wysorik's Nightlife out of Nebraska. Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher from, of course, North Carolina.
Interesting story here. Wysorik, brand new truck, privateer, you know the story, runs a Chevrolet. He's going against the old tried and true Carolina Crusher. So far, Porter's held a hot hand. Does he hold on to it this round? Yep, but not very much.
Still an outstanding run by Gary Porter and that consistent Carolina Crusher. And, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but we talk about these other trucks breaking, and it's very rare you ever talk about mechanical problems on the Carolina Crusher.
No, and I'm going to go along with your train of thought. Let's don't say another word about it, but you folks at home remember that. That yellow truck doesn't break very often.
He's consistent, and he got himself a consistent victory right there over Dave Wysorik's Nightlife Chevrolet. As Steve Wilkie, who won here a week ago, brings USA 1 out to take on John Moore and the no-problem Ford Bronco.
You know, Steve Wilkie, to say he's had a peaks and valleys year would be an understatement. Because, man, when he was on a roll, he was unbeatable. But when he was having problems, everybody was stopping him. Let's see what's going to happen here. John Moore's going to take him to the list. Look at Moore. Half-track Moore's got him. Wilkie goes down the tube. John Moore puts the USA 1 away, and look at his crew chief wife, Heidi.
Heidi Moore celebrating as John Moore, and no problem, getting a huge win, upsetting the 1988 world champion, Steve Wilkie in USA 1, and he just beat him. I mean, there wasn't...
He just flat put him away. Wilkie drove a good race. I think Wilkie took a bad bounce right here, had the back pedal. That's all it took for Moore. He went straight for his throat.
Well, you're right. He really got it up and down, up and down. We'll get another look as they come right at you on the right of your screen. John Moore, the no problem. A nice smooth run. You can see USA 1 getting up and down quite a bit. And the victory goes to John. You gotta love this matchup. Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger, Mike Wine's Outlaw, and Army, they both come in running very, very well. This ought to be a super race.
You know, both of them are talking bad about the other guy. And neither one is going to give an inch. Nothing else. Old brides on the line here. You got New Jersey against Kill Devil Hill, North Carolina. I mean, you know you're going to see something right now. Mike Wine wants to win. He's close to home. Dennis Anderson, he wants to come up here and thump this Yankee. Let's see what's going to happen right now.
Outlaw looks good. Gravedigger takes over on the second set. It's all Gravedigger and Dennis Anderson. Problems for the Outlaw. Looks like a broken drive shaft.
Boy, a tough break. It was a good run for about the first 60 feet, but the old red light bandit goes
Crusher is doing just what Bigfoot did a few moments ago, really lagging around and taking his time getting to the starting line, and you heard Bigfoot say that they were just trying to do to Stevens what he was doing to everybody else. Let's see if we can hear Stevens' radio communication.
What's he going to do, play games then?
Boy, it may be that close, Army. You're talking about the TNT people thinking that it's that close that they maybe have a dead heat. Let's get a look here on our replay.
Okay, now they have a camera right across from the finish line. That's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at the finish line camera. You call it at home, folks. Who took the win? The finish line is right there.
Boy, that's just too close to call. Army's going to go over and get with both drivers. Maybe we can get a little more insight and figure out a winner.
Well, the word we're getting right now, we're waiting to find... Okay, the word we just came down from the tower, you're going to the final. You made it through. Scott, he got you. They said they had to look at the replay about 3 or 4 times, but it's awfully close.
Yeah, it was a good race. I knew Gary would be real tough, and at the end there, I knew we were side by side. You know, he's running real good, and you know, you can't take nothing away from anybody right now. There's about 5 trucks running real good, and right now the luck's going with Carolina.
Well, we're going to bounce over to you. Thanks for coming, Kevin. You guys did a good job. Final time again. You've been here. Can you take this one out?
I think I can. Last week, you know, Scott got me in the semifinals. This week I got him. You know, a lot of trucks out here are really very competitive and running a lot of close races, and I'm just thankful the more I'm at.
Well, as we get ready for the next one, watch it again now. You can see as they hit the finish line, Carolina Crusher by maybe 2 inches. I'm going to have to dispute John Moore's theory that Gravedigger hasn't beaten him this year. But I will say that John Moore's had maybe more success straight up than most other trucks against the digger.
I asked Anderson a minute ago, what are you thinking about at the end of the run? He said, left turn, Clyde. He said, I can't shut it down. I've got to go left.
Over, right in the... Ooh, he almost landed sideways on those barricade cars.
He was gritting his teeth and holding on for a ride.
It shows you, Army, he knows he's got to go full tilt to beat John Moore.
Oh, yeah, Moore's pushing him to the limit.
And he did there, but Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger has made it to the Monster Smash Final. So in this very up and down year for the Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson hopes to have a glorious night in Flemington, New Jersey, the replay.
Well, the replay comes up. It's a good start by both trucks. Moore and a little bit of a problem coming off the first jump. Now, Anderson at this point said all he's thinking about is getting that rascal shut down and turn to the left, Scott.
Army, here comes Dennis Anderson. Let's see what he's got to say.
Well, Dennis Anderson is getting down to only 2. You're taking a red light truck right in the middle of this thing.
Yeah, you said that right, Army.
The Gravedigger, who won a week ago on Tuff Trax, he'll not have a chance to make it 2 in a row. Army Armstrong's got that story.
Well, thanks, Scott. As you know, normally this is the portion of the show where we interview the winner of last week's event. That's an impossibility. Last week's event on television was won by Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger. However, since then, in a non-televised event, the truck was completely demolished. Now, Dennis Anderson's okay, but I'm standing with the man that was running him when the accident occurred. Andy Brass, the driver of Bigfoot. Tell me what happened on that run in New York.
Well, it got down to Dennis and I in the finals there, and both of us come off the line about right. We was running pretty well even across there. I started to pull away, and by the time we got down to the finish line, I looked over and seen Dennis kind of heading off to the left, and I backed out of it and kind of watched him, and all he did was just veered real hard to the left, hit the wall, bounced a few times down the wall, and this really just messed the truck up.
They said the TNT official had to use the killer box, and that's what actually stopped the truck.
Yeah, that's what it was. I think what happened, actually, I think Dennis thumped his head up on the roll bar inside the cab, and it kind of knocked him dizzy there for a little bit, and he just stuffed into the wall.
Yeah, the track's in real good shape, but there is still something that Howie Commander and his crew could not do, and that's to take a little bit of an angle, about a 4-degree up angle to the lane of the USA-1. What I'm telling you is the USA-1 truck is going to be trying to qualify in this shot against Rambo out of the high side of the track. His truck will have a tendency to go to the right. The Rambo truck's going to have a tendency to go to the left. I'm talking camera right, left. This could be an awesome qualifying shot.
This is qualifying Rambo and USA-1.
Okay, right there.
USA-1 left the cars, and that is exactly what Army was talking about, you know. Now, Steve Wilkie's going to have to get a penalty and requalify because he didn't stay on the cars. Army, explain the rule at the end of the run here.
Okay, the rule is that both front tires must touch what you're jumping. Now, the right front tire did not touch, but this changes the whole complexity of this event for Wilkie because there's no way he's going to have lane choice, and that's going to be critical in winning this event tonight.
The man who has been coming on strong in the World Championship points races in front of you now, Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher Chevrolet out of Wadesboro, North Carolina. He'll qualify against the truck Army that we saw do very well earlier in the year, the Pony Express.
Well, the Pony Express really is a monster Mustang, one of the few ones on the circuit. Let's go back and talk about Porter. He's under pressure. He's got to get back to being consistent, to controlling his own destiny, and that's exactly what he did. A good qualifying run and a quick time, Scott.
The time for Gary Porter is 8.66, fastest time so far in the qualification round. Look at the Pony Express. You can see he, like the USA-1 truck a few minutes ago, got disqualified for going out of the lane. Well, there's the truck they're talking about, Andy Brass and Bigfoot number 8.
You know, in the opening, I was talking to Andy. He kept saying the truck is making a right turn in the middle of the jump. Uh-oh, we could have a major problem here if they don't have that problem solved. We've seen Rambo go against the USA-1 truck. USA-1 had the right turn problem. The Mustang comes out. He's got the right turn problem. Let's see what's going to happen with Bigfoot if they solve that problem. And look who he's going against. Oh, you talk about a battle royal.
Just qualifying, but the Auto Value King Crunch is not hardly running at all. Bigfoot laying down his shot.
Yeah, but Andy was really working up in that truck. If you'll notice, if we have a replay come up, I want you to watch the driver's hand. The truck was going straight, but oh, Andy, buddy, he was working.
I'm going to tell you, Auto Value King Crunch has obviously got some problems and is just going to make a legal path to get a qualification time. But Andy Brass and Bigfoot, an excellent time. But how about this, at 8.75, only second best. The Carolina Crusher, that old warhorse, is continuing to hang in there. His time is faster than Bigfoot's.
Look at the replays that comes up. See, Andy, the truck really, from a camera angle, looked like it was going straight, but believe me, that rascal, he had a handful, didn't he, Scott?
We're going to see the beautiful Chevrolet out of Nebraska. That's Dave Wysorick in Nightlife taking on the old reliable Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter from Wadesboro, North Carolina.
This could be the battle of the cool heads in this sport. Coolest head's going to prevail. Let's see what's going to happen. Hey, Scott, we might have an upset. Yeah, how about it?
Dave Wysorick's Nightlife Chevrolet knocks off the fast qualifier of the night, Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher. Now, remember, we will have fast losers coming back, so the Crusher may be back. But Nightlife put him away here, Army.
Yeah, and Porter was in the lane that he wanted to be in.
A big, big win for Dave Wysorick, and the Nightlife had to come back, take a 3-second penalty, which dropped him down in the field. He comes back against Rambo. Bill Weaver in Rambo was actually third fastest.
Rambo is another vehicle that doesn't travel the whole circuit with us. We're glad to have him with us tonight, and he's showing he can muscle up and run with these guys, and Wilkie's trying to prove a point. Who's going to come out? Scott, do you believe it? Look at this run.
Oh, they made contact at the end of the run. Let's see what Rambo's on 2 wheels. Now he gets all 4 back down. They actually collided at the end of the run, and I don't know who got the victory. Don't have to take this one to the photo finish tape, but Army, watch the end of the run as they collide.
What you got to remember, both trucks are trying to compensate, and they dive right into each other.
Wow.
What's wrong?
I'm just making sure I hit the cars. Again, it's so slick out in the mid-range. I come off the first stack and she went nose over. but his left front was coming in. You can see where he hit me with his left front tire. Everett's not going to be happy about that. But True Value Chevrolet, I'll tell you what, it's crazy out here. It's too slick to be good for anybody.
You all did come together. Could you tell how did that happen?
Yeah, his left front tire hit me right in the driver door. There's no doubt about it.
The crowd's chanting your name right now. We still, I don't think, have a decision on a winner. Can you tell?
Again, you just put the camera on the truck, guys. Thank you. True Value Chevrolet, Tuff Trax, everybody that puts them on. I'll tell you what, it's great, and I wouldn't be doing anything else in the world. Thank you.
Scott, you know an interesting point here. The USA 1 team, to my knowledge, is the only team that ever complains about the track conditions, saying it's not fast or whatever. These guys are going to have to learn that they're going to have to adjust to the track. You cannot make the track adjust to them. The other drivers have done it. Look at Rambo. He cuts them out of nowhere. He may have pulled the upset of the year.
Listen. Boy, the crowd just chanting USA 1. They think he's won, but look, Army, I think Rambo got him on the replay.
Boy, it's close.
It's awful close. They're still checking. It looks to us like Rambo, but they have not declared the official winner. Chris, what's going on?
Need to verify something. Do you think that Rambo came into your lane and hit you?
Oh, no, absolutely not. That's something that happens in racing. No, we came together. I was going to the middle. He was going to the middle. My point was that was his left front tire, and if his left front tire hit me there, I had to be in front of him. And they just announced that I lost. I need to see the tape. I'm sorry, Chris. Again, everybody that puts them on, I'd like to thank you, but I need to get back to racing. I'm sorry.
Indeed, the call goes to Rambo, and Steve Wilkie doesn't believe it yet. Bigfoot's got a little business to take care of first, and that is putting away Kid Rarigan, the Thunder Chicken, the chicken out of Catawissa, Pennsylvania, taking on Andy Brass and the big bad Bigfoot number 8.
Watch for the right turn in the middle of the course. If it does not happen, they've got their problem solved. There it is.
He's on the brakes. He's in trouble.
He's got a throttle on. Thunder Chicken may put him away. Oh, God, do you believe that?
Andy Brass all over the course, and Thunder Chicken has upset Bigfoot right here at Lebanon Valley Speedway. A stunning upset.
It's almost like the truck has a mind all its own. It's going to go where it wants to go. Once it comes over the first set of cars, it's almost like it says, right turn, Clyde, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, Thunder Chicken will take it, but the sad thing about this is obviously the much superior truck is going to have to go on the trailer or just hope to get back in on a fast loser rule. Thunder Chicken didn't even make an especially good pass, but because Andy Brass can come nowhere close to controlling his truck, Thunder Chicken gets the victory. And, you know, sometimes this sport is more survival than going fast, and the kid did it there. Nobody knows what's going to happen. You know, Army, sometimes I think some of the big guns, the Bigfoots, the USA 1s, look over at the other lane and say, no problem, I got this guy covered. But everybody has seen Bigfoot have his problems, USA 1 have his problems, and tonight it truly is a wide open race. This could be the kind of a night where an upstart like a Rambo or somebody you don't expect can make it to the finals and maybe even take the whole thing.
This is a classic example of the equalizing factor being Mother Nature, but the equalizer team have figured it out. Now, Wysork didn't run a bad run. We're looking at his time. He turned a good time. This kid out of Tennessee just will not be intimidated by anything. Gary Cook put a good truck under him. He's going to the next round.
Absolutely. The victory goes to Greg Holbrook and the Equalizer Chevrolet. As we watch it again on the replay, keep in mind that for some reason, while the other big gun trucks are having their problems, Equalizer is shooting straight as an arrow. Dave Wysork ended up sideways where you can see him wipe the brow. Kris Chapman's going to go over and talk to Dave right now. Kris?
Dave, is the track getting dangerous out there?
Yeah, I landed a little slick. I got a little crooked, and I backed off. When I backed off, I started sliding. It was like, just hang on.
Is the track, do you think, getting worse? We've heard that it was coming around getting better.
Well, not really. As long as you stay on the main track, it's not so bad. But I tried to crack, and I started to slide a little bit. And then when I got on the cars, my front wheels were still turned. They just swung the Aspen right around.
What was going through your mind when that was happening?
Oh, here we go. Just hold on.
He held on, and the truck's okay for Dave Wysork in Nightlife, but it is a defeat for the Chevrolet out of Nebraska. Well, this is not deja vu, not a replay, but they're going to go side by side for the third time tonight. They lined up this way in qualifying. Then in the first round, you'll remember, Rambo beat USA 1 when the two trucks collided at the end of the track. So I guess it's kind of poetic justice that they'll meet again to settle it. Here they go.
This time, USA 1 has it covered.
No question, yeah. Now, Wilkie used his head on that run. He did not use his horsepower. He used his head, and he's going to the next round. That's the trick.
Boy, they both really got up on their sides. With Bigfoot sideline getting defeated earlier by the Thunder Chicken, the Ford followers here at West Lebanon, New York are cheering hard for the big outlaw Ford. And he's got to take on the Chevrolet of Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher, here in the quarterfinals.
You know, this is going to be a run. Philosophies. Both of these trucks are basically the old-style monster truck. One a Ford, one a Chevrolet. After the first jump, they're pretty close. Now the Ford's in trouble. Chevrolet looking good. Oh, now he's trying to bail out. Here we go.
Boy, he pulled her down. I thought we were going to get a replay of his wheel stand in Louisville, but this time, Carolina Crusher pulls it down. The outlaw official word is actually disqualified, but it doesn't matter. He was beaten anyway. The Carolina Crusher had an outstanding shot. Gary Porter lost in the first round, but may have learned something and has come back strong.
You know, look at what's happening tonight. These guys have made one mistake. Do not want to make another one.
Now, USA 1 and Carolina Crusher got back in as fast losers. Now they're both into the semifinal round.
Real quick, I want the camera to look at his foot. Says he tapes his foot to the gas pedal.
Well, put the tape on backwards so it's tagged.
Because it's so muddy here, Scott has put the tape on backwards to make it what? Just so you know, he's not going to let you get away. You're going to have to drive hard is what he's telling you.
Yeah, our foot was slipping off the gas pedal in qualifying. You know, we thought it was a tranny. After we kind of watched some videos, we figured out my foot just slipped off the gas pedal. And now we put the tape on backwards so my foot sticks to the gas pedal. And we won 2 rounds with it, so that's what we're going to do the rest of the night.
Everybody that's ever raced knows about 200-mile-an-hour tape. There's another use for it.
You know, they're lucky to even be able to race tonight. We had some upsets in the first couple of rounds, but look in the final 4. You got 4 of the biggest guns going. Equalizer, USA 1, Carolina Crusher, and the Auto Value King Crunch.
Well, 2 of the trucks have had that second chance. That's the Carolina Crusher and the USA 1. They do not, I repeat, do not want to make that second mistake. If they do this time, they're going into the box just like Bigfoot. But look who comes out now. You talk about a dream race for the Chevrolet people.
Equalizer and USA 1.
The kid out of Tennessee's got USA 1 covered. Wilkie never tried to come back on him. God, do you believe that?
I want to see the replay. Army looks a little squirrely again. He can't seem to keep that truck straight on this track.
The right lane, like skipping a rock when you were a kid on a pond. If it goes straight, it goes straight. If you get a little bit of trouble, that's it.
Equalizer with the victory over USA 1. We're going to get a look at the replay, and you'll see exactly what Army was talking about in terms of that lane. Wilkie just gets a little bit off, and there's no correcting it, apparently, once you're in trouble on that lane.
Now, once you try to steer back, it kills horsepower. The guy that goes straight goes to the final will be the blue truck, Scott.
That's the equalizer. Here's Greg Holbrook with Army.
Greg, right now, everything's looking good. You're going to the final, but I noticed Steve Wilkie is still working the crowd. What's with this guy?
I don't know. He's always real good with the crowd. He's a real good person to work with. Our truck's working real good in this lane tonight, and I believe he's going to equalize or win in the finals.
You talk about working the crowd. Wilkie did have them all 10 USA 1, but the winner is the equalizer truck, and now Wilkie is headed back toward the pit area. That's the story from the USA 1 camp. Steve Wilkie, a real roller coaster ride tonight, had his ups and downs, and he ends up a little bit short, losing in the semifinals.
Scott, you just said ups and downs. That may be a little bit wrong. It's been left and right all night long. The right lane is not the place to be. Who goes into that lane in the semifinals?
The Auto Value King Crunch will be over there as he takes on the Carolina Crusher. So what you're telling me, Army, is you think Crusher's got a decided advantage just on lane choice?
No, yeah, the Carolina Crusher does. I think Steven's going to have his hands full, but let's find out right now.
Good start for Steven.
That tractor multi now. Here it is.
Boy, Army, did you call that before it happened? I'll tell you, because Scott Stevens was in great shape after the first set of cars, but then he just got squirrely, like so many other trucks have done over there tonight. Boy, the Crusher almost ended up in the wall at the end of the run.
You know, it's almost like the chassis unload. Or they, like I say, I used the term earlier, they have a mind of their own. At this point, we've got a perfect heads-up monster race. Now Stevens is in trouble.
Boy, that's a perfect replay to show you exactly what happened.
Who's going to the good lane in the finals? Who had quick qualifying time? That's the big dividends that took place earlier tonight. It's going to pay off in just a minute.
And remember, we talked about the big story being Crusher's fast qualifying time.
And good people are seeing good racing tonight at a great facility.
And two guys that are seeing a lot of each other. USA 1 and Rambo last week here at West Lebanon. They ran each other 3 times, qualifying and then twice in racing. And here they'll go side by side qualifying again.
One big difference tonight would lean towards a horsepower track, but Rambo's running him tough. Oh, both drivers still. You know, this is like two guys in a street fight. Neither one is going to give an inch. I don't know how they're going to call that.
For the second week in a row, USA 1 is disqualified on his qualification run, and he's going to have to go back, run again with a 3-second penalty. He's backing right up. He's going to go ahead and run right now.
Yeah, look how hard Wilkie ran the Rambo truck, but both front tires did not touch the final set of cars, and he knows it. Like you say, he's going right back to the line. Replay comes from the end-row camera.
This will be a great shot to show you why Rambo was legal, USA 1 was not. Rambo got those first 2 wheels up. USA 1 didn't. And so Steve Wilkie is going to have to do it again. But remember, no matter how good this run is, it'll have 3 seconds of a penalty added onto it.
This camera angle on the end of the track is phenomenal. Great job by the camera crew. Shows you it's not just sitting in a truck and driving. You got to really work out there. And Wilkie goes right back to the line. No excuses, but nobody in the other lane to intimidate him either. Let's see what kind of time he turns.
Excellent shot by Steve Wilkie. Hold her down, Steve. And, you know, you can really see on the replay and here again on that camera angle in live action that he is really fighting it inside that cab.
Steve, looked like during that first qualification run that you were trying to get out of Rambo's way, which got you DQ'd.
Well, in a way, I really wasn't watching him. I come out the first stack and checked a little bit to the inside, and I actually overcorrected. That was my fault.
So Steve Wilkie, right to the point. I'll tell you, I do like that about Steve Wilkie. You know, if there's something wrong with the equipment, he tells us. But if he makes a mistake, he's the first one to come tell you, hey, I blew it.
Yeah, and also he brought out something else, something that's mandatory in a good racer. He wasn't watching the other guy. He drives his own race. Now, speaking of own race, truck in the right lane's had nothing but troubles. Man, he's fast, but oh, he's got it cocked around, shut down on the other end. Andy Brass still hanging a big bad right.
Look at this. These will be the top 2 times of the night. Bigfoot Fast qualifier, and the Outlaw will be number 2.
And they're good times. That means that's the way they're going to have to be paired off. What a driving job of that kid out of Missouri, though.
7.49 for Bigfoot, 8.06 for the Outlaw. What a run by these 2 Fords. And look, Bigfoot even had to get out of it for a second.
Yeah, he backpedaled at mid-track, punched the throttle, and right turn, Clyde, just like last week. I don't know why that truck does that.
I don't know why it didn't go over. He was really cocked.
Those spectators don't know why it does it either.
I'm going to tell you, watch it again as Bigfoot starts to slide. And a lot of times when trucks start to get up on those 2 wheels, they go on over. But the Bigfoot truck came back to Andy Brass here. Man, he was perilously close to going over. Army, they're handing, to explain to folks who haven't seen this before possibly, that killer radio box is what got handed into the cab.
Okay, that's a safety piece of equipment. There's a track member that sits way away from the track. If one of the trucks gets in trouble, you hit the kill switch and shuts the truck off. And TNT are the only people that make you run these things, and it's a good idea. But we've got an upstate New York race. Look at this Rambo against the Star Monster. Did Rambo hit the second set of cars? That's the big question.
That is the question. Bill Weaver of Rambo, perilously close to being DQ'd. I'm not sure. We'll wait for the replay to see if it was a legal run, as he did beat Chris Tuffley of Star Monster across the line.
You know, Bill beat the USA 1 truck last week. He doesn't follow the whole tour. It's a family operation. He's a second-generation driver. Their mom's really involved in this sport. They are going to be players if they decide to come on board and run for these World Championship points.
It is a legal run for the Rambo truck, so he gets the win over the Star Monster. Rambo based in Hastings, New York, and Star Monster in Syracuse. Here we go. I've been looking forward to this one. A couple of real hard chargers here. Scott Stevens, the all-value King Crunch out of Texas, to take on from Ham Lake, Minnesota, Steve Wilkie, USA 1. The first ever World Championship of Monster Truck Racing was that USA 1 truck.
First center side by side. What's going to happen? They're both going to go big time. Oh, right. Wilkie. Oh, Stevens is in trouble.
But he gets her shut down, and he's okay. A great run for Steve Wilkie and the USA 1 truck. he gets the victory.
God, this ought to be a good interview now.
He's always a good interview, but when he wins, he tends to be fiery.
Watch Stevens on this run, though. He's having the problem in the left lane that everybody else was having in the right lane. The truck is hooking to the right.
And that hook cost him a chance to win right there. There seems to be no doubt about it, because they were even until he took that little right turn. Here we go again, Army.
Actually, the truck hooks twice. Watch it. Over the first jump, it'll hook now. He throttles back in it, but at the finish line, it hooks again. And Wilkie just straight as an arrow.
The Buffalo Trimmer, John Kwasniewski out of Buffalo, New York, will now take on Thunder Chicken, who surprised us all. You know, he recorded a win over Bigfoot last week, even though Bigfoot had all the problems. Thunder Chicken says on the scorecard, all it shows is a win over Bigfoot. He got it last week in the first round.
He definitely did, but they were on a slippery track tonight. That's history. It's going to be a mile-an-hour track. It's going to be a quick track. Watch for Johnny K to pull him, not on the starting line in, but on the finish line in. Right about now. Oh, Thunder Chicken. Boy, eat my words. That guy put the big boys on the trailer 2 weeks in a row.
Impressive. Thunder Chicken gets the victory with that small motor. One guy who does have the right combination, the outlaw Mike Wine, driving Nick Rossi's truck out of Pennsauken, New Jersey. His opponent will be the Pony Express and Anthony Fortier out of Bloomfield, New Jersey. Now remember, Outlaw was the second fastest qualifier behind only Bigfoot 8 today.
He's hooked up with a new sponsor. The Super Winch people came on board. They put some money into the operation. That allowed these guys to buy horsepower. In motorsports, how fast you want to go, how much money do you want to spend? For the first time in Nick Rossi's life, he's had some big bucks to buy big horsepower. Let's see what the Outlaw can do with it.
Little bounce on him on the first set.
Boy, Mike Wine is definitely a driver. Oh, he's got a little bit of problem. He's got to go to the left. Wine's got to get on the throttle.
Oh, what a save. What a save by Mike Wine.
Beautiful driving by Wine.
That was an awesome piece of driving and an awesome save. And I'm going to tell you, Nick Rossi's heart jumped up in his throat and it pulled it back down because his driver does an incredible job of keeping that truck from going on its route.
Let me tell you something. Army Armstrong's heart jumped up in his throat on that one. I thought the kid was going on his sled.
Wow, watch this again.
And you got to have throttle. Right here, he makes a decision. Into the gas and powers out.
He was all the way up, and he just brought that baby back over. I think he just willed that truck back over.
Boy, this camera angle are fantastic. You're getting to see these incidents 2 and 3 times over and over again. Watch your right side of your screen. Bounce, bounce. Now we got a throttle.
He's up on his side, and he stays in it and pulls her down. Wow. Bigfoot number 8, revolutionary, state-of-the-art, brand new suspension. They call it a cantilever suspension, and it actually gives Bigfoot the kind of suspension travel that no other truck has ever had in this sport.
This is a truck that brought all the controversy into the sport this year. They actually made them, yes, they made them keep this truck away from the races for 2 months in order to give these other trucks a chance to catch up. Rambo's going up against Bigfoot 8. Look at the difference. New truck on the left. Wow, Andy Brass. Oh, here we go again.
Squirrely at the end again, but I'm just wondering how fast he can get on this track. That was a lightning run.
I'm kind of waiting to find out. Yeah, we're at the end trying to get a time on this. It wasn't only quick, it was smooth. That truck, for all intents and purposes, only has 5 more races. It's already sold.
This ought to be a dandy race, the renewal of one of the great rivalries in the sport. These two guys have been warring for years. Ever since monster truck racing became a side-by-side sport, these two guys have been going head-to-head.
He who goes straight will go to the next round, Scott. They're pretty even. Oh, what a run.
Sensational race, and Carolina Crusher holds on for a narrow victory over USA 1. If this track would have been another 10 feet longer, USA 1 would have won the race.
Yeah, he was mile an hour him on the other end, but the finish line is the finish line. Gary Porter out just a little bit and held on for the big win. That is an impressive win considering the age of that truck, Scott.
Absolutely no question that that race was won on the starting line by Gary Porter in his Carolina Crusher. Again, watch how quickly Crusher gets out of the hole. He has the lead over the first set of cars. USA 1 closes strong, but not fast enough, and Gary Porter gets the victory. Right now, his fans are seeing some great monster truck racing action. We get the Auto Value King Crunch and the Equalizer. And Army, think back a little bit earlier to that interview we heard with Scott Stevens. He was talking about how happy he was to get down into this other bracket as a fast loser. How can you be happy when you draw the world champion?
I think the smile was wiped off his face as soon as he saw the pairings. You know, one thing about Stevens, for all you drag racers, I want you to look at the truck. It's got TAMT, Top Alcohol Monster Truck. He's got it classified. Right now, he's got his hands full. Oh, but he comes back. Scott, do you believe that?
What happened, Army, on the second set? I thought Equalizer had him covered.
Oh, he did. There had to be some kind of a transmission problem or something, but Scott Stevens came back like a bad dream to pull that one.
Sometimes I feel like Scott Stevens, when he thinks he's beat, immediately backs off to save the equipment. He never gave up here.
No, he had a handle on it. I think we're going to find out. Let us work our way over.
Greg, it looked like that you had him off the line and then lost it at the end.
Yeah, it wouldn't go into third gear. I put it up in drive and it just wouldn't shift into third.
So there were some problems with the equalizer.
Yeah, the transmission must be going out again on us.
A guy that made a whole lot of fans on the last run. Tell us all about the Outlaw.
Mike Wine from Pennsauken, New Jersey, driving for Nick Rossi. These guys have battled, and I'll tell you, they're as good now as they've ever been. New truck, new motor, and a very confident driver taking on Thunder Chicken.
They got that new Super Win sponsorship, and look at this. This kid comes out, he's driving with a whole lot of... Oh, sparks coming from underneath.
He's got her stopped.
Everything's okay. I believe the safety loop's caught it, but we may have a case here of losing a front drive shaft. Let us check and find out.
Mike Wine's Outlaw Ford. Let's watch it again on the replay.
A good straight run. Everything looks good at this point for both trucks.
Boy, he's got Thunder Chicken flat covered.
Yeah. You should see a spark. Yeah, right there, the front drive shaft let go. Not only let go, it exploded, Scott. What happened when the drive shaft exploded? It went up into the bottom of the engine, so they've definitely got some kind of a problem either in the transmission or the engine. Now, speaking of a guy that does not have a problem so far, look who's coming to the line, the Big Blue.
After the problems he had a week ago here, you know, Bob Chandler and Andy Brass have really got to feel good about the way that they've been able to figure this course out and get it back under control. Because last week they looked terrible, and today they look awesome.
Well, they look bad right now. Look at this. They are thumping that Carolina Crusher, and what happens at the end? Again, it hangs to the right. But that doesn't matter. Once you go across the finish line, you can do loop-de-loos if you want, because you're going to the next round. He can run in two-wheel drive, but if you remember earlier this evening, he had to have four-wheel drive to keep him getting upside down. Believe me, that is in his mind right now. I don't look for him to drive it real, real hard. He's smart enough to take it to the limit and then pull back. Meanwhile, Stevens is going bear hunting with the switch right now. Let's see if he can move into that next round.
Remember, Scott Stevens was beaten earlier tonight, but survived through the fast loser rule. Got down in what he felt like was a better bracket for him. It may work out because Outlaw can't go 100%. But Outlaw sticking with him.
Yeah, he's running him tight. He's running him tight. Stevens, nothing to be ashamed of. Now, Stevens is the only truck to go straight out of the left lane. Keep that in mind. That could pay dividends later.
I've got to tip my hat to it. I know Scott Stevens ran a great race and he's in the final, but what can you say about Mike Wine and the Outlaw? You thought that he might not go all out. He gave it everything he had, Army.
Yeah, he ran him hard. He wasn't. What that does is show me he really believes in the safety of his truck and his ability as a driver. He's not afraid to take it to the limits. That's exactly what he did.
This is what it's come down to at Lebanon Valley Speedway on Tuff Trax. Bigfoot number 8, Andy Brass, St. Louis, Missouri, driving for the most famous name in monster truck racing, Bob Chandler's Bigfoot stable. Against him, the Auto Value King Crunch out of Woodlands, Texas. Another warrior who's been around this sport a long time. Scott Stevens, outstanding operation. He came in with a computerized setup a year ago, state-of-the-art in that respect, while Bob Chandler designed a state-of-the-art chassis. And that's what we're seeing, not only these two different philosophies about monster truck racing, but also two guys who don't like each other. Scott Stevens has spent all year bad-mouthing the new Bigfoot truck, and Andy Brass just wants to hammer him every time he can.
Well, what we're going to have here, you notice they're playing mind games with each other, trying to jockey around, get a little bit of heat in the engine. What are you going to see at Lebanon Valley right now, Scott? Battle of the Blues.
But it's not the Blues Brothers, I'll tell you that.
These guys are not even first cousins, believe me.
Bigfoot has been gaining points on Equalizer all night because King Crunch, the Auto Value Special, actually did Bigfoot a favor earlier tonight. Of course, he was doing more for himself by getting the victory. Here we go, it's showtime. Army, when we watched the replay, Auto Value King Crunch had a shot to win this race at halfway. If he could have stayed straight, he was right there with Bigfoot, but when he got squirrely, it was all over.
We've been talking about Bigfoot having problems between the jumps. The problem this time landed on the other blue truck. Stevens with the Auto Value, a little bit out of shape, had to back on the throttle. That gave Bigfoot a chance to literally leap to the very, very popular win.
Look at Andy Brass. He's hanging out the window, kind of just riding on the side, and they love him here in New York.
Hey, this victory's been a long time coming. It's well-deserved. Let's watch the replay. It comes up again.
Now, again, the key to this race is Scott Stevens in between the two sets of cars.
Right
They're even.
Here, he's in trouble. That's the race.
They were even until that, and he had to get out of the throttle. And, boy, you cannot make any mistake against Andy Brass and Bigfoot number 8. Here we come again.
Watch out. Love these replays. He gives you a couple times to see. In the background, you see Kevin Ford come around, Scott Stevens' crew chief. He's watching, but Stevens, as soon as he gets in trouble, that's it. You know, the qualifying sessions, these monster truck races are very, very intense. And the reason that they're so intense is the quicker time gives you lane choice all night long. And in Kris's interview with Andy Brass, he said how important it was to get a good combination on each individual track. This track, the book is a little bit loose. Not hold a whole lot of horsepower. That'll mean the Outlaw should have an advantage in this qualifying round. But believe me, qualifying is definitely important to monster trucks.
USA 1 on the left-hand side, left-hand lane, coming up and comes off of the cars. Outlaw's run is a good one, but USA 1 is going to be disqualified in that run, Army. The rule saying you have to exit with both tires on one side of the cars, and they're saying USA 1 did not do that.
Well, a replay comes up and shows that the track made the right call on it, and it also gets back to what I was saying. Qualifying is important. You've got to go hard. Wilkie was going hard. He just couldn't stay on the track.
The Auto Value King Crunch against the brand new King Kong. Last time we saw Steve Kane, that truck was on its roof and burning in Myrtle Beach. They've got a new King Kong with lots of suspension travel, Army.
It was on its roof and burning on top of 2 police cars. Question at hand, can the new King Kong hold the hot hand? These two Texas square off against each other in qualifying, and Steve Kane is impressive. You don't believe it, ask Scott Stevens. Oh, they get together on the other end. Both trucks look okay, Scott.
No damage done, but the Auto Value King Crunch and the King Kong truck have a little meeting at the end of the racetrack.
Once again, it just shows you the intensity of this monster truck. This is real racing. We're just looking at qualifying, and they're tagging each other already.
Kong was coming over. Stevens locked it up to try and avoid him, but could not stay out of the path, and they do make contact. Again, no damage to either one, but this was close to being a bad, bad situation.
He'll be representing Ford going up against the Wild Hair Chevrolet of Marvin Smith.
That's John Moore, the no-problem Ford Bronco out of Lafayette, Tennessee. Smith's Wild Hair Chevrolet is out of Arnold, Missouri. These are a couple of veterans who battled each other many, many a time. Of course, Marvin Smith's truck was the old Stomper truck.
What's interesting to me is so many drivers are having problems with the track, and John Moore, he loves it because his truck works and he's adjusted for it. This just might be a short wheelbase track, Scott.
What a dandy, dandy race. Let's watch it on the replay and see just how close it is. John Moore pulls the trigger on that last set and ekes out a narrow victory over the Wild Hair. Well, here comes Jesse Berge from Wyoming, Michigan, playing for keeps on the left of the screen, and Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher on the right-hand side of the screen.
Well, we got it. The brand new truck on the left side of the screen and an old truck, if you will, on the right side. Porter will have to sell this truck, yellow truck, within the next 2 weeks. So he's trying to run out a winner with the truck, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Easy win for the Carolina. Whoa, Carolina Crusher. Boy, he got a rough run at the end of it, but he still records the victory.
You know, he's the only monster truck that lands like it.
It's USA 1 from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the True Value Chevrolet of Steve Wilkie out of the Everett Jasper stable. And there's Bennett Clark out of Powder Springs, Georgia, the Clydesdale Chevrolet.
One thing that's going to happen here is Wilkie is in the bad lane. He is someplace he does not want to be. He cannot afford to shoot himself in the foot. He's got to come back from behind. And this Georgia Chevrolet is not going to let him do it. He's going to push him hard out the back door. Wilkie a little bit of trouble. Wilkie in big trouble now, Scott. He's going over.
It has happened again. The USA 1 truck has landed on its roof for the 9th time, ladies and gentlemen. He looks like he's coming out of the truck. There's Greg Holbrook over to check on his old adversary, and Wilkie is indeed coming out of the truck on his own power. Wow, Bennett Clark checking to see if he's okay.
You know, a lot of people think monster truck racing is not real racing. You don't get any more out of any motorsport than this sport right there, and that cruises about a $75,000 to $80,000 accident.
Wilkie is flat upset. You know, I think he has kind of just had enough, Army.
You know, Wilkie, his personality is kind of like a guy with a short wick. He doesn't have a whole lot of patience when things go wrong, and right now, a whole lot of things went wrong right there. He tried to correct it. It comes back, but again, the truck high sides, and like you say, he's got to hold the world's record for the most lift in a monster truck. What'd you say, 9 times on the lid?
Well, that truck has gone over again. Listen to this. You can hear the crowd chanting USA. They're excited, but I'll tell you, Wilkie not happy with this run at all. Army, we've got to address one topic right here. 9 times. Is this a safe truck? Should it be out here?
Yeah, the truck's safe. I mean, it wouldn't live if it weren't a safe truck. I think it's designed wrong. The center of gravity, I believe, is way too high. And once it starts to high side, you're in trouble. But when he rolls over and the camera stops, look, both the wheels came off the rim. He just had a whole handful of problems. And remember, the 3-second deficit caught him right there. He was trying to come from behind. Steve Wilkie is a good driver. It's a good truck. But he's got to learn to adjust his style to the track. Again, I told you he had a short wick. He is pumped up, and the crowd can feel it. The crowd is chanting, USA, USA.
Well, he's upset. Flat upset right now. He's dreading that phone call to Minnesota to tell Everett Jasmer that the truck has again landed on its roof. Now, let me clarify one thing. That's 9 flips for the truck. Rod Litzow took it over several times, and now Steve Wilkie, I think, has probably gone past Rod's number of flipping them, but in all, that truck has flipped 9 times in TNT racing competition, and certainly it has taken a beating. They're going to get it back righted now, and indeed, it's back up on all fours. Well, we've seen the last of that truck for tonight.
Yeah, we've seen the last of it for tonight, but I guarantee we haven't seen the last of it for the year. Like Chevrolet says, they build tough trucks. This truck will be back. They're already thinking about how to put it back together, but again, I cannot stress how tough the competition is for this world championship.
And we can't point out enough how critical the disqualification in qualifying was, because if it wasn't for the disqualification, Wilkie would have had fast time and lane choice all night, but instead he gets stuffed into what apparently is a bad lane and lands on his roof. There he is. Kris Chapman's with him.
Steve, I don't think 9 times charm.
No, Kris, I don't know. I don't know what I have to do. The field's running so fast. I got a hammer on it, and again, I don't know what happened. I know I was crossed up in the middle and just stayed in the throttle, tried to drive it around. The True Value Chevrolet, she's tough. We're going to do everything we can tonight to try and put it back together. You know, I don't know what to say. Everett Jasmer and Greg Knutson and everybody, Mark Gerard, my crew chief, everybody back at the shop, they worked their tails off, and I just don't know what to say, Kris.
Steve, is there any point, this has happened to you an awful lot, is there any point where you say, oh no, this is it, it's over?
Well, Kris, it's my job to not only drive them, but to build them too, so I'm responsible too. I don't know what happened. The front studs snapped out the springs. But again, you know, I personally, of course, would like to see a new truck out, but that's up to the boss. I got to do with what I got right now.
You might wonder why the tire can separate. Remember, with these big old tires, even though they're 66 inches tall, they only run 5 or 6 pounds of air pressure. Who's coming to the line now, Scott?
King Kong and Buffalo Tremor side by side. More great action from Stafford Springs, Connecticut.
Texas going against New York. Texas a half track down. New York coming on in Texas. Oh, another. Boy, these people at Stafford Springs are used to seeing great racing. They're seeing it again tonight. These monster trucks are really going after each other's throats.
Steve Kane is becoming the king of the bumper cars here. That's the second time he has smacked his opponent at the end of the run.
What this is, Scott, it's a brand new truck. Look at the chassis. It's really weird. Lollygag, if you will. It's new. He doesn't know really how to drive the truck, how it's going to land, where it's going to go. He just hanging on for the ride till he can learn the characteristics of the truck.
And in case you're wondering, the TNT rules about staying in your own lane end at the finish line. He's not disqualified for leaving his lane or hitting the other truck at the end of the run. Now we get to the Ford showdown between Bigfoot 8 and the Outlaw, so apparently the tire repaired at least enough to race.
Scott, one of the things I was trying to point out to you, when the truck's sitting on the start line, they can load the chassis. That driver does that with the brake and the gas. It's loaded right now. The chassis is still loaded. Now it unloads, look what happens. That's when you got to drive it back.
A huge upset. Bigfoot's in some trouble. He gets it shut down. The Outlaw has again beaten Bigfoot. Mike Wine knocks off the Big Daddy in the Ford camp, and the Outlaw team is pumped up with another huge win over Bigfoot, and this time they knock off the Bigfoot 8 truck. But watch the story of this race. Andy Brass has to get on the brakes right there.
When he was on the brakes, believe me, the old tripod Outlaw was on full boogaloo, and that's what pays dividends in this sport. Look at the end of the run. Brass was really trying to drive it hard. But the chassis, like I say, I've watched this truck. They've talked about it. I guarantee you, when they get that chassis to stay tight, the truck will go straight as an arrow.
So the Equalizer now has advanced himself into the semifinal round of competition. And he'll meet the winner of this race, the Auto Value King Clutch, and no problem.
Steven's out of Texas working in what looks to be the good lane close to the camera. He'll go to the next round. John Moore running hard out of the right lane. Everybody's having, even the guys that go straight are having trouble getting shut down. They're going that fast, Scott.
No problem is really running tough. I'm going to tell you.
The short wheelbase on that truck is working on this track. Sandy starting area that was giving Brass so much trouble really was an advantage to no problem. John Moore's flying straight. He's going to be a player. You watch that guy. He could be the old Fox before the year's over.
Scott Stevens really had to push the Auto Value King Crunch to the limit to get the victory over no problem. But Crunch will indeed move into the semifinal round. The quarterfinals continue. Wild Hair was the fast loser in the opening round, so he gets to come back and challenge the Carolina Crusher.
Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher, told us this is the last time for the truck. He wants to go out in a blaze of glory. He's working that way, Scott. He looks good.
The Wild Hair took him to the limit, but Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher, coming from behind on the second set of cars, pulls out the victory. Here's the replay.
You know, Porter driving that truck reminds me just of an old pair of comfortable shoes. He just looks smooth in that truck, and it handles great for him.
Marvin Smith looking as good as he's looked all year in Wild Hair. So Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher joins the Auto Value King Crunch and Equalizer in the Final Four. And now Clydesdale and King Kong set to determine our final semifinalists.
Steve Kane comes out. Now notice Jeff Dane is here, the owner and builder of the truck. Jerry Janky horsepower, you see it on the front. They're going up against this kid out of Georgia. Both trucks are really hurting at this point in time.
Yeah, we were told that Kong actually had a broken drive shaft, had brake problems, stabilizer bar problems, but apparently they got it fixed enough to run, but I don't know if he could challenge Clydesdale here.
Yeah, but other than that, he's 100%.
You're right. He barely made it to the line, and indeed, Kong has got nothing. So Clydesdale is just going to be able to take it easy and move into the semifinals.
Okay, now Kong was not able to make a good run, but he did get points for that run. Remember, every time you make a shot, you're picking up points. Look how the suspension gives on a truck. Like we say, first time out, they're trying to get it ironed out.
John Kwasniewski wanted to run. He was ready to replace Kong, but they let Kong go to the line despite his problems.
John, we watched a very lame King Kong make a run out there. That should have been you, or could have been you.
It could have been me. It was supposed to be. It was already on the bracket sheet. It was all lined up. His truck was totally trashed underneath. I mean, he broke. You could see it the way the run was right there. I mean, this is a sport. If you want to put on a good show, you don't run trucks like that that are broken.
Do you feel like that you were unjustly treated in that call and that it should have been the Buffalo Trimmer out there running Clydesdale?
Yeah, I think it should have. I mean, we've set up meetings and we have rules about this already, and they're not enforcing it. I don't know what to say. I've talked to 10 different people already before that run went, and they said that's the way it's going to stay.
Getting ready for semifinal round competition, Stafford Springs, Connecticut. It's the Auto Value King Crunch and the Equalizer. Things are kind of silent at the starting line. There's some problems apparently with the Equalizer. Now you can see the Auto Value King Crunch is at the starting line. I'm assuming that means Equalizer's on the clock, although I haven't heard that.
At this point in time, when you go to the starting line, your wheels touch the starting line, your competitor goes on what they call a 5-minute clock. Holbrook is not making any motions to even get to the line. Discussion's going on by the track crew. Some of the drivers are coming over, and the crowd is kind of confused about it as well. I am too, Scott. I don't understand this.
I've been trying to listen to the communication radio with the TNT officials.
Okay, the truck is running. There goes Gary Cook over. They're backing him off, Scott.
Now, and I never heard a reference to him being put on the 5-minute clock, which should have been done. Now, I guess Equalizer's ready to go. So the Auto Value King Crunch at the line, and Equalizer is running. Well, Army still hasn't made a move to the starting line.
Kevin Ford goes up to Scott Stevens. They're ready to go. Kevin Ford's talking to his driver through the race radio, and they're bringing the Carolina Crusher out. A lot of confusion here. We talked earlier about somebody shooting themselves in the foot. I think it was the TNT officials on this one, Scott.
Now they're backing these two trucks off of the starting line. Equalizer is not going to be able to go. We're hearing they're going to go get Bigfoot. Instead of letting Scott Stevens run by himself or against a broken Equalizer, he was at the starting line. Let's go down to Chris.
Scott, what do you think of TNT's decision to go on and take you off the line once you were ready to race Equalizer?
Well, you know, it's stupid. We've done this many times. Once this one truck here I staged, that round had to be done. I mean, if Equalizer couldn't come, Bigfoot had 3 minutes to get to the line. Now, you know, they've given everybody plenty of time, and, you know, the only one that's getting the raw deal is us. You know, that's no big deal. You know, we're going to race everyone who comes to the line, but, you know, these rules change every week, so that's what we have to live with.
Well, Army, yeah, he just called it like it is. He sounds a little confused, too, and upset.
Now, the Equalizer team is still working on its truck, so I'm not sure if he's still trying to come back or if Bigfoot's automatically going to come back. Let me say this, though. With King Crunch stage, if indeed Bigfoot is allowed to come out, you know who this works against more than anybody? It works against the Equalizer.
Yeah.
If he could have got to the starting line, he'd have picked up at least 3 points for losing. Now Bigfoot, if he can get up there, will get a gift, 3 points.
Well, let's see who's going to go to the final out of this race. Elysiel's running the Crusher tough. Finish line charge puts the Crusher in a final. Now, who's he going to be going against? I'm still trying to figure this out because a moment ago, Holbrook started the Equalizer and backed it off the line under its own power, Scott.
Let's look at this replay again, and then we'll see who is going to come out for the next one. And Army, the Carolina Crusher, looks awfully strong tonight. He'll make it to the Monster Smash final. And he stays out of all this controversy. He's just going racing.
Yeah, he just put a bumper sticker that says, "Don't buy no ugly truck" on the back of it. He's going to the final with a beautiful truck. Last time he's going to drive it. Let's see if he can be a winner.
Now, back to the controversy. The Auto Value King Crunch was at the starting line. Equalizer could have staged and gone. Instead, he backed off. The TNT officials backed the trucks away. Bigfoot now comes back, and I'm going to tell you this right now. If this season championship is decided by 3 points or less and Bigfoot wins it, Gary Cook is going to be pulling his tape back up to see what happened and how Bigfoot gets a free ride right here.
Yeah, this is your 3 points, no matter what. But Scott Stevens, Stevens is in trouble. Both drivers heads up, stay out of bad trouble.
It will not be any more than 3 points, and the Auto Value King Crunch gets the last lap anyway because he beats Bigfoot.
So we've got an all Chevrolet final set up. North Carolina be going against Texas. But look how hard they're driving these trucks.
Let me make this point, Army Armstrong. Bigfoot ran tonight in 3 races. He lost them all. Equalizer ran 2, won them both. Bigfoot's going to gain points for the night.
The ironic thing, Gary Cook is the one that made the call to back off the line. Had they gone to the line and run, no matter what, how slow it was, they would have gotten the point. If they would have done what Kong did, they would still be a player.
Instead, Bigfoot gains ground. And in the whole process, Scott Stevens, the Auto Value King Crunch, says, I'm going to the final.
You got to feel good about that.
Yeah, you know, after getting pretty well rooked on the starting line, you know, these rules they make up every round, you know, it was going to really be hard for Andy to beat us because we had so much adrenaline built up for sitting there for so long. Our truck's running really good, you know, Auto Value Cobra seats, racing radios. Hey, that wax shop, there isn't much body, but it's slick what we got. You know, hey, we're going.
Did you feel like that was an injustice that you were already on the starting line and you were ready to race and Equalizer couldn't?
Yeah, well, it cost us a race in Nashville in '88. One of the trucks, you know, knew we had problems. problems, went to the line. I couldn't make the call, so the guy got a free run. You know, I went to the line. I didn't know he had a problem. You know, we were both really staged, so the race should have happened. But, you know, TNT.
Bigfoot hadn't won a race tonight.
Yeah, Bigfoot ain't won nothing tonight.
Andy Brass and the Bigfoot Ford out of St. Louis, Missouri, and he knows this other truck well. It may have a new paint job, the Wild Hair, but to him it's the old Stomper, a guy he's seen many times, Marvin Smith out of Arnold, Missouri.
Andy Brass had a handle on it qualifying. By handle, I mean he went straight. Can he do it in the first round? Yeah. Uh-oh. Maybe they found the problem, Scott.
Bigfoot looks so good when he can go straight. What looks like something underneath.
Yeah, they got some safety loops. He may have had a drive shaft getting a safety loop, but no major problem. The big question that was just answered is, look, Andy Brass, when he lands, is going straight. That's about like telling your neighbor he's going to have a toothache in about an hour and a half. Yeah, when he came back in the building, so to speak, to this week, he and his mechanic were the hunter-killers of this sport. They were going after each and every one of these other monster trucks, and that round just proved it.
Carolina Crusher out to go up against the Outlaw. Now remember, Outlaw with mechanical problems. He gets off the line in good shape.
Half-track, he looks good.
Oh, he just fell off. Yeah, he couldn't keep it straight. Boy, he really gave it a run, didn't he, Army?
Well, now, he told us in the interview with Kris that the steering was part of the problem they were having with the truck. He runs Carolina Crusher real hard for half the course, but discretion is the better part of valor. He was in trouble right now and just backpedals the motor. He'll be back another day in the Super Winch Outlaw.
You know, it's great to listen to a Kris Chapman interview with all the poignant questions to pull out guys, answers from guys who just won't give you a decent answer there, you know, Army?
Yeah, I asked him a question. It's But Kris asked him a question. She asked him what time it is. I tell her how to build a clock. Speaking of building a clock, these guys completely rebuilt this Chevrolet coming to the line now.
No problem, the Ford Bronco taking on that USA 1 Chevrolet, and look at John Moore go.
John Moore is amazing tonight. The right chassis, the right wheel base. John Moore is going to be a player in Connecticut before this whole thing is over. I guarantee you. Who's coming out now? Oh, New York going against Tennessee. Tell us about it, Scott.
The world champion Equalizer against the Buffalo Tremor. There you see the graphic. Equalizer has dominated this head-to-head matchup, but let's be fair to the Buffalo Tremor. Equalizer has dominated most of his head-to-head matchup in his career, racing in 2 years of TNT Monster Truck action.
Yeah, but this kid out of New York, you can't count him out. The Equalizer knows it. He's both pushing over. Equalizer. Look how smooth that goes.
Boy, he really got a lot of air on the back end.
I say smooth. It would scare you and I to death to drive the truck. Nah, it's just another day at the office, right, kid?
The superstars of monster truck racing move to the quarterfinal round and a key battle in the standings for the TNT World Championship. Bigfoot, second in the season points, hoping to track down Equalizer for number one, but hey, he better not look over his shoulder. Carolina Crusher sits third and would love to beat him here to try and track him down for second.
There's a little added incentive here. If Carolina Crusher gets beat, which he did, that's the last time you're going to see Gary Porter in that truck. You just saw a little bit of motorsport history go down the tubes right there as Bigfoot takes the win.
Again, that truck is sold, and Gary Porter will be coming right back with a brand new truck.
Yeah, but Porter goes over and salutes the crowd and says, thank you for your support. That's been a good truck for him, hasn't it, Scott?
It sure has. It's been a great truck. He carried him to the number 2 spot in the World Championships a year ago. He's running third right now. And again, when he brings his new truck out, the points that he accumulates in that new truck next week will continue to go right along with the old truck. TNT rules allow you 1 truck change per season. The winner was Andy Brass. But a new Carolina Crusher who doesn't want anybody to beat him is going to be out next week. All right, John Moore, the no problem Ford Bronco. Boy, he's been looking good all night, but now he has to take on last week's winner here at Stafford Springs on Tuff Trax, Scott Stevens and the red-hot Auto Value King Crunch.
John Moore came into this thing. He brought his lovely daughter Jill and his wife Heidi up here on this tour. A lot of confidence in Moore we haven't seen all year long. Look at this. He's running them hard. Moore pulls it. Upset. What a run by Moore in that Ford.
A huge upset. John Moore's no problem. Ford Bronco may have arrived because he has put one of the bad dogs on the trailer, and that means in back-to-back rounds, he records victories over USA 1 and the Auto Value King Crunch. We knew USA 1 wasn't 100%, but the Auto Value King Crunch should have been.
Scott Stevens said you can't cut him any slack. I believe he may have lost just a little on the line, and John Moore took him to court over it.
The Auto Value King Crunch goes on the trailer, and the No Problem Ford Bronco advances to meet Bigfoot in the semifinals. Now, Buffalo Tremor gets to come back as a fast loser. He's going to hook up with the Nightlife Chevrolet, and Dave Wysork. John Kwasniewski drives the Tremor.
Dave Wysork's got to be one of the most underrated drivers in this sport. Trying to knock his kid from New York off? No, not going to do it.
Another upset. The Buffalo Tremor shocks Dave Wysork and the Nightlife team. Buffalo Tremor taking advantage of that fast loser rule. He gets back into the competition and makes the most of it.
Johnny K and his team really looking good. You got to remember, they're from New York. They're close to home. They want to do good.
Another look at it as the Buffalo Tremor will take it by about 6 inches over Nightlife. What a close race. Watch his start and then watch him off that first set of cars.
I think there's another point we got to bring out here. That's the yellow truck sitting in the lane next to him. John Moore has a confidence tonight I have not seen before. Andy Brass better not take him lightly.
And John has kept his truck straight throughout the night. That could be a big factor with the noted swirly handling problems that Bigfoot has had in 2 weeks of racing in Stafford Springs, Connecticut.
One thing for sure, when that light goes green, we're going to find out. We're going to wash all these problems right now.
The semifinals, a big lead for Bigfoot.
In trouble, Moore comes back. John Moore. That's going to be one of the biggest wins of his career. Moore beat number 8.
I'm going to tell you, the giant killer John Moore is having the night of his racing career. He knocks off Bigfoot.
Daddy, did you think it could happen? I love it. I don't know whether it could or not, but it just did, and I love it.
Look, John Moore's on a roll. His wife Heidi, his daughter Jill, they're here. You talk about pump. You talk about destiny. We might be seeing it right now.
Well, we're going to look at it again, Army, and we talked about coming off the cars. Watch Bigfoot. He's in trouble again right here.
Okay, Bigfoot is out a complete truck. He has the back pedal. When he does, John Moore is standing there with a big grin on his face and says, I'm going home.
Before the race, we talked about John Moore was going to give it a nice, straight, hard shot. Any mistake was going to be costly for Bigfoot, and that's all it took. That one mistake. Listen to the crowd. I'll tell you, John Moore, no problem, made a whole bunch of race fans here in Stafford Springs, Connecticut. There you mentioned her.
Yeah, that's his #1 fan, his daughter Jill's lovely wife. This is definitely a family operation. I'm happy for him.
That's a big one.
Oh, you better believe it. I told you it felt good. Truck seemed to run all right. I hammered it, just hammered it. Felt good. It's about time. This is the second foot I beat, and I finally can walk with 2 feet.
He stuttered a little bit over the first set of cars. Did you notice that?
Is that what that was? I thought that was my motor stuttering over there. I heard a fumble going on, and I thought it was mine going down again because it ran out of fuel last round, and I thought, oh boy, I got an air bubble or something, but came back to life in the middle, and it worked real good.
Can you win this thing?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to sure give it a shot. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
You know, we talked about the fact that John Moore earlier had never beaten Bigfoot 8. He can take that off his record now. He has a straight-up, no doubt about it, victory over the Bigfoot 8 truck. Now, we're getting worried that the Bigfoot camp is upset about the fact that the track crew watered the track to keep the dust down before this race. Let's go to Kris Chapman and see what she can find out about that.
Andy, it looked like that first set of cars was your downfall.
Nah, I don't know. You know, when we come off the first car, we took it a little easy. You know, we wanted to come out and make sure we were straight, but we got in between the cars, grabbed third gear, and hit it hard. And right before we went out to run, they watered the track down, and water on grass, you know what that makes. You know, we just slid out. I don't know why they watered it. You know, they should have did it. If they was going to do it, they should have did it earlier.
I noticed that they were out there watering. Do you think that played a definite factor?
Yeah, it did. You know, I mean, we wasn't having no problem between the cars there all night long. And like I say, right 2 minutes before you go out and run, they water down the track, and you know, it's just, I don't know what the idea of it was for. Sometimes you think they're all against you.
Well, obviously, an upset Bigfoot camp. I don't know if that's a case of sour grapes, possibly. You know, you got to consider the fact that both trucks Well, here you see a replay. Earlier, they did indeed water the track down, but both trucks had to run on that same facility, that same track, the same conditions. Kris Chapman is going to go over and see if she can get a word with Mike Speller, who is the head tech man for TNT and who made the call to water the track.
Thanks, Scott and Army. I am with Mike Speller right now, TNT track official, who has the final say-so in whether or not the track is watered down. Andy Brass was really not too happy of a camper as you decided to make that final call going into semifinal action.
Well, we've been watering the track. It's been very dusty. It's very hot today, and it's been very dusty. These conditions of this track here are very sandy. And we give it a dose of water. We did it on both sides, so it'll be fair for both trucks, and try and keep the dust down for the people and even for the TV.
Andy might have mentioned just a few moments ago that maybe everybody's against him.
Well, we're not. I mean, that's why I made sure it was both sides was watered fairly, so we're not playing games out here. We're running fair competition.
Army, is this just the frustration from the Bigfoot crew because of all their handling problems?
Yeah, I definitely think that's what it is. You know, they came back with such expectations, and really these other guys that caught them, the 2 months they were off, they're paying their dues right now. Take one thing in mind. You've got to adjust to the track. The track will not adjust to you.
We're ready for the other semifinal of Stafford Springs as the Buffalo Tremor will try to shock the equalizer. Now, remember, Bigfoot has been beaten. A win here by the equalizer would be very big in the season point standing.
It would be very big in the point standing because remember, last week a tactical error could have been made by the equalizer team. That'll remain to be seen as the year winds down. But right now, the business at hand, the kid out of New York knows he's got to fly it all the way over the far lane if he's going to beat the equalizer. Not going to do it. He has to backpedal a half track. Holbrook,
boy, it gets rough at the end.
That's why this is a young man's sport, Scott Douglas.
You're right. Buffalo Tremor looked a lot like Bigfoot coming off that first set of cars. Obviously, that right lane is not the place to be right now. For the championship at Stafford Speedway, the Ford Bronco from Lafayette, Tennessee. Left of your screen, there he is. John Moore, the giant killer tonight. The no-problem Ford has already upset Bigfoot, upset the Auto Value King Crunch, and upset USA 1. He'll take on the defending world champion from Springfield, Tennessee, the equalizer, and Greg Holbrook. It's an all-volunteer state showdown in Connecticut.
Moore's in the lane he wants to be in. Holbrook's exactly where he wants to be. Time to lay the cards on the table. Who takes the win? The light goes green. Showtime.
Chevrolet. Army, it's interesting to note that Greg Holbrook had lane choice and took this left-hand side. Earlier, Bigfoot, with lane choice, elected to take the right-hand lane, and every truck since then has had a problem over there. And I thought John Moore got a little bit squirrely. Let's watch the replay and see if he doesn't have the same problem that Bigfoot had earlier.
You know, this thing comes down, it's almost like a chess match. You make a move, they make a move. You make a move, they make a move. Do you make the right move? That's the question. Equalizer, yes, tonight he did. But did he make the wrong move last week? That'll remain to be seen.
And again, no problem, like the other trucks, got squirrely in between the cars in the right-hand lane. Watch him again. You can see it. Just a little bit out of shape. You cannot afford any mistake against the equalizer. And right there, Greg Holbrook launches over the second set of cars, and he takes a big, big victory late in the season at Stafford Springs, Connecticut. Can Andy Brass and Bigfoot 8 overtake Greg Holbrook's equalizer at Freedom Hall in Louisville? Let's check out qualifying highlights. Bigfoot running at the same time as Dave Weisdoric's Nightlife Chevrolet. The Nightlife's a good test for Andy Brass, Army Armstrong, because when he gets up beside him in qualifying, he can get a feel on how the other trucks are going to react to this course in Louisville.
Yeah, he knows Weisdoric's going to run him hard, but look at Bigfoot. Bigfoot is dialed in Louisville. He is loaded for bear. There's no doubt about it. He literally flew over the finish line.
Andy, that ramp looked like it shot you pretty far up in the air.
Yeah, it did. You know, I was looking at the track earlier tonight, you know, and we was kind of watching the left lane because we figured that's what we was going to end up in. And the left lane's ramp did look a little steeper, and it was. It put us right up in the air.
So what do you think the ramp might, if you have to run there on tonight, do you think that could dampen your chances of winning?
Yeah, it could slow us down a little bit, but I trying to watch the race a little bit. It looked like we might have landed about the finish line.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Andy Brass and Bigfoot were so dominant in the winter months indoors. Now, after having some problems outside, we're back indoors. Bigfoot may be just as dominant tonight.
Well, it's interesting. Andy was telling Kris that it might slow him down. Scott, when you're flying through the air, nothing's going to slow you down.
Let's look at another qualifying round with Bennett Clark's Clydesdale side by side with the Auto Value Special King Crunch. That's Scott Stevens from Woodlands, Texas, and of course the good old boy Bennett Clark from Powder Springs, Georgia.
Scott Stevenson, early in the year, he wanted to finish in the top 5 for all his sponsors. Well, he's done that. He's going to be in the top 5. The question is, how's he going to wind up 1990? This qualifying shot to tell us something. A whole lot of air for both trucks, Scott.
And they came across that finish line virtually in tandem. So these two trucks look like they're going to be very competitive in today's side-by-side competition. Let's watch it again, and you'll get them coming right into your living room.
Okay, now what's happened here? The TNT officials have built these ramps this way. They want the trucks to sky a whole lot. The reason is they can't go as quick when they're flying through the air. I was going to say, you're talking about the new Outlaw. Well, this is a brand new Carolina Crusher, and right out of the box, one of the events that we did not televise, this truck won 2 weeks in a row. Scott, this Chevrolet can play hardball with the Fords before it's all over.
He was able to knock off Bigfoot. You're talking about Hagerstown, Maryland, but Bigfoot got to the finals those nights, and it was good runs for Bigfoot, great runs for Carolina Crusher, and he lays down another outstanding shot in qualifying here at Freedom Hall.
The handwriting's on the wall. For the chassis design in the future, they're going to try to fly them as far as they can and land soft.
But these two guys always go all out. We're talking about Marvin Smith and the Wild Hair, and on the right of your screen, John Moore's No Problem Ford.
Yeah, these guys are kind of like two old bullies on the block. Neither one's going to give in to the other guy. If nothing else, bragging rights is important, but lane choice can come out of a quick qualifying time. It looks like it'll go to the No Problem Ford, Scott.
Boy, they were close coming across that finish line.
Who's coming to the line for this qualifying shot?
It's going to be, as you can see, Equalizer and Greg Holbrook, as he will lay down a qualifying shot. He's running by himself. Army will give you the time in a second, but this is a brand new, bigger engine in this truck here with all the marbles on the line. Is this a time to make changes like this?
We're going to find out before the night's over. I've got my own feeling about it. I don't think the same way they do. That could hurt them later on, but we're going to have to wait and find out. The horsepower's there. The driving combination's there. The question is, will luck be on their side? I don't care who they are. Anybody in motorsports will tell you luck is an important part of this game.
That's the No Problem Ford Bronco, and John Moore out of Lafayette, Tennessee. He takes on Dave Wysoryk's Nightlife Chevrolet from Grand Island, Nebraska.
Both of these guys are two of the strongest privateers in the sport. They do all their own work. They don't have that big buck sponsor behind them, but if intensity has anything to do with it, they run just as hard as anybody else. Keep an eye on John Moore. Oh, wheelies it up.
And that wheelie cost him. It'll be Nightlife advancing to meet Bigfoot in the quarterfinals. Bigfoot got a bye run and is already there. He'll take on Nightlife because of John Moore's wheel standing escapade.
Wheel stand, look, the first jump. See, Moore travels up going over the first jump. Wysoryk dials in the horsepower. Down in the horsepower, definitely the way to go, Scott.
The Auto Value King Crunch will be next out of the chute. Crunch of the week and Cruncher now dispatched from Freedom Hall. We're going to move on to see Crunch take on Equalizer in what I think is the key matchup of the first round.
Yeah, I agree that this could be the key matchup of this year. Now, Equalizer cannot afford to shoot himself in the foot. He has got to make a perfect run all night long. Will he do it? Looks good. Yeah. All right, the kid did what he had to do first time out.
At least for the moment, holding on to the point lead in the World Championship chase is the Equalizer. And again, this is really pretty simple. He came in with a 4-point lead. Bigfoot knocked 2 of those points off in qualifying, so he has a 2-point lead. Here in the first round, both Bigfoot and Equalizer gained 5 points. So Equalizer is still on top, but barely hanging on.
How did it feel out there? What do you think went wrong?
We just probably figured out when we came back that line after that round, broke something in the suspension maybe the round before. Truck left really good, and as soon as it hit the ground, it went to the left, and it just wouldn't go straight.
Who do you feel like is going to take it here this evening?
I'd like to see Bigfoot win the whole thing.
Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
I'm not so sure Scott Stevens is telling us the truth on that one. There are no two fellas out here tonight having a better time than these two guys right here. Mike Wine and the Outlaw, John Kwasniewski and the Buffalo Trevor. These guys love driving monster trucks, but look at this key stat. The Outlaw has dominated the head-to-head series against Buffalo Trevor.
And that was before he teamed up with the Super Winch people for the sponsorship they've been looking for. Put big bucks up for big motors to make big horsepower. But on the other side, the trimmer's not intimidated one bit. Let's lay the cards on the table, Scott.
Another wheel stand out of the left lane. The right lane, as you face the track and face the end, nose dove Outlaw, but he wins it anyway.
Well, that Mike Wine is a monster truck. Watch how smooth he is. See, he goes over. Now he throttles. Meanwhile, Kwasniewski had already jumped the throttle. It didn't work for him. The Ford goes in the next round.
He got up on the back wheels. Outlaw got down on the front wheels, and it appears that was the hot ticket. Let's see how these guys watching, because Jesse Berkey and Marvin Smith have been watching these other runs. Let's see if they take that into account on their shots here, because in the left lane, Jesse Berkey may want to just roll the hill and then hit it.
Yeah, but what I'm looking at, the suspension, these two trucks running are the older style suspension, and I don't believe the left lane is the place to be with this setup. However, I believe it's the hot ticket if you got the new trick setup. We're going to find out.
Jesse Berkey hangs in there, but the Wild Hair gets him. Starvin' Marvin Smith out of Arnold, Missouri, in the Wild Hair Chevrolet takes the victory over Wyoming, Michigan's Jesse Berkey.
Marvin, all you guys that come off the right side of this track are going to be called the Wild Bunch. That is a ride.
I'm telling you what, it seems like it don't look that rough. It seems like when you come off the mound, you just kind of loft and go. All you can do is hang on.
What about the hump on the starting line?
It don't really feel that bad. You know, I thought about approaching it wide open, but I've been hitting it, coming out about $2 grand nail, and when it comes up, just sets down, I hit her again. But it's definitely a heck of a wild ride, I'll tell you that. You ought to take it sometime.
No, thank you. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Oh, come on, Army. Coming up next is going to be the Carolina Crusher. Gary Porter's at the starting line. Army, the Clydesdale's still not in here. Is there a problem?
Okay, what's happening? They've got a problem with the truck. They've got a hole in the tire. The Clydesdale, they pumped it up. When I say they, the other teams helped him out. Porter said, I'll go in stage. You come in, go to the line, and we're going to go quick. That's exactly what's going to happen. Now, which tire? I don't know, Scott. You might be able to spot from your view. Okay, the left rear tire is where the problem is.
Exactly, boy. You can see it. So what Clydesdale is trying to do, he's going to get to the line fast. Richie Schaefer, the starting official, knows the situation, trying to be fair. Porter is ready, so as soon as he staged, they're going to get the green light.
That tells you the kind of guy Gary Porter is. He knows the Clydesdale having his problems. He says, look, I'll go do what I got to do to get the race going. But let's watch this left lane. The new truck suspension. Yep.
Gary Porter looks outstanding in that lane. A great run for the Carolina Crusher, and now the tire completely flat as Clydesdale heads back to the pits. Looking back at the run between Equalizer and the Auto Value King Crunch, this could be the key run in the World Championship race. Equalizer won it, yes, but it appears he damaged the truck on that run. Let's go to pit road where Kris Chapman's on top of the story.
Craig, what appears to be the problem?
It just got hot, and the starter got hot and won't start. We're going to have to turn the timing back a little bit to get it to start. Got something? Look at what they're doing. Bigfoot has lane choice, and where does he go? Into the lane he had to run all night long. He's trying to get a handle on both sides of this track, so if he does meet the Equalizer in the next round, he'll have a handle on him. Whatever he's holding looks like it could be the winning hand tonight, Scott.
Andy Brass and Bigfoot continues to lay down shot after shot. That was his fastest shot of the night. And while no certain race is for the World Championship, this is going to be as close as you come. But first, Equalizer's got to get by the Buffalo Tremor and John Kwasniewski. He should win it, but hey, stranger things have happened.
Look what lane he's in. Left lane. That's where I kind of thought he would go. Bigfoot is the guy showing a lot of confidence because he's dancing around out here. And every time he does something, he knows that Holbrook is aware of it. It might be a mind game, but right now, Holbrook's got to get past the New York Chevy. He does.
Look at the bounces. Equalizer with some weird bounces, but Tremor was all over the place.
And the points lead stays identical. The dream race might be coming up. It will be coming up in the next round, Scott.
It's this simple. The winner of the semifinal round will be the points leader. When Bigfoot and Equalizer hook up here a little bit later, it has come down to that. It is that close. Wow. Army Armstrong is standing by with Craig Holbrook.
All right, Craig. If there was ever a time to bring out the heavy artillery, it'll be in the next round. You and Andy Brass, this is going to be the one.
I'm ready for him, Army. We got the truck dialed in. It's ready to go now.
He's going to be happy in the right lane. You're going to be happy in the left lane. Everything's 100%. No excuses.
That's right. We've been see who's the top dog tonight.
battling for the TNT World Championship. And you know, it's not just Equalizer and Bigfoot for the #1 spot. They're battling for big bucks all through the top 10. And Mike Wine has a realistic shot at getting into the top 5.
Yeah, right now, everybody left at this point for 1990 is a top 10 truck. You're not in the top 10, you're not invited to this one. Chevrolet, Ford, Outlaw against King Truck. Outlaw, Ford, Mike Wine.
By the narrowest of margins, Wine holds on as Frunch ends it in a puff of smoke. But Mike Wine and the Outlaw will advance to the semifinals against either Carolina Crusher or Wild Hare. Wine continues to run superbly. Looking at the replay, it is clear that Mike Wine won that race with a beautiful start, rolling the hump and then hitting it hard. Mike Wine and the Outlaw. It comes down to this matchup in the semifinals at Louisville Freedom Hall. There's this matchup, then there's another week of racing, but certainly the winner right here in the semifinals is going to take a major step toward the World Championship. Bigfoot and Equalizer. Equalizer comes into this race with a 2-point lead, so the winner of this race will take the season points lead. Kris talked a little earlier with Greg Holbrook.
Greg, this run in the semifinal run is a biggie. It's between you and Bigfoot, and it could decide the world title.
Yeah, it's going to be a real close race, but you're just going to have to pretend like just anybody else out there run your own race. Let him do what he wants to. He might mess up.
That's the word from Equalizer's Greg Holbrook. Also in the pits a few moments ago, Kris took a moment to talk with Andy Brass, the driver of Bigfoot, about what certainly will be the biggest race so far in his monster truck racing career.
Andy Brass, this could be very well the biggest race of your life. It's between you and Equalizer, and it's a quest for that national points title.
Yes, it is. You know, the Acclaim Ford's been running real well for us tonight. We're kind of watching the track, and Greg's been doing real well with his truck tonight, you know. We're watching, you know, I'm trying to run the truck hard, but not run it hard enough where I'm going to break it or anything. You know, we got one more race. It's two races, and both of them's big points. We're figuring maybe we can just lay low a little bit with the truck, save it, make 2 good shows instead of 1 killer show, and collect more points that way. We're just, like I say, we're just kind of playing the odds right now, watching how everything goes, and, you know, we're trying to watch Equalizer and just going to run hard enough to beat him.
Army, what's going on with lane choice now?
I don't know. Bigfoot pushes the Equalizer the other way. Equalizer not going to make the run. Bigfoot, Andy Brass said he wasn't going to make a run hard. I didn't buy it one bit. That's one of the strongest runs of the night. But what happened to the Equalizer is a question.
2 questions. First off, we're going to find out what's wrong with the Equalizer, but the other question, mind games from Andy Brass. He forced Equalizer into the lane he had not run in tonight.
I don't believe that the truck not running is a result of that, but he made this rookie think for a minute. Andy Brass has been holding the hot hand all night long. He's been playing mind games, and he's a new national points leader.
He is, and that may be the biggest race in his quest for the World Championship. Army is trackside with Andy Brass.
Andy, you can actually feel the electricity in the air. Was there more pressure on you for that run than any run this year?
Yeah, it probably is. Like I said, you know, the points are getting so close that we really need them. And as we was coming into this round, I was just behind him just a little bit. So I figured, well, if I can get him this round, knock him out early, and keep on going, maybe we'll go ahead and get it to show.
Army, you might want to stay down at that part of the track. We're hearing that Equalizer thinks the kill box malfunctioned.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on the crews going over. They're going to look at the kill box. Now, this is a safety feature. We're going to look for lights. A green light means everything's okay. A red light means there is a malfunction. TNT personnel's checking it out. Scott, I don't know.
And Mike Speller is the head check man. He is down there looking into things right now. I don't know if we can hear any of the conversation. Let's listen.
A lot of discussion going on with the track crew. Can't do anything about it.
Well, right there you heard Mike Speller say he could not do anything about it. And indeed, the win will stand for Bigfoot. Kris is caught up with Gary Cook. Kris?
I ain't never been mad at anybody beating me. That's part of the game. They beat me, fine. We'll come back and race again. But when the so-called safety equipment kills us, this is the second time it's happened to us in a major race. And you might say it cost us the point race. Nothing because of any fault of ours. The last time they said it was our truck, we replaced everything in the truck, come back to race again, and now it's done it again, and they say, no, it's our equipment.
What would you like to see done about this?
I think they ought to rerun it. If he beat us, fine, but I think they ought to rerun it.
Have you approached TNT officials about this?
They just shake their head and say nothing can be done.
Army, the World Championship's on the line. Should this race be rerun?
Well, the World Championship's on the line, but this is a race like any other race. Everybody puts a killer box in the same. It's a story of life, Scott. If you got 2 green lights, one on a kill box, one on a kill switch, then nothing can be redone. TNT, everybody knows it. We got to wait and see. We're trying to get a hold of Mike Speller to get his comment on it, Scott.
TNT says there is not conclusive evidence that it's messed up.
Greg, I don't know if our television cameras
killer boxes sorted out and killed me on the line this year. They hadn't checked the boxes. I bet they hadn't checked nothing. The same boxes we've been running with all year. You can take a shake of them and hear the parts rattling inside.
Do you believe that this could very well have cost you a national championship?
Yeah, because I pulled the box out and it started right up. I was sitting there turning it over with the box in. It wouldn't start. Pulled the box out, hit it, and it started right up.
Have you addressed this with TNT officials before?
This is the second time, and I've talked about it in between races with them.
What would you like to see done? Let's just talk about next year.
They're going to have to come up with some better boxes or keep those checked between every run, whether or not they're right.
Some very bad luck for you, and I'm sorry, Greg.
Okay, thank you.
Greg Holbrook, normally very soft-spoken. I don't think I've ever seen him talk that much. Obviously, it shows how upset he is about the situation in the Army. I'm not sure everybody's really clear on how we can determine if a killer box is working properly.
Okay, the kill system, there are two electrical components. A track official standing at the end of the track holds one. That's the killer. The kill box itself that is operated by the killer goes into the truck. That's where the question is. Each one has a light on it. If a light stays green on both pieces, that means everything is go. The connections and everything are okay. However, once you trip the kill box, a light will turn red. The question I'm saying is, and I'm trying to get a TNT official to tell me, did both lights stay green or was there a red light? That'll tell you if there was a malfunction or not.
Again, the TNT official at the end of the track has, in essence, a two-way radio that he would detonate or just key it, if you will, which could kill the engine. Equalizer saying either that happened or it malfunctioned. TNT saying the radio was never tripped. Here we go. Who's going to race Bigfoot in the final?
It's set up Chevrolet versus Ford. The new style trucks will be in the final. The question of the night still, red light or green light, Scott?
We're going to address that more because we'll get Mike Speller in a minute.
Mike, how can you tell if a kill box has malfunctioned?
Well, I don't think that, first of all, the kill box did malfunction. It was green when he gave it to me. He said it stopped him. So I took he took the kill box out, give it to me. I looked at it, it was green. I told him to put it back in the truck and start it. It started. Then I killed it with my handheld. It turned red. So as far as I'm concerned, the kill box worked fine.
Is there any way you can tell whether or not at the time he went to that line, if it did indeed kill him?
No.
So do you think, in all fairness, you should let him come back and try it again?
No, because then I think you probably have guys, that could just turn into a huge problem. That'd be an excuse that everybody'd be using. And as long as that's green when they come to me, I got to say that the box works fine.
And Mike Speller is the man with the final word. So it's Carolina Crusher and Bigfoot in the Monster Smash Finals. And Bigfoot's done it again. He's forcing Carolina Crusher into the other lane after Crusher had run off the left side all night.
Scott, what you're going to be looking at is a Chevrolet Ford New Wave final. This is a new technology, and it all winds up in the final shot of the night in Louisville, Kentucky.
Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter, a truck that has just been out for a few weeks and really our first chance to look at it on TV. He goes after Bigfoot, but he didn't get him. Bigfoot wins it here, and that gives him even more championship points.
We're down to one race to go. Next week on Tuff Trax, can Bigfoot hold on to be the world champion? Man, if he does, he came from nowhere to do it.
But he's going to go in with a solid advantage, and really, it is now Bigfoot's world championship to win and Bigfoot's world championship to lose. That man, Andy Brass, is in control.
Congratulated by his crew. Andy, make it real short and sweet. In order to be the world champion, all you have to do is show up in Louisville, Kentucky next week.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a good run. Like I say, the Acclaim Ford's been running good for us. We just run just as hard as we needed to run tonight. Tried to save the truck. We got one more race, like you say, for the points. And we wasn't, like I say, we wasn't pushing hard early because there was no need to. We're trying to save the truck and make sure we make a good run here next week.
Let me ask you a question about the incident with the kill box. What happened out there?
Well, that's hard to say. I wasn't running, I wasn't in Greg's truck or anything. It's an incident that happens once in a while. It's happened 3 or 4 times throughout the year. But, these boxes are mechanical. Things go wrong and they go out, It's hard to say. It's a tough decision to make. But, if they was going to do that, they should have did it earlier in the year. And if they was going to let the guys run over, it's just a thing. My box, I got the first box tonight. When I put it in, kept falling out, and I was just like, I need a new box. It's up to the driver's responsibility to look at the box and make sure it's going to stay in there and stay on. Some of these boxes they've been run all year. They're starting to get old and wore out. They're not fitting right. So it's a lot the driver has to take that in consideration when he runs, that he should check his box.
Next week you could be the world champion. Good luck to you.
Well, thank you, Army.
A major step in Louisville's Freedom Hall taken on this Tuff Trax edition by Andy Brass and Bigfoot. He now has the points lead by 4 over Greg Holbrook's Equalizer. Bigfoot's just going to try to tread water and keep up with and not get hurt early against Equalizer next week.
And right here is where it starts, qualification round, Army, and we'll see Bigfoot try to get the #1 spot right off the bat.
Well, you know, during the interview you had a moment ago with Andy Brass, he was talking about being out for about 2 months. They were not racing for 2 months. This truck was not sitting on a shelf. They were doing a lot of research and development with it. They can still go quick and go fast. This qualifying shot is very, very important to him. If it gives him quick time, it'll give him lane choice all night long. And Scott, as you've seen many times this year, lane choice can pay dividends at the end of the night.
It'll also give him more points toward what he hopes will be a world championship at the end of this program. Bennett Clark and Clydesdale qualifying at the same time, but not in Bigfoot's league, as Andy Brass lays down an outstanding shot at 4.33 seconds at 5.09. Now coming out of the left of your screen, Jesse Berge playing for keeps, the far truck away from you. And the guy who has really generated a lot of momentum the second half of the season, the Outlaw team, sponsored by Super Wench out of New Jersey, with Mike Wine behind the wheel.
Well, Mike Wine and Nick Rossi, like you say, they teamed up with Super Wench, and boy, they were reborn when they did it. They started the attack driving and got the horsepower they've been looking for all year long. Right there is a perfect example. You know, the times that these guys are turning this evening are about a half-second quicker, Scott. Super Winch gives them the opportunity to spend the money and go fast. Speaking of go fast, who's coming out next, Scott?
Buffalo Tremor, John Kwasniewski out of Buffalo, New York to qualify against Marvin Smith's Wild Hair out of Missouri, Arnold, Missouri to be specific. That's the old stomper truck. Marvin Smith trying to lay down a good shot.
What you're looking at are 2 trucks with plenty of horsepower, but not the chassis development they're going to need to be competitive. Buku horsepower, but they can't get it to stick, and if it does stick, it's bouncing all over the place.
Wild Hair going to be about in the middle of the pack, while Buffalo Tremor has to be disappointed with his qualifying time to determine the world champion. And this truck is not playing for the world championship, but is playing for respect and to kind of show everybody what to expect in 1991. It's the all-new Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter. He'll try and lay down his shot at the same time as the Auto Value King Crunch and Scott Stevens from Woodlands, Texas.
Well, these guys have gone at each other so many times all year long. It's like 2 old boxers are just standing there just slugging at each other. But each one wants to get the last shot in. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out. Final show in Louisville. If nothing else, we're going to take bragging rights out of here. Boy, that new truck looks good. But Scott Stevens ran him tough.
Both trucks will qualify very well, and I would say very high up, although neither one of them able to knock Bigfoot from the #1 spot in time trials. Let's take a look again at the Auto Value King Crunch and the Carolina Crusher in their side-by-side. And, of course, you've got 2 different theories here. The brand-new suspension design of the Carolina Crusher, and, of course, the Auto Value King Crunch was really redesigned a year ago. And right now, that's second fastest for Crusher and third fastest for Crunch, with Bigfoot a half-second faster than both of them. That kind of tells the story. Well, you just saw Greg Holbrook in the Equalizer. Dave Wysoryk's Nightlife will qualify against him. Holbrook really has nothing to lose. He comes into this competition, the final night of the season, behind in points, so he's just got to go all out all the time. If he wins it, great. If not, he gave it everything he had.
Well, one thing he cannot afford to do is shoot himself in the foot. He has to do his job perfect. If the truck breaks, that's another thing. But Holbrook, the kid, is under some pressure.
Excellent shot, but just to show you how things are going, he lays down a great shot and loses another point because he's going to be the second fastest qualifier behind only Bigfoot. Equalizer at 4.69, and of course the shot laid down by Nightlife is a good one, but it will not be enough to get him in the elite.
Scott, I was just checking some records. A moment ago, I made reference to the time they used to run. You know, in this building, when we first came here, a 6-second shot was quick. Now they're a 1.5 seconds quicker than that. Same course, just a 1.5 seconds quicker.
Equalizer's time, as I mentioned a moment ago, is good enough for second fastest, but look at this. They are towing Equalizer out, pulling him out with a loader. Problems for Greg Holbrook's truck on a night that he can ill afford them. Kris Chapman is in the pits to see if she can find out what's wrong with the truck. Could it be the kill radio box?
Gary, what appears to be the problem?
I don't know. It's not the radio.
That answers that question. It's not the kill radio box, but they don't know. They're going to get in there and look.
Well, like I said, this kid knows what he has to do. The problem might just come to the truck. Let's go back inside, but we'll keep an eye on the outside because that could be the big story of the year.
The qualifiers are no problem in Thunder Chicken. John Moore has been very good of late, and he lays down a good qualifying shot right there to outleg the Thunder Chicken on this course at Freedom Hall in Louisville, Kentucky.
Greg, what appears to be the problem?
I don't know. Just in the middle of the cars, Speller, he killed the motor for no reason. I wasn't out of control or nothing. I don't know what. He must have been ill about what happened the last race.
So you're telling me that kill box problems have killed you again?
Yeah, he killed it on purpose because the light was red this time. I don't know why.
Did you pull that out, or did you leave it there and let him see that it was red?
When I pulled it out and handed it to him, it was red.
This was only qualifications. What happens is if this happens again later on tonight?
I don't know what the problem is. Something's going to have to give.
Well, Greg Holbrook is a very unhappy man. The bottom line, again, if you haven't really been keeping a close tab on what happened last week, Holbrook says the killer radio box was detonated by TNT official Mike Speller or malfunctioned, but that's what stopped him. Again, he is saying that Mike Speller shut him off, but Army, why would Mike shut him off? He was never in any trouble. Let's watch the run.
I don't believe Mike did shut him off. What's interesting to me is that we asked Gary, the owner of the truck, and he said nothing was malfunctioning on the radio. So you get two different, you get a black and a white version of the same problem here. Who's right? Let's stay tuned and find out, Scott.
Greg, this appears to be a little bit more than a kill box problem.
Yeah, the fuel pump wasn't pumping any fuel, but the kill box, this is a new problem. The kill box still killed my truck in between the cars for no reason. I wasn't out of control and it killed my motor.
So getting the fuel pump back together, do you think it's going to help you?
Yeah, it's the only problem we have with Dank. We're fixing to have it fixed in just a second.
How long should this take?
We'll be about in the next round. All we got to do is put it back on.
All right, Kris Chapman right in the middle of everything going on in the equalizer pit. And I'll tell you, Greg Holbrook is still continuing to complain about what he thinks was TNT killing his engine in that qualifying run.
Scott, I just thought of something. Last week in Connecticut, this week in Louisville, everybody, I say everybody, the two top trucks, who are they blaming? TNT. They're not taking any to blame themselves, but Bigfoot's got something to be proud of there. He goes to the next round. He's done what he has to do for the points. Now, what can the equalizer team do?
You know, when you're talking about the complaining about TNT, I think that's just an extension of, boy, huge pressure on these guys to win this title. And Bigfoot right now is able to react positively to that pressure. He can't afford a mistake, and he gets a crucial win right here against Wild Hair. Every win inches him closer to a world championship. Scott Stevens in the Auto Value King Crunch will meet up with the Thunder Chicken, and Stevens, obviously a fella who knows he's got himself a big paycheck at the end of the year. He'll finish in the top 5. He hopes to hold on to number 4 spot in points. But what Stevens obviously is also doing, like everybody else, is trying to get some momentum, finish up strong, and get ready for a run at the title in 1991.
Well, you know, he wants to take his sponsor, the Cobra Seed people, the racing radios, the auto value, auto parts stores all over the country. He wants to take them into 91 on a winning note. That's exactly what, oh, he nosed over pretty good there, Scott.
Really dug in as those front wheels both dug into that last, I guess it was 2 cars from the end, but he finishes strong and ends up with the victory. Let's watch the replay, though.
Yeah, watch how the truck actually slows down when it lands, kind of like a nosedive, right? There.
Did not detract, however, from his winning performance. We're going to continue first round action with the Clydesdale out of Georgia. Bennett Clark, the good old boy from Powder Springs, and the Yankee coming down to take him on, the Buffalo Tremorman, John Kwasniewski.
Well, Johnny K runs a big horsepower engine and a short wheelbase. The Clydesdale long wheelbase. Hey, the short wheelbase takes the win. New York goes to the next round.
The Buffalo Tremors, John Kwasniewski, in a mild surprise victory over Clydesdale, if for no other reason than Clydesdale had significantly out-qualified Tremor.
Yeah, but we can go back to the Scott Stevens interview just a moment ago with Mike Goss, where Stevens said any of these guys are capable of cleaning your clock. Kid out of New York State, the Buffalo area, proved that right there.
Another look now as we get the Buffalo Tremor pulling out a very narrow victory over the Clydesdale Chevrolet. Johnny Kwasniewski moves into the quarterfinal round. No Problem will take on the Equalizer. Now, the Equalizer will be going up against No Problem in a situation where John Moore flat has nothing to lose, and he will try and nail the kid to the wall right here.
Well, the kid's got everything in the world to lose. The Equalizer is not a monster truck team right now. They are a hunter-killer team. They have got blood in their eyes. Let's see what the kid's going to do. Boy, close, Scott. I couldn't tell.
You know, John Moore is a Ford, and he may have put a big hammer, a big nail in the coffin of a Chevrolet for the World Championship right there. Right now, there has not been an official winner determined. Let's see if we can pick it out on the replay. Too close to call.
John Moore always runs well at Louisville. This is where they build the Ford trucks. He likes to show off for the people that manufacture them. But right now, Chevrolet. Okay.
There you see it. Equalizer by about a half a wheel length. Boy, Holbrook won that one, but by a narrow margin.
Greg, really the best thing that could have happened to you tonight is to be up in Bigfoot's bracket so you could knock him off early. Now you can just get him in the finals.
Yeah, I'd rather be in the finals with him. It just gives a little bit while before we got to face him. Let's just get more points.
What about next year? You feel pretty confident about being able to come back?
Yeah, we're going to make a few changes on the truck. It's going to be a lot faster next year than it will be this year.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
We move into the quarterfinal round at Louisville's Freedom Hall, and there you see the work going on in the equalizer camp. And Gary Cook, right in the center of your screen, the team owner, he's holding the light underneath the truck. Could have some big problems that may spell the final death knell for the equalizer in the battle for the World Championship. Army, we're hearing he's dropped the valve.
Well, if he did, he's going on a trailer. If that's the case, what's going on back inside though, Scott? That's where the big story is now.
Indeed, and they're going to continue to work on that. We'll continue to find out if that's the case, or if Equalizer will be able to make it back out. Right now, though, Bigfoot needs a win over Outlaw. Critical race, and Andy Brass gets it done again. Boy, he knows he cannot afford a mistake. And, Army, that's a lot of pressure. You've got the best truck. You know you can't mess it up.
Yeah, but one thing I was looking at, the Outlaw was really trying to play the role of the spoiler there. He ran him awfully hard. Had he beaten him on that run, we could have had a different world champion. Look at the start. Andy Brass, I think, almost made a driver error. Came out too hard on the start, but legs it and flies it to the finish line.
It's a simple equation. If Brass wins every one of his races tonight, he's the world champion. Here's Mike Goss again with Andy.
Andy, what can I say? You had some handling problems outdoors this summer. Different story inside.
Yes, it is. Like I said, we did have a lot of problems with the truck as soon as we went outdoors. But it was a handling problem. We finally got it figured out, at the last of the series. And now we're back indoors. The tracks are shorter. The trucks handle a little better. It's getting down to the points are real close. I think if the truck would have handled better earlier outdoors, our points would have been a lot better, and it wouldn't have had to come this close, but it has.
The word is Equalizer dropped a valve. He's running on 7 cylinders. Will that affect your driving style the rest of the night?
No, I'm not paying attention to how any of the trucks are running. I'm just kind of watching, trying to stay in my own rut, and just been driving like I have all night. Thank you.
The word from Mike Wine, and that Outlaw Ford, certainly one that we know is going to contend for the world title in 1991, as they put together a solid sponsorship package with the Super Wench group out of Connecticut getting behind that New Jersey-based team. This ought to be an entertaining matchup. Army is No Problem meets Carolina Crusher in the quarterfinals.
When we come into the events, the drivers are supposed to put down their name, information on the truck, and the crew chief. The crew chief on the Carolina Crusher tonight is listed as I Am Armageddon. He just could be for some of these guys.
Gary Porter, the man who's ready to try and take it out the door. But John Moore has not been an easy win for anybody as of late. They're even to the cars. And No Problem has stunned the Carolina Crusher. Although, again, Army, with his share of upsets lately, I don't know if we can call it a stunning upset when John Moore beats somebody like this.
John Moore has had the capability all year long. He just all of a sudden developed a desire and realizes he can run with these guys. Look at this. He gets up in the air, bails off to the right, stays in the throttle, and goes to the next round.
No Problem wins it. Let's go to Mike Goss.
John, last race of the year, but that's got to make your year.
Yeah, I'm real glad that my old dinosaur is able to keep up with these new high-tech trucks.
Speaking of high-tech, you got Bigfoot next.
We got him over there in Stafford Springs, Connecticut. Maybe we'll get him again.
We're in the quarterfinal round of competition as the Auto Value King Crunch will take on Marvin Smith's Wild Hair. Marvin lost in the first round, but he had a good run against Bigfoot and comes back as the fast loser.
Scott, all these trucks have names, and everybody likes them by the names, but if there's one truck that has the right name, it's got to be Marvin Smith, the Wild Man in Wild Hair. And he's in trouble already.
Look out, Marvin Smith trying to get it shut down. He's into the wall. That is right in the area where reporter Mike Goss is standing down there with his microphone and camera.
Hey, Mike's coming out. He's okay.
Wow. He plows into the wall, and of course,
All the fans over in that area were scampering, although he never got anywhere close to them. They were sure moving back to see where the wild hare ended up. Wow-wee.
A couple of people have asked me why I'm working in the tower with you tonight instead of down on the track. That's why, right there.
There you go. Man, Mike got some combat duty pay. Watch Marvin Smith head right for him in the wild hare. Now, there is actually an opening in the wall, and that's where Smith ends up. Wow. That's incredible.
That's where Goss was before Smith went right up in there with him.
Marvin Smith's wild hare. There's the wall, and you can see where he smacked into it here at Freedom Hall in Louisville, Kentucky, as the wild hare Chevrolet, and you can also see the damage done. Marvin Smith looking it over. Another wild run for the guy out of Arnold, Missouri. Mike Goss is going to try and get a word with him. Mike, what's Marvin got to say?
Well, I just pushed a little bit too hard, I guess. I came over the bank and stood up, and when I got on the cars, I tried to back out. I was just going so fast that I couldn't get stopped till I got to the wall. The remote and everything came on. It just had too much speed going.
Now, you cracked this frame earlier in the year when you hit Clydesdale and Dallas, from what I remember. So it looked like you've got that kind of damage again.
This is an all-new frame. When I hit Clydesdale and Dallas, I tore it all to pieces. This is an all-new truck, actually. I don't think the frame is bent, as I can tell. I think it's just the springs and shackles.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, I think. Do I look all right? Good. Thank you very much.
Scott Stevens has made it into the Final Four, but Army, the big story is the Equalizer. And at the starting line, Equalizer was getting ready to race the Buffalo Tremor, and something died. It can't get it fired back up.
Scott, the word we're getting, he did drop a valve. They're trying to just nurse it through. Points are so important, but he is on the proverbial clock all year long. We've heard about the clock. You've got so much time to get to the line, so much time to run. Well, every 60 seconds takes a minute away from his world championship hopes right now. You can cut the drama in this building. Look at this. Richie Schaefer, they're watching him. They're going to give him every opportunity. We're down to 2 minutes now. Scott, I don't believe he's going to make it. I believe that Bigfoot is going to win the world championship with the Equalizer setting dead in the water.
He's not getting anywhere. They don't seem to be making any progress at all. Gary Cook, there's the owner of the Equalizer. The crowd trying to pick him up, trying to cheer him on.
This has got to be disheartening. And some of the other guys around the truck are other monster truck drivers. Everybody's trying to help this kid. They're not against Bigfoot. They just want to see the world championship won on the racetrack.
Boy, Gary Cook is just feverishly working, but he's down inside the final minute, and the clock is ticking away on any chance of defending the world championship for the Equalizer. He had hoped to get it down to one race head-to-head with Bigfoot. It doesn't look like he's going to make it there.
Scott, in this sport, there's been 3 world champions after tonight. USA 1 won it the first year. This truck won it the second year. He could have been the only truck to be 2 times a world champion. He's not going to do it. A blue truck will be the world champion, but what'll be the name of that blue truck?
And that's almost like a surrender. You see it there from Gary Cook. He throws his hands up in the air, stick a fork in the Equalizer. He is done for this night, and it's going to be Bigfoot winning the world championship. Kind of by default, although take nothing away from Andy Brass. He's going all out. But Andy knows he's got it wrapped up now because Equalizer is done for the night. Army, though, as he's towed off, what more can you say about the job this team has done this year? Going through all the disarray earlier in the year when David Morris quit the team in disgust. Gary Cook took a gamble. He went out, he plucked a kid out who had never driven a monster truck before, and they came within a hair of successfully defending the world title.
You know, this is almost like the day after Christmas. We've been chasing all over America all year long. Millions of people have watched these guys race. It just seems almost unfair that the world championship should be decided by a truck that will not run.
Boy, you're so right. But in fairness to Bigfoot, he's won it on the track. And in fairness to the Equalizer, they gave it everything they had. And, you know, Gary Cook doesn't have the money of some of the operations out there. Doesn't have some of the high tech going for him. But he just knows how to get in there and build a truck that goes fast. And I'll tell you, I just got to salute him on another great year.
Yeah, well, let's go back to racing. That's what this sport's all about. Who's on the line right now?
Clydesdale will take the spot of Equalizer as the 3rd fastest qualifier, and he'll race Buffalo Tremor. And look at this. The winner of this race will now go into the semifinals.
All right, let's see how hard the Clydesdale run. He ran the Tremor earlier, a little bit sleep on the line, got his sleep this time. He knocks the tree over on that New York boy and puts him on the trailer now.
And Bennett Clark is the winner in the Clydesdale Chevrolet. But the big story is the World Championship.
Here's the situation. Due to the breakage of equalizer, we knew Bigfoot had the points lead coming in, so Bigfoot is going to be the 1990 TNT World Champion. But Andy Brass, the Bigfoot stable, don't want to back in. They want to go out winners, and they're coming back to lead the semifinals. No problem. Clydesdale, King Crunch, they're there too. And we're coming right back with all the action here on Tuff Trax. And that man does not get to wear the crown, but he's got no reason to be dejected. Greg Holbrook gave it everything he had. Let's go to equalizer owner Gary Cook with Kris Chapman.
Gary, luck just wasn't on your side tonight.
No, we put a new motor in for this weekend, and we had a feeling that the motor was one that gave us trouble every step of the way, and it hadn't stopped yet. It was a mistake, I think, to put the new motor in. We wanted a truck as fast as Bigfoot, and we had it, but the motor just gave out on us.
How does that make you feel as the owner of the defending world champion truck to know that it's just not going to be this year?
Rotten. Just plain rotten. You know, world champs and we can't even finish the year running. You know, we final race and we wind up broke. You know, that's about as disheartening as can get.
One bright note, next year.
Oh, we'll be back. We'll be back. We don't quit.
Yeah, you know, that's the mark of a true champ, right?
You know, yeah, I agree with you 100%. They didn't win the championship, but they are winners.
Now, no problem's going to try and spoil Bigfoot's party, but he can't do it.
Oh, the Bigfoot Air Force is flying high in Louisville. Andy Brass is pumped and going to the finals.
Andy Brass, knowing that he is the world champion, Army, that has to take a lot of pressure off of him, yet Andy also doesn't want it to end now. He wants to be the last truck running on this evening.
Yeah, he wants, when there's only one standing, he wants it to be the big, acclaimed Bigfoot truck.
He's into the Monster Smash final, and now he's out of the truck. Andy Brass acknowledges the cheers as the world champion. Let's go to Mike Goss with your new champ in monster truck racing.
Andy, congratulations. You just won the world title.
Thank you. It feels great. You know, I just like to say that the Acclaim Ford was running real good tonight. You know, a little bad luck there with grade, but thanks to guys like Ford, Acclaim, all of our other sponsors, BDS, KDC Highlights, you know, guys like that, all the guys back at the shop that worked so hard this last week to put the truck back together because we just rolled it, and mainly to my crewman Donnie that he stood with me all year because, like I said, we was having troubles mid-year and helping me put the truck back together. It's kind of tough, but we pulled through it, and it looks like we did it this year.
You feel vindicated at all? I mean, you know, the truck was banned by TNT to let other guys catch up. You didn't feel like that was fair? This has got to make you feel a little better about it.
Yeah, it does. You know, like I say, being kicked out for the 2.5, 3 months, you know, really made me feel bad. But it did push some of the other guys to build some other trucks, like Carolina Crusher built him a new truck. And all the guys that did build it have no regrets about building a new truck. But then again, you know, us being banned and being able to come back mid-year and catch up with all the guys at the points, even though we're behind 4 or 5 shows behind Greg and them, we still caught him in the points and passed him. You know, it just feels great.
Again, congratulations.
Well, thank you.
The world champ, boy, he's got a big smile. It is again time to settle matters at Louisville's Freedom Hall. We know who the world champion is. The only thing we don't know is who is the champion on this night in Louisville, Kentucky. It'll be either Bigfoot and Andy Brass, already crowned as the season champ, or the Auto Value King Crunch, his arch rival and main nemesis in 1990.
Well, we knew it was going to be a blue truck in a winner's circle. Brass is trying to make 100% kill night. Whoa, he does.
Hold on, Scott Stevens. He almost got in big trouble on a wild finish, but Stevens shuts it down before smacking the wall, and Bigfoot goes out in style. So the world champion has been crowned, and he does it going out in style. Andy Brass and Bigfoot, the champion of the world in TNT Monster Truck Racing. Congratulations.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. I want to just thank everybody. Like I say, thank Acclaim, Ford, all the guys back there, all the guys back in the shop. We run the Speedway here a couple months ago. We took one out of the wins there, took a second place, take 2 first here, just great, you know.
As King Crunch leaves the building right now, Andy, basically I got one more question for you. Was it any sweeter because the last one came against Scott Stevens and King Crunch, you've had such a battle and a rivalry with all year?
Yeah, it was. You know, I kind of wanted to hurry up and get on the line. I figure I'm going to put some pressure on him, make him hurry up and squeeze him on the time there, you know. And Scott and I have had a rivalry all year. You know, he's really against the truck and stuff, but we come back here to prove him. We was out for 3.5 months with the truck. We come back, took the point series with it, and it just goes to show that, you know, the truck was working good, did us a good job, and we was able to come back and do it even though we was out.
Celebration time.
That's right.
Andy Brass, the champion driver, and here's the man who started it all, Bob Chandler, the champion now with the Bigfoot truck of the TNT Monster Truck Challenge. And, you know, we do have to just say a big congratulations. And I guess this is really a test of perseverance. You got so close the first year, you went with a different attack. You went through some rules you didn't like. You sat out of band. Now you're the champion.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I don't think this truck would be here without Andy Barras. I mean, he's a heck of a driver, he's a heck of a racer. But I really want to thank everybody that supported us over the years, and I'm happy as hell.
They close it out as number 1. But that sure doesn't close us out on Tuff Trax. More great action coming up next week. For Army Armstrong and Kris Chapman, I'm Scott Douglas. Bigfoot's the champ.